If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Divinity. Above the sky in Europe, there was an entire realm hidden from the human world. This realm is Asgard, that was created by the Norse gods. However, inside the dimensional gap, someone was staring at this realm as he was frowning. This might be more complicated than I thought. Leo's eyes were shining with pink color as he was observing Asgard from the dimensional gap. This is a combination of Leo's Esper power and Palkia spatial control. It allows Leo to see some flaws in the aspect of space without reaching the required LVL. The power to see flaws doesn't just work on the world, but it also works on Leo himself. This ability allows Leo to pick the correct action based on the number of flaws in it. Like he used it with his clones, he picked the best experience from the clones and threw away all the useless memories to make the perfect style. Advocate of gender equality, can you hurry up? Leo looked at the chat room before he said what? Neat princess, you have been standing there for over 10 minutes without doing anything. Big sister lion, it kinda boring. Leo saw the group started to complain like a bunch of assholes before he sighed and said, I'm looking for something. Bree, isn't your goal in front of you? The strongest man in the world, the place called Asgard seems in the front. This isn't simple. Leo raised his hand as flame appeared and turned into a model of Asgard with 8 other layers. This realm is separated into layers, and each one of them is guarded with a ton of spells and something weird. Leo frowned slightly as he was watching the structure of Asgard. The whole realm is separated into 9 minor realms, which comes from the importance of number 9 in the Norse mythology, but Leo found something weird in the realm as it was blocking his space power slightly. That's the divine power. When Leo was confused, his boosted gear glowed as Drake's voice came from it. The whole realm of God is covered in their divine power as it works as a protector and stabilizer to the realm, which includes their authorities. Drake watched the realm of Asgard as he remembered how annoying the gods' authorities are. The authority of gods is the principal source of their powers. Unlike most of the abilities in the world, the authority works like making things happen because one has the right to do it. This also gives the gods their energy, which is essential to use the authority. You're diving into the realm and territory of gods, which will make their power and authority stronger because this is their land. Drake felt the divine power as he told Leo the information about authority and how can the belief of humans make gods stronger. So, I'm basically fighting privileged guys in their home field. Leo raised his eyebrow as he kept looking for the flaws in this realm's defense. Advocate of gender equality, who is talking now? Neat princess, Leo wise guardian dragon. Advocate of gender equality, this sound like something that belongs to the protagonist. Neat princess, he stole it from the protagonist. Advocate of gender equality, hiss, damn. Respect to you. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he saw the dialogue in the chat room before he ignored it. Advocate of gender equality, what are you looking for anyway? A loophole in the defense. Leo raised his hand as the space was bending slightly. A hero for fun. Can't you just go through it? I can, but it'll probably alarm the whole realm, and we don't want that. Yet Leo looked at the realm before he floated from the ground and flew toward the left side of the subspace. Welcome to my tutorial on how to sneak into God realms. Leo started talking while his spear was glowing red. Advocate of gender equality. Neat princess. Here is it. Leo raised his spear before he struck the space in front of him. Crack. With a cracking sound, the space in front of Leo opened like a portal before he said, sneaking into the gods' realms may sound difficult, but it's easy if you remember one thing. Gods love to have internal conflicts between them, as most the troubles happen from gods messing with each other. Leo used his spatial control to stabilize the portal before he said, and here in Asgard, we have a Loki. Bree, I'm pretty sure he's called Loki. I know what I just said, Leo said instantly as Misaka was speechless before he said, if you like the tutorial, please leave a like and subscribe for more how to do things. 101. Neat princess, * dislike *. Advocate of gender equality, * unsubscribe *. Bree. Big sister lion, like. Advocate of gender equality, traitor. Leo found an already existing loophole in the defensive system of Asgard, as gods aren't that friendly with each other. So many of them like to rebel against the system once in a while, especially Loki. Now, this will lead to the 3rd layer. I need to find more of these loopholes. Leo watched the portal before he took a deep breath and entered. After passing from the portal, Leo appeared in a fancy hallway with a lot of gold decorations like statues of gods and such. Wow, this is so luxurious that it hurts my eyes. Leo looked at the hallway as he felt this hallway is more valuable than the whole treasury he got from the Nobel in Akame Ga Kill World. Advocate of gender equality, Joker, forget about the treasury. Just this hallway is enough. Can you consider me in this? A hero for fun. Neat princess, go to sleep, Joker. Joker. Leo was completely speechless now because of these messages before he stopped the urge of closing the stream. Raising his head, Leo observed the place as he was looking for the rest of the loopholes. This divinity is really annoying. Leo felt the thick golden aura in the air as he wasn't comfortable with it. This aura slightly weakens his power and increases the power of his enemies. This is a fucking debuff. Leo came with the best understanding of god divinity before he used the space waves carefully to check from the place. This layer seems like a living place. However, I don't sense any powerful enemy. Leo put his hand on his chin as he was looking at the layer design. Who's there? Suddenly, Leo heard a voice from the front as he saw two beautiful women with red and purple hair appear in front of him. The two women were wearing a revealing armor, which seemed like a magical girl as it made Leo raise his eyebrow. Advocate of gender equality. Can someone tell me what is this? Neat princess, Valkyries. Advocate of gender equality, I want to shake the hand of the person who made those armors. Bree Bree. Big sister lion. You're an honest one. The two Valkyries were frowning as they looked at the man with a mask and 4 animals on his head and shoulder, which was weird, especially the slime-looking thing that was hyperactive as it was moving non-stop. Identify your SE. The Valkyrie with red hair raised her weapon while questioning Leo. But before she completed her words, a pink aura enveloped the two Valkyries. BAAM 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 BAAM. Leo waved with his hand as the two Valkyries hit the 4 walls in the hallway violently by using spatial control. They made 4 human-shaped potholes. The space around the Valkyries was distorted as it damaged them further before Leo slammed them to the ground. Asterisk Bayam. Asterisk. The two Valkyries fell to the ground unconscious because of the violent space attack, but strangely no one heard something because Leo made a space barrier that isolates sound. Neat princess, RIP. Advocate of gender equality, RIP. A hero for fun, RIP. Now, what to do with these two? Leo walked closer as he observed the two Valkyries before he said, Venom, can you possess them? Leo coat stretched as it touched one of the Valkyries, but it retreated immediately after a golden light flashed on the Valkyrie. Sorry, my lord. Something is blocking me, Venom said in Leo's made, which made him frown. Why do I feel this divinity will bring me a lot of problems here? Leo sighed before he raised his hand and made a special sign as he said goodbye. Then. You better not do that, partner. Before Leo made the two Valkyries vanish from existence, he heard Drake's voice. The whole realm is connected with the divinity of the main gods. Any attempt to kill someone who is blessed or protected by that divinity will alarm the whole place, Drake said calmly. However, Leo raised his eyebrow and said, really, that's okay with me. To be chased by a bunch of gods that can potentially rival me in power because of their territory. Drake put another argument which made Leo lower his hand before he said, you know what? After thinking about it, I guess this isn't a good idea for now. However, I need to do something. Leo looked at the two Valkyries as he scanned the place to make sure no one was there before he took SCP-117. SCP-117 understood Leo's thoughts before he transformed into the neuralizer from Man in Black, but Leo said, are you sure this will work on them? SCP-117 glowed before the neuralizer transformed and became more sci-fi looking as it was glowing with different colors, and there was a little note on the side. Even a god will get neuralized. Leo felt today will be very interesting before he summoned gold experience and punched the two Valkyries. MUDA. Gold experience punched the two Valkyries as their injuries healed quickly and they woke up. Ugh. What happened? The purple hair Valkyrie held her head as she looked around, but before she remembered what happened, a light flashed and her memory was deleted. Leo saw the two Valkyries were in a trance as their eyes lost focus before he said, hello, you two seem to have lost consciousness in this place as you were going to the party, are you okay? Hey? Yeah, we are okay. But what party? The red-haired Valkyrie stood up from the ground as she was wondering what happened. You really don't know? Leo's voice carried some concerns before he said, you two should take better care of yourself, have a rest once in a while. At this moment, the whole chat group forgot how to type as they stared at the screen with their eyes wide open. The two Valkyries were confused before they blushed when they felt Leo's concerned eyes on them. Well, I'm glad you two are okay. But don't forget the party that Chief Lord Odin is making at the first layer. Leo smiled at the two Valkyries before he walked away. Wait. Can you tell me your name? And. The purple-haired Valkyrie screamed before she said, "Will you be there?" Leo looked at the blushing Valkyrie before he smiled and said, "Of course, or why would I know about the party, and you two should be ready for it. After all, a girl needs to wear something pretty for such an occasion. And my name is Joker." Puff. Kazuma spit his whole beer while looking at the screen as he couldn't believe what he's looking at. Is this real? Misaka wasn't able to know the difference between fake and real at this point. Something bad will happen today. Kaguya was shivering as she looked at Leo's smile on the screen. Take care and remember that Chief Odin might pull a trick again. Leo waved at the two blushing Valkyries as they ran away in a hurry from embarrassment before Leo put his hand on the wall and supported himself as he was almost going to puke. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. I need an explanation. Did Joker mask affected you? Speak to me. Neat princess, what did you do to the real Leo? Bree, the rude Leo that hits people randomly can never do such a thing. Big sister Lion, your reputation in this chat room is interesting. Whitebeard typed nothing as he was laughing loudly while tapping the ship as he almost broke it, and Saitama was looking at the clouds while thinking about life. Shut up. Leo said to the screen before he supported himself and stood up as he sighed. Even if SCP-117 said that the neuralizer can wipe the memory of a god, that doesn't include divine power protection, so Leo used the fact that most Valkyries have boyfriend problems to lower their guards and make everything work. The price was expensive, but SCP-117 did you get it? Leo said as SCP-117 changed again and became more effective because of this experiment with divine power. Well, let's clear this layer, then look for the loophole. Leo looked at SCP-117 change before a pink aura appeared on him and he passed through the wall. He needs to clear the layer to look for the loopholes more quickly as he can't just hit the Valkyries all the time without any progress. At this moment, the event that'll shock Asgard for centuries is starting with a guy wearing a mask and his memory erasing device. 126. Weird. A Valkyrie was walking with 3 more Valkyries while looking at the long hallway. Did you hear the rumor? Valkyrie 1 looked at her friends as she asked them about the recent events in Asgard. Yeah, I heard they did it again, Valkyrie 2 said as she seemed very interested in the topic. Yes, Lord Vidar and Brynhildr got into another fight, Valkyrie 3 answered the question before she looked at Valkyrie 4. Vidar is the god of vengeance and the third son of Odin. He's one of the strongest gods in Asgard, and he has a cheerful attitude which is quite similar to his father. However, this attitude always clashes with the serious demeanor of Brynhildr, who is the strongest Valkyrie in Asgard. I don't think this is new as they seem to do it once in a while. Valkyrie 4 shook her head as her expression didn't change that much. But still. Valkyrie 1 looked around to check before she whispered, I heard she also snapped at Lord Odin as he almost harassed her at that moment. Really? Valkyrie 2 was surprised, but Valkyrie 4 sighed and said again. The whole Asgard knows about their chief deity, Odin, and his perverted personality. But he's still the wise all-knowing god even with his perverted jokes and pranks. That wasn't all, did you hear him? Valkyrie 1 wanted to say more, but she noticed something weird in the hallway. The hallway in the front was destroyed and there were 4 human-shaped potholes on all the walls. This scene made the Valkyries stop for a moment before they rushed over. What happened here? Valkyrie 3 looked at the potholes as she was surprised. How could this happen? We were literally in the next room. Valkyrie 2 widened her eyes as she couldn't understand how this destruction happened without noise. The whole Asgard is filled with spells that didn't the intruders, and if an intruder tries to use magic, then it'll alarm the whole Asgard. The only way to pass that defense is to have something stronger than the system to crack it somehow, but those 2 conditions are impossible as no one in their right mind will just attack Asgard. Was it someone messing around? Valkyrie 1 said while thinking about the gods in Asgard. I don't think so, these, Valkyrie 4 touched the potholes. But at that moment, she noticed something on the wall. The head of a creature with a yellow fur and long ears was sticking from the wall, which made all the Valkyries look at it while preparing their weapons. However, before the Valkyries raised their weapons, the creature turned his head. All the Valkyries widened their eyes as they saw the creature's face. Wyyyyyyyyyyy. The creature screamed with a voice that brought chills to the Valkyries and took them by surprise. What the hell is THA? Before Valkyrie 1 completed her words, a man with a mask appeared from the wall and flashed them with a device in his hand. Good job, Diochua. Leo nodded at Diochua before he looked at the Valkyries that lost focus because of the memory deletion. Hello, There Leo put SCP-117 away before he said, "You four seem to be going to the party, but what happens with Lord Odin?" Party? Ah. We're late. Valkyrie 3 woke up as she panicked, and the others also showed some signs of realization. Memory implantation was successful. Well, at least they remember there was a party. Leo nodded at his modification for the SCP-117. Are you new here? Valkyrie 4 frowned as she looked at Leo and his Joker look. Yes, I came today. Leo nodded with a smile before he said, "My name is Joker, nice to meet you." Oh, hello. Valkyrie 4 stopped for a moment before she replied stiffly, which made Leo's eyebrow twitch. Are you that desperate? Leo looked at the other Valkyries that were observing him before he felt that SCP-117 needed more modifications. Lord Odin did his bad jokes again. Valkyrie 2 went closer to Leo as she explained to him about the accident with Odin. So, the gods usually are in the first layer? Hey. Leo listened to the Valkyrie and got some excellent information before he said, "Really? Then I should go prepare, it's almost time." Ah. Let's go. Valkyrie 1 dragged her friends as Leo looked at them leaving while his stomach was hurting. I hate being nice. Leo truth thoughts came out as the chat room was exploding. Advocate of gender equality, 2 Joker, Valkyries 0. Neat princess, this could make a good art. Advocate of gender equality, did you type that? Neat princess. Maybe. Big sister lion, that sounds interesting, can you teach me? Neat princess, teach you? Before you take any knowledge from me, you should understand the balance and order of the universe. Big sister lion. Is that a no? Neat princess, yes. Leo was speechless by this group again as he looked at the long hallway before he walked forward. Taking all this layer is difficult, but I think this could work. Leo touched the wall as he put a spatial mark there. I'll make this whole layer a roller coaster. Leo smirked at his devilish plan before he saw a new message. Bree, hey, Leo. Did you really plan to kill those two? Leo stopped in his place as he stared at the screen. He couldn't help but sigh because he forgot about the stream and who was watching. However, a new message arrived before he could say anything. The strongest man in the world, kill? He wasn't planning to kill them. What? Leo titled his head as he didn't understand this message. A hero for fun, it didn't seem that he'll kill them. The strongest man in the world, you saw it, Saitama? His actions or words didn't carry a killing intent. What are you guys talking about? I was planning on killing them. Leo felt this conversation is becoming very confusing. Advocate of gender equality, although I don't know this killing intent thing, but his action looked like he would kill them. Big sister lion, I'm with the 2 big guys, I didn't feel any killing from his words or actions. You can call it the assassin instinct. Hey. Leo now is completely baffled by this turn of events as he didn't even know what happened to these guys before he saw Kagaya's message. Neat princess, it seems something weird is happening, hey? But yet, I didn't feel killing from Leo even if I didn't care about them dying. However, to make sure. Leo, how were you planning on killing them? Just what in the hell is going on? Leo sighed at the screen before he said, I was going to use space to crush them. At that moment, Kazuma and Kagaya stopped as they didn't type for a while. This made Leo and the group puzzled before Kagaya sent a message. Neat princess, Leo, look at your hand. Leo raised his hand as his eyes went wide open from the shock. His hand is still in the same special form, which made him shocked as he opened his hand slowly. Advocate of gender equality, I don't know about your spatial ability, but that doesn't look like space for me. Did I plan to kill them? Space or? Just what is going on? Leo felt something weird was happening to him, especially from the moment he saw that vision about the candles. The golden divine power in the air was acting weird around Leo as the group was speaking, but that didn't continue as Leo felt something on his neck. What ar ha ha ha. Stop it. Leo almost rolled from the ground because of tickling before he grabbed SCP-999 that was tickling him. Leo was staring at SCP-999 with cold eyes while SCP-999 turned his head away and played dumb. Leo stared at SCP-999 for 3 minutes before he sighed and put him on his head and said, next time, I'll throw you like a football. Elated gurgles. SCP-999 was happy like always as he didn't care about Leo's words because he saw his lord is back to his usual self. Advocate of gender equality, as I expect of SCP-999. Even Leo can't stop that power. Neat princess, prize the slime. The wholesome slime god. Kaguya was typing normally, but she was frowning at the scene she just witnessed. That scene felt like a contradiction between a lot of things. However, she chose to observe more as she knew nothing about it, and the strong people in the group did the same. Leo sighed as he looked at the message in the group. He felt these guys are trying to switch the subject, but he can't just forget what happened. Just in case. I'll take this more carefully now. Leo decided on a new course of action before he heard footsteps in the hallway. Leo saw 3 Valkyries rushing towards him as they stopped when they reached the hallway. An awkward silence happened between Leo and the 3 Valkyries as they didn't understand what was happening. The Valkyries looked at Leo as they only rushed here because they heard the laughing sounds as Leo forgot to put a sound barrier around. Neat princess, 3 wild Valkyries appeared. What'll you do? Fight? Be Joker? A pokeball? Advocate of gender equality, no, this needs a more practical solution. Do it, Leo. Kazuma crossed his arms as his face was more serious than ever. Annihilation Maker, admin, but that option is forbidden. Leo ignored the Valkyries that were holding their weapons as he typed in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, tough times needs difficult solutions. Let the darkness and hate consume you. Bree, what is going on? Big Sister Lion, I have no idea. Neat Princess, I know, but I wish I didn't. Advocate of gender equality, do it, Leo. Do it. Execute order slime on a female knight. Bree, wait, what? When Misaka was having a hard time understanding Kazuma's words, Leo grabbed SCP-999 and threw it at the 3 Valkyries. Leo manipulated the distance, so the SCP-999 reached instantly before he started to tickle them as they fell to the ground from the laughter. No, ahaha. Stop it. Ha ha ha. All the Valkyries were laughing while Leo made a sound barrier around. The group was speechless at this scene while Kazuma was observing with a serious face. However, SCP-999 turned into a hammer and hit all the Valkyries to the head, which knocked them out. Advocate of gender equality, TCH. Leo ignored Kazuma messaged as he picked up SCP-999 before he did a memory deleting process on the 3 Valkyries. This will be a very long process. Leo looked at the Valkyries leaving as he felt that blowing this place up may sound easier if there weren't some powerful gods around. With those thoughts, Leo walked away as he changed SCP-117 to carry this conversation for him, but he didn't know that this action brought him some problems in the future. 72. First meeting. Honestly, this layer is huge. Leo was standing on the rooftop of a temple as he was looking at the large city. The sky was clear, and there was a slight breeze. This layer did not differ from the actual world, even if it was a completely divided realm. The 3rd layer of Asgard is a large city where the Valkyries live. It has everything from the modern era. Shops, beauty salons, etc. This place was made for Valkyries' enjoyment, but there was something weird here and there. Like some Valkyries playing tennis or some other sports with slightly revealing clothes, as it made Kazuma observe for a moment before Leo deleted their memories. Advocate of gender equality, yup, I want to shake the hand of the person who made this place. Neat princess, I feel that Odin reached a level of culture we mortals can't comprehend. He even made his whole faction do it too. What a legend. Leo watched the somehow empty 3rd layer as he wanted to pay respect to Odin's madness. Bree, I lost faith in gods. Big Sister Lion, I never believed in my life that I'll see this kind of gods. Advocate of gender equality, I didn't have faith in the first place. Picture of Aqua choking on a cooked frog leg. Big Sister Lion, you really have it tough. Gods, hey. Leo shook his head before he snapped his fingers as 5 clones appeared next to him. You know the plan. Touch everything in this layer. Leo gave orders before the clones nodded and teleport from here. Leo already finished his attack on this layer, as most of the Valkyries left and the place is almost empty, which means he needs to act fast before they discover his actions. He learned some things about Asgard from Valkyries during this journey. Like the royal place in the 1st layer is the place where gods usually live in, and most of the layers here are for Valkyries as the warriors live in Valhalla. However, the medium layers are for the old gods and stubborn kinds that don't like the change that Odin made according to human society, but those layers also contain monsters and creatures that can't fit in the outside world. The last layers are secret ones that no one except who had permission from Odin can access it. Especially the 9th layer, as only Odin can enter that layer. So this is Leo's goal from this heist. Neat princess, touch everything, hey. Advocate of gender equality, this place will be burned to the ground, but I require the phrase to be said. Yet, I'll say it. Leo waved his hand before he jumped from the rooftop and rushed to the next loophole. When Leo was rushing to the loophole in the underground where nobody usually goes, Kagaya was checking something on the internet. Killing without the killing desire behind it. That sounds like something only emotionless beings will do, but... Kagaya was checking the pages with a speed that'll make Leo and Kazuma surrender to the internet god. However, Leo has desires and his own personality. It was almost like he didn't even think he was going to kill them in the first place. Kagaya observed the stream more while she was thinking. She doesn't have a problem if Leo kills or not, but it was very odd and something that shouldn't happen in that way. Kagaya saw this form of thing happen before at the moon. On the moon, gods don't have feelings for mortals and think everything they do is correct, which comes from their nature. Leo reminded Kagaya with that as she almost felt his action was coming from rightness. Nature of the thing. Like no sins and only total rightness. Does Leo have something like that? Kagaya frowned more and more before she widened her eyes and dropped the mouse from her hand. No way. Kagaya stared at the bookshelf next to her before she picked a book and looked at it. The book title was Toaru Meijutsu no Index Lore for Dumbass. Meanwhile, Leo reached for the loophole and hit it with his spear as another portal opened. However, Leo frowned as this portal doesn't go into any layer from Asgard that he scanned before. Hidden layers? Why, I'm not surprised. Leo saw the portal destination is a hidden layer in the 5th layer before he stepped forward, but at that moment he stopped. Bree, what happened? SHHH. Leo put his finger on his mouth before he looked at the portal more closely. He felt something wasn't right from this portal before he hit it again with his spear. 4th hidden layer. Leo tilted his head as this seemed to be strange. There was a hidden loophole in a hidden loophole. Does this mean the other loophole is true, or it's just a trap? Leo put his hand on the portal as he scanned the space using Pakia, but he didn't get any useful information. Leo watched the portal for a while before he tightened his spear and jumped into it. The scene shifted in Leo's eyes until it became a library in the 4th layer that was hidden from everyone and can only be accessed from the 4th layer or the loophole in the 3rd layer. Library, hey! Leo picked a book from the shelf next to him as he saw it as a basic book about some combat style while all the others were something about regular magic or martial arts. So, this place is a hidden library to keep these books, but these only basics, and most of them are regular things. Leo put the book back to its place before he looked at the portal behind him that didn't close until now. So, what to do with this? Another loophole. Of course. Leo hit the portal again as a passage to the 5th layer was opened, which made him stare at it with a blank face. That was just a lucky guess. Are you serious? Leo felt there was something wrong with this Agard and the person who made these loopholes. The strongest man in the world, this is confusing. I know. Leo nodded before he made 3 clones and made them scatter around as he was preparing something in this layer before he jumped to the portal, but he didn't arrive at the 5th layer. It was a hidden layer in the 6th layer. Okay, now this is weird. Leo looked at the old library filled with scrolls and books as he didn't know what to say. So, this portal is a trap and it'll lead to the 4th layer, but because I destroyed it with my spear, it led me to the true loophole. Leo rotated Gi-Balg as he felt that maybe the penetration was the answer all along. Advocate of gender of equality, so, you went from the 3rd layer to the 4th hidden one, but that layer took you into the 6th hidden layer when you should have gone to the 5th one? The strongest man in the world, this is really confusing. A hero for fun. Agreed. Well, it was a shortcut. Leo chooses to ignore the stupid loopholes in this system before he checked the scrolls in the library. Most of the scrolls were about Asgard history and some secret information about the past which wasn't supposed to be shown to the outsiders or even most of the Valkyries. But Leo found some magic books and martial arts, even if most of them were about barriers and healing magic. Maybe there's another secret around. Leo put the scrolls as he walked around the library. The library was enormous but almost empty with no sound around, even a slight whisper couldn't be heard in this library, which made Leo put a sound barrier around him so he won't alarm anyone. Advocate of gender equality, this reminds me of my old world where I hated the library. Neat princess, same. Bree, you two should stop hating everything, just because it hurts your brains. I put JoJo's in the religion section before Leo dropped the bomb as the chat room exploded. Advocate of gender equality, ha 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 ha. Neat princess, you madman. Take my respect, god damn it. Bree, a religion named JoJo? Advocate of gender equality, when did you do it? It was in my old world, it was a good time. But I also plan to do it here. Leo smiled slightly before he walked toward a bookshelf that seemed important. Advocate of gender equality, but don't you feel strange that there's no one in this lair? Neat princess, this place looked like an important place, so there have to be some guards at least. I don't know. Leo looked at the huge bookshelf before he reached a book and said, I didn't feel anyone in this lair. Maybe it's deserted. However, when Leo picked the book, another book was picked next to him as it showed the face of a person from the other side. Awkward silence. There was a handsome man on the other side. He was wearing a blue jewel on his forehead and with a long light blue hair that was floating behind him. Neat princess, a wild Loki appeared. Leo blinked once. Loki was staring at Leo without blinking as he was holding a book in his hand. Leo raised the book in his hand slowly as he covered the gap in the bookshelf between him and Loki. Big Sister Lion, are you really serious? Bree, you'll get used to it. However, that didn't last long before Loki took the book and stared at Leo again. More awkward silence. The two men stared at each other without talking before Loki said, how can a lowly human enter this PLA? However, Loki didn't complete his words because. Boost. Asterisk Bayam. Asterisk. MUDA. Leo punched Loki to the face with the boosted gear as his face was twisted for a second because of the spin before he was sent flying across the library. And this was the first meeting between Leo and the gods in Asgard. 105. Leo vs Loki. In the fourth layer library, there was a Valkyrie sitting on a desk while checking the files. This is Amelia, a high-ranking Valkyrie in Asgard. Her job is usually to guard the layers and especially the hidden libraries and archives. She was recently transferred to the sixth hidden layer, but today Lord Loki told all the guards to leave and shut himself inside the library. Almost all Asgard know Loki's usual behavior of pride and arrogance, but he doesn't bother anyone as long as you don't mess with him. Once in a while, he chooses to stay in the library to test magic or do more studies, which isn't a problem at all. However, he always kicks the people out of that layer when he does that, which bothers them slightly. Sigh, at least, I don't have to work a lot. Amelia sighed as she was looking through the library records as it was a daily job for her. But she didn't notice the cup of coffee next to her was vibrating slightly. Meanwhile, in the sixth hidden layer. Crash crash crash. Loki was flying across the library as he smashed 3 bookshelves before he did a flip and stopped in mid-air. What's this? Loki shook his head as he felt his divine energy and head were spinning slightly, which made him dizzy before he forced himself to calm down. Loki widened his eyes before he wanted to use a teleportation spell, but it failed as a red spinning spear appeared in front of him. The mana and space power contained in that spear gave Loki chills before he used his divine power to the maximum and activated an acceleration spell. The spear did an arc in the air before it flew to the end of the library as Loki was able to dodge with an inch. Boom! An explosion hit the place as the whole library was shaking, books and scrolls were falling to the ground. I missed. Leo stared at the explosion in the distance as he tightened his fist and activated his magic core. Red mana rushed from Leo's heart and filled his body instantly as a red aura was around his body. This is a simple use of mana inspired by Ki as it increases Leo's body power as long as he can withstand the huge mana. However, that wasn't the end as yellow lightning appeared on his body and formed an armor on the red mana. Using Regulus power, Leo increased his speed and power again. The whole chat group was in the state of spectating as they were waiting for the battle without talking. Hang on tight, Leo said as pink space aura covered his 4 beasts on his head and shoulder. Boost. Boom. Leo's power doubled again before he kicked the ground and rushed toward Loki. All that left in the place was sparks of lightning as a red meteor was flying in the library. Loki was staring at the explosion as he felt the spear power and looked at the skin injury on his stomach that was healed with magic. He frowned as he wasn't able to do space magic and all his defensive spells were pierced like nothing, but he didn't have much time before he saw the red meteor appearing in front of him. Wide array of magic circles activated around Loki as it formed an all-round defense, but Leo raised his fist that was flashing with mana, thunder, and pink space power before he punched. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Loki's magic circles smashed like nothing, as Leo rushed with another punch towards Loki, but a golden aura and purple magic circle blocked him. However, the ground wasn't safe as it cracked and the library was shaking again. Leo and Loki were locked like that as shock waves blew everything around them. However, Leo was frowning as he felt that the divine power enchanted Loki's spells and made him able to stop his attack. Sneak attack? But I have to say that you're an interesting opponent. Loki smirked as he saw Leo's space-powered punches, even if he was disgusted by the thunder as it reminds him of Thor. At this moment, the battle-maniac evil god forgot about why Leo was in Asgard and wanted to enjoy this battle, which made Leo stare at him with a blank face before he acted. Leo raised the boosted gear as he hit the magic barrier again and made Loki's feet sink to the ground from the force before he twisted his body and did an axe kick towards Loki's head. Leo's speed was very fast as it was boosted by lightning before it hit Loki, but he was able to block it with his hands that were covered with magic circles. However, the space vibrations made Loki shake before he jumped backward because Leo wanted to kick him in the gut. But this didn't help him as Leo twisted his body and rotated in midair before he punched the air, as a punch mark appeared on Loki's stomach and he was sent flying. What? Loki didn't understand how can that punch hit him from that distance as he wanted to use magic attacks, but Leo that was spinning in midair raised the boosted gear. Kumimian Tusk appeared on the boosted gear before 5 spinning dragon shots emerged on the Longinus fingers. Leo didn't waste time as he shot all the energy booms towards Loki while removing the distance like he did with the previous punch. Defense or range doesn't work well. Loki analyzed the situation instantly as he raised his arm before a large number of magic circles appeared and shot beams towards Leo and his attack. The two attacks met head-on, but Loki widened his eyes as he saw most of his attacks were sliding on Leo's dragon shots before they hit random places in the library. The dragon shots didn't stop because of Loki's surprise as they reached him, but they all missed the target and went around his body. Leo landed on the ground as he opened his palm and Gi-Balg appeared on it before he waved and crushed all Loki magic attacks. To think the opponent was the Red Dragon Emperor. Loki was getting overjoyed by the battle when he realized that he's against the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation before he said, "You're a human, but you still have proven your strength even if you're a very chaotic person. Advocate of gender equality, hey. You have a cool title and you didn't tell me. Neat princess, shhhhh. Let me watch. You talk too much, don't you?" Leo raised his spear as 5 red shadow spears appeared around him before they shot towards a corner in the library. Crack! The spears hit a hidden magic circle before it was activated. Leo felt the magic circle was a trap, so he stopped it immediately. However, Leo looked at Loki normally before he snapped his fingers. "And it's a dragon for you," Leo said as Loki felt something dragging him from behind. Looking at the back, Loki saw the 5 spinning dragon shots combined as a black point appeared in space and started to suck him towards it. 3 seconds before the black hole vanished, Leo tightened his muscles as he teleported above Loki and stuck him with his spear. Loki was in the middle of Leo's attack in the black hole as he didn't have any place to run, but he smirked before he teleported. Leo raised his eyebrow as he stopped in midair and looked at Loki standing far away from him with hundreds of magic circles. "Oh? Did you analyze my space blockage?" Leo figured out the situation immediately before he said, "It seems that magic is more convenient than I thought, or I suppose this is a god." Humph. Don't get ahead of yourself, human. Loki shook his head before he said, "Just because you got the power from the god recorded in the Bible, that doesn't make you a rival to gods. You really love your villain speech." Leo rotated Gi-Balg in his hand as he disappeared from his place with a flash of lightning. Boom. Loki widened his eyes before he desperately moved his head to the side as Gi-Balg scratched his cheek. Leo was standing sidewise and holding his spear with one hand before he said, "But you need more than that. God. Boost." Loki didn't even move before he was kicked by Leo as the air exploded with sonic booms. Crash. Loki crashed to the ground as he rolled for a moment before he regained his balance and stood up. Raising his arm, Loki shot magic beams and lightning towards Leo. Red arcs flashed in the air, as Leo destroyed and shot down every single spell as an explosion appeared behind him because of the stray shots, but he was unscratched. However, Loki flew to the sky again as he was bleeding slightly because of Leo's attacks, but he was smiling as 13 magic circles appeared on the ground. 3 wolves appeared from the magic circles followed by 10 dragons that resemble snakes. Those were Loki's son and grandsons, Fenrir, Skall, Heitai, and 10 clones of Midgardsormr. Fahahaha. Now, let's see how the Red Dragon Emperor deals with the fangs that able to slay gods. Loki smiled as his army of monster was growling at Leo. However, he didn't get the reaction he was waiting for. "Did you finally summon them?" Leo put the spear on his shoulder as he looked at Loki's army before he said, "I guess this is it." Loki didn't understand Leo's words, but his monsters didn't wait before Fenrir was the first one to rush towards Leo with a godlike speed as he crossed the distance instantly. Kazuma, Misaka, and Leon widened their eyes at the screen as Fenrir almost bit Leo with his sharp fangs. Crunch! with the sound of teeth grinding on something. For the first time during this battle, Loki was completely shocked. Leo was holding Fenrir Fang with his empty hand as he didn't even get scratched by the fangs that slay gods. His body was shining with pink aura as the space barrier was between him and Fenrir. It doesn't matter what you throw at me. Leo pierced Gi Balg to the ground before he clenched his fist as the space was getting compressed to a terrifying degree. As long as it doesn't affect space. Leo swung his fist as the compressed space hit Fenrir to the jaw. Boom! Fenrir was launched like a rag doll to the sky as he reached the ceiling before it fell slowly, but a white-pink dragon appeared in the sky as it hit Fenrir with its tail. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. In Loki's astonished eyes, Fenrir hit the ground as the whole layer was shaking violently. However, what shocked him is the dragon in the air and how the space was reacting around him. He never saw in his life this dragon and he can't believe that he doesn't know this strong dragon while feeling a power that surpassed him. Palkia didn't care about Loki as his claws flashed with space power before he rushed to Fenrir. A pink aura appeared on Leo's head as SCP-999 was teleported. As for you. Leo grabbed Gi Balg from the ground as he was putting a huge amount of mana into it before a pink humanoid creature appeared behind him. He did the previous hand sign with his hand that looks like holding a detonator and said, "Killer Queen has already touched you." Killer Queen, a stand from JoJo and the last beast Leo made in the dimensional gap with the ability to turn anything it touches into a bomb. Switch. Asterisk explosion. Asterisk. Loki's body was exploding as he was struggling to use his magic and divine power to stop the bombs from destroying his body. He didn't struggle for long before he found a weird mana in his body and got rid of it, which made the explosions stop, but he was heavily injured. Also, it doesn't matter if you summon or not. Leo's words were like ice to Loki. No, it was literally ice as the whole layer was getting frozen with lightning flashing around. A giant lion made from lightning appeared on top of Skull and Heitai before it smashed their heads to the ground easily. The two wolves didn't have a chance to react because of the violent lightning and the fact that their fangs and claws don't work on a mass of energy. On the other side, a blizzard was blowing as a monster in the shape of a mermaid was freezing everything around her. Even the space was slightly frozen. The Midgardsormr clone's flames didn't have any effect before they were frozen and crushed into fragments. Loki even saw his magic circles and defenses getting frozen by the cold air as he started to add divine power to stop it. This is Alreska Glacis, a familiar from Strike the Blood, who can lower the temperature to absolute zero that's not possible normally and crush things at an atomic level. This beast was made from a Death Taigu in the dimensional gap. Leo put a position of throwing before he tightened the spear that was charged with mana, lightning while spinning in his hand before he said it's over. Boost. Boom. The spear left sonic booms in the air as it flew towards the injured Loki with a speed that didn't even give him a chance to blink as he was using a teleportation spell, but it failed again. This bastard, Loki realized that Leo allowed him to use space earlier before he flew down to avoid the spear, but that was pointless as the spear changed its direction and rushed to him even if he used an acceleration spell. Don't you dare get cocky, human. Loki used all his strength with the divine power in the air and made hundreds of magic circles between him and the spear as it blocked its advancement. Lightning and mana were clashing together between Gi Balg and Loki divine magic barriers as it did a spectacular light show. Divine power again, hey. Leo raised his hand before two sounds vibrated across this layer. Asterisk penetrate. Asterisk. Puff. With the sound of the boosted gear and flesh getting pierced, Loki saw the spear piercing him in his abdomen before he crashed to the ground. The layer in all Asgard was vibrating slightly from that attack. 52. Realization. An enormous cloud of dust appeared in the layer, but Leo waved his spear as it was cleared quickly and showed Loki that was staring at the ceiling in shock while he was nailed to the ground. Leo walked slowly towards Loki as he recovered his beasts and looked at the destruction in this layer before he said, "Well, looks like I'm exposed." Loki moved his head slowly to look at Leo and Palkia that was bringing Fenrir that was sealed in a cube of space, but what made him speechless is the fact that Fenrir was getting tickled by an orange slime as he lost his ability to resist. The god-devouring wolf was subdued by an orange slime. This made Loki lose some faith in himself. Transfer. Leo saw Fenrir in the space, so he transferred the boost to Alreska and froze Fenrir in space and time inside the cube after recovering SCP-999. Like I said. Leo recovered his beasts before he said it's over. Loki stared at Leo as he didn't have any strength to stand up. Killer Queen bombs injured him badly from the inside and Gi-Balg is using his separation power to separate his divine power from his body, which left him powerless. However, Leo didn't care about Loki's eyes glaring at him because he was typing in the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin, how was that? Advocate of gender equality, it sucks, I wasn't able to see anything, all the fight was just flashing on the screen. This isn't anime. You lied to me. Neat princess, 3/10 just because you said the phrase. Bree, I didn't see anything. Big sister lion, me too. The strongest man in the world, you took too long. A hero for fun, one attack is enough. Even if that's boring. Annihilation Maker, admin, I needed him to summon his monsters, so it took this long. Neat princess, it still sucks. But more importantly, I think I found what happened to you, Leo. Leo was surprised by this announcement, but he heard an annoying voice behind him. Don't think you won, Red Dragon Emperor. This is just the B. Loki didn't finish his words as Venom shot a web to his mouth and Leo said, wait a minute. The group saw how Leo was treating gods before they ignored it. Neat princess, you know that you made yourself compatible with magic, but you know that in Tuaru world, magic work in the idol theory that follows the belief of a certain religion to affect the reality. I know, Leo nodded, but Loki was struggling while staring at him like a retarded because he was talking to the air. Neat princess, espers use their own reality which is the opposite to magic side, so maybe because you are in a god's realm is affecting your personal reality after being allowed to use magic. Neat princess, even if you are in DXD, a god realm is a god realm, and maybe there are some rules in the DXD world that are clashing with Tuaru rules. Honestly, there are a lot of possibilities, but this will certainly affect you and most likely you'll go berserk or something because espers are related to angels. Misaka in her world was walking in the school corridor as she was looking at the messages while gathering information. I knew it. My world has magic, hey. There's even a magic side. Misaka nodded her head while reading the last message Kaguya sent before she thought so. Espers are related to angels. Wait, what? She stopped in her place immediately before she typed in the chat. Bree, excuse me. Advocate of gender equality, I knew it. Kazuma raised his fist because he guessed Misaka's world plot successfully. The strongest man in the world, This looks like a problem. Then what do you suggest, Kaguya? Whitebeard still feels weird to call Kaguya because he knows that her age is bigger than him by a huge amount. However, they all forgot Misaka's question. Neat princess, don't kill or use your esper ability, and it's better if you left this realm as soon as possible. I see. Then I'll go berserk if I stay here. Leo looked at Gi-Balg in his hand before he typed in the chat. Neat princess, most likely. Annihilation Maker, admin, thank you. Finally. It's about time this happens. Neat princess, phew. Leo ignored the chat room as he looked at the problem in his hands. Venom, do you need him dead or just like this? Leo looked at the struggling Loki as he asked Venom. I need him dead because this is the only way to absorb the divine power for me, and honestly, these gods are weak, Venom said in Leo's mind. Don't compare Marvel Comics to here, Venom. However, the only way? Then let's make another way, Leo said as a black fog appeared on Venom before he gained a new ability to absorb the divine power from living gods as long as they don't resist, or in Loki's condition as their divine power separated. Neat princess, hey. Talk to me. What the hell do you mean by finally? Bree, she seems really angry. Big sister lion, yet. Annihilation Maker, admin, this is just a regular trope in the protagonist life cycle. Advocate of gender equality, you're okay, Leo? You didn't hit your head or something? Annihilation Maker, admin, no, I'm okay. But my protagonist phase has started. The group stared at the screen to see Leo acting normally as he seemed completely calm, unlike the other time when they told him about the killing problem. They even saw his coat extend some webs and warp Loki before it absorbed some golden color energy. Neat princess, Leo. Are you serious? Annihilation Maker, admin, yet, I'm serious. Like every protagonist going berserk and receiving a power-up. I'll use it and weaponize my berserk state, just watch me. Neat princess, are you kidding me? Leo, what the hell? Do you know what you're messing with? Advocate of gender equality, how bad is it exactly? Neat princess, type moon level of despair. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. This isn't worth it just because you want to become OP or something. Neat princess, become OP? That isn't a reason to jump into Toaru chaos. There's no way that's your reason. Well, it's kinda my reason even if it's to pass time. Leo smiled at the screen, but the group stopped talking as they felt that smile was weird. The group wasn't able to describe that smile, but they know that smile wasn't for them or even to anyone in this place. Pass. Time. Kaguya fingers stopped typing as she stared at the screen without blinking, even if Leo already walked away. She knows that Leo's answer will always be yes. I want to be OP or shut up and just watch. However, she never imagined getting this answer. Is it because of the external factors? Or he already knows this will happen, so he came here? I don't know. For the first time in this group, Kaguya felt this weird and helpless. Whitebeard tightened his grip on his naginata as he drank some wine. But his sons noticed that he's thinking about something. Leon was drinking like Whitebeard, but she didn't like the weird atmosphere in the chat room. Misaka felt this conversation, and this moment is the most weird situation this chat room ever saw. However, she felt something weird happened after looking at that smile. Like something was so close became very far. Aqua finally cleared her plate of food and stared at Kazuma that was looking at the air while tapping the sword in his hand with his fingers. For the first time after they came to this world, Aqua chose to not mess with Kazuma as she felt something weird. Saitama looked at the chat room screen as even he showed a clear emotion because he was frowning. At this moment, the group realized something. After all that time together, even if it wasn't long, they know a lot about each other, but Leo was always an exception. No, it was like they knew something, but those things hide the big picture. He's rude? Like cute things? Want to be OP? He also cares about his friends and family? But now, all this information seems like trivial things and they are just scratching the surface of something deep. The group knows that Leo isn't a madman even if he acts like one with his crazy ideas, he's more like my normal doesn't have to be your normal. But this made them more puzzled. Why is he doing this? For power? Even Leon that joined recently knows that wrong, so for what? He didn't seem to hide anything in his actions. So why are they feeling like this? The whole team saw Leo back to normal now, but they couldn't take the question out of their heads. This made them realize that they don't know anything about the person named Leo. When the group was silent, Leo grabbed SCP-999 from above his head and said, "Hey, little guy, I need you in something." SCP-999 made an OK sign with his body as he was agreeing to Leo's plan. "Okay, then I only need one thing and we're ready." Leo put SCP-999 on his head before he walked forward to look for a secret here. Loki that was dragged by Leo's web stared at his divine power that was absorbed by venom and Fenrir that was frozen in ice. What the hell is going on with this Red Dragon Emperor? He even has Annihilation. Maker Loki was able to detect Leo power by using his senses as a god because his divine power was on venom. He's a strong opponent and maybe one of the strongest Red Dragon Emperors, but he's so chaotic. Dragon Heart? But why does he seem like a hero that'll turn into a god? Loki could see Leo's dragon heart and lungs, but that doesn't change the fact that Leo is a human with special traits. Humans can become gods in this world if they have a pure soul, benevolence, and righteousness, as it doesn't matter to be evil or good as long as you are honest about yourself. Because gods are honest about their personalities. However, Loki saw something weird here. He saw an invisible field around Leo clashing with the divine power in the air that was trying to start the codification process before getting absorbed by that field. The two Longinus were also sending something like information, but the field was disgusted by it before it compressed it and turned it into something purer. "Oh, it's using my divine power and Asgard divine power to write something." Loki saw something in the shape of a book with one page in Leo's aura before he nodded and thought how he could escape. But that didn't take long before he widened his eyes. "It's using my fucking divine power to write something." Loki saw the book and the only page in it. There were only 2 lines written in the book, but every word and letter was hitting Loki in the head like a hammer from just looking at them. For the first time in his life, Loki felt fear, an absolute fear from those words. Just what the hell is this? Loki stared at Leo before he looked at this divine power. "However, it's using my divine power and my divine power has. We're all going to die." Loki's eyes went blank as he stared at the book and the boosted gear while he felt that his reason in life was lost because this man in front of him will cause a Ragnarok even bigger than his. "What happened to you, Loki? I need you to find the Infinity Gauntlet in your father treasury." Leo dragged Loki before he said, "You'll be the guide and the scapegoat." Loki has almost choked on his own blood after he heard what this guy is planning. Meanwhile, in the first layer in Asgard, the gods felt Fenrir and Loki power from the lower layer, but most importantly, Drake power as they rushed outside the palace. However, Odin, Vidar, Freyr, Baldur, and Brynhildr were staring at the Valkyries that were holding balloons and party tools. Odin raised his eyebrow, Vidar put his hand on his chin while wondering what's going on. The other gods didn't have much reaction except confusion, but Brynhildr shivered from anger. Asgard was getting chaotic, and this is only the start. 140. Roller coaster. Can you explain? Brynhildr walked towards one of the Valkyries as she was boiling from anger before she said, "What are you doing here?" When Asgard is under attack. In the first layer, Brynhildr was staring at most of the Valkyries in Asgard while burning from anger. All the Valkyries were startled before they swallowed up a little because Brynhildr was scary. Especially when she's angry. Brynhildr is a beautiful woman with long light blue hair. However, she is a very serious and strict person who will always make sure the order and rules are being followed inside Asgard, which makes the Valkyries afraid of her even if they take her as a role model. Calm down, Brynhildr. Vidar walked toward Brynhildr in an attempt to calm her down, but he said, "You'll get more wrinkles on your face if you continue." Vidar is a handsome man in his 20s. He has white golden hair, golden eyes, and a beard. He also wears a fitting white suit. But Brynhildr has known this guy for a long time. Hey! Brynhildr touched her face to feel the smooth skin before she understood that Vidar was making fun of her age again. You! Brynhildr clenched her fist that was flashing with divine power as she was forcing herself to calm down. Vidar laughed slightly at Brynhildr's condition before he turned towards the Valkyries and said, "Does any one of you care to explain what's happening?" One Valkyrie was sacrificed by her friends to explain what happened, which made Brynhildr take notes to train these Valkyries further in the aspect of teamwork. Odin raised his eyebrow when heard the story about the man named Joker and the unexpected party before he said, "I thought this was a surprise party. Sigh, this is disappointing." "I know, right?" Vidar replied naturally, which made Brynhildr angrier. "Father, look at this." Baldur looked at the Valkyries before a magic circle flashed in his hand. Baldur is the god of beauty and the eldest son of Odin. He used his magic on the Valkyries and discovered something. A strange force affected their minds. Odin touched his beard before he said, "But why is it acting in this way? It's almost like they put it to be removed easily." Freyr, the god of sacral kingship, said as he noticed the way the force was affecting the Valkyries' minds. "Remove it." Odin observed the magic circle for a while before he used his own divine power and removed all the foreign force on the Valkyries. However, something happened that made him surprised, even if he saw a lot during his life. That wasn't real. A Valkyrie collapsed to the ground while looking devastated. "He tricked us. He tricked us." Another Valkyrie was clenching her weapon as she almost gritted her teeth. Joker. Unforgivable. A dark aura appeared on most of the Valkyries as it made Odin sweat a little. The gods stopped their actions as they stared at the Valkyries that were releasing a terrifying aura. This is what happens when you leave the talk to an SCP, so Leo is facing the wrath of Yandere Valkyries. "What happened to you?" Brynhildr understood that something has happened to the Valkyries before she said, "Start the formation and follow me." Brynhildr was trying to command the Valkyries, but they all turned towards her with their empty eyes as it put a chill into her soul. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Brynhildr didn't want to admit she was scared while trying to figure out the situation. "What an amazing SCE, I mean horrible." Odin corrected his words before he walked forward and said, "Valkyries, listen to me." All Valkyries looked at Odin before he said, "We have a situation about an intruder in Asgard and this isn't the time to act weak. Pick up your weapons and follow the oath you made. Protect Asgard." Odin saw his words have some effect on the Valkyries before he said, "Oh, I forgot to say. Your Joker is there too." The Valkyries seemed to be hit by an electric shock before they all raised their weapons and rushed towards the second layer. They didn't even wait for the gods to follow. "I still got it." Odin smirked while touching his beard as Brynhildr felt she need more studies after all those years before she followed the Valkyries. "And here they go." Vidar sighed after he saw the Valkyries leave before he looked at his father and said, "But father, you felt it, didn't you?" "Loki, Fenrir, and Drake." Odin nodded before he looked slightly serious and said, "It has a while since I heard that name. Do you think Loki has Drake? Or this Joker is a helper to him?" Baldur didn't even think twice before including Loki on the intruder's side. "We don't have enough information, but it most likely Loki was a part of this, Freyr said while his idea was similar to Baldur. Vader didn't say anything as he was slightly sad for Loki and his bad luck to be always suspected when something happens. We can't be sure. Odin didn't rush in conclusion before he looked around and said the others aren't here. Thor and the others aren't here. Baldur replied before he said but why don't you know, father? Cough, I was busy. Odin coughed, which made them know he was doing his usual perverted hobby before they ignored him and teleported to the 6th layer, but they couldn't. Baldur tried a few more times before he looked at Odin and said the layer is locked. The other felt the confusion in Baldur's tone before they frowned and teleported to the 2nd layer as they met the Valkyries using magic in space. Lord Odin Brynhildr saw Odin arrive before he bowed down slightly as she said the whole layers are locked and we can't access them. Freyr stared at the space leading to the 3rd layer before he said the space was rotated and the entire system is against us now. This is really annoying, but brilliant at the same time. Freyr used hundreds of magic circles to analyze space as he was annoyed by this situation. The whole layer space was rotated by 180 degrees, which made the defensive system that was protecting Asgard from the intruders work against them. Are you telling me we were kicked out from Asgard? Vidar was speechless as he looked at the Valkyries working to analyze the space blockage. Kicked from Asgard, hey. First, he turned most of our Valkyries into Yanderis, and now he did this. Odin didn't seem all that worried as he knows how strong the defensive system in the lower layers with the tricks and traps in it. Lord Brynhildr. Ah! Lord Odin! A Valkyrie came rushing to Brynhild as she was holding a magic circle that was showing a map. Brynhild saw Odin nodded before she signaled the Valkyrie to speak. We found the location of Lord Loki and the intruder. Joker! The voice of the Valkyrie cracked for a second, which scared Brynhildr slightly before she looked at the magic circle. Hey? Does this space exist? Brynhild was confused as she saw a subspace next to the 6th hidden one. An extra space. Odin looked at the map before his face solidified for a second. I can't believe this. This is terrible. A serious look formed on Odin's face, but this made his 2 sons more speechless. We need to stop them immediately. Odin raised his hand as Gungnir appeared on his hand before he said Asgard secrets can't be known to the enemies. Vidar, Baldur, Freyr and Brynhildr stared at Odin holding Gungnir as they finally understood what was in that layer. Meanwhile, in the extra space at the 6th hidden layer. This space is much like the last library, but it was slightly smaller. Leo was looking at a book in his hand while reading it. He's taking that book very seriously as he made sure he doesn't miss a single detail before he closed it and looked to the sky. Boom! Leo kicked the bookshelf as a part of the library went flying and books mixed with DVDs flew to the sky. It was all PRN and hen AI. Leo screamed to the sky as he burned the book in his hand. The other books fell on Loki as he was also very speechless from the situation. The evil god Loki was buried under a mountain of hen AI and PRN magazines. Neat princess, always has been. Advocate of gender equality, I'll go and worship Odin now. Bree, I don't know what to say anymore. I give up. Big sister lion, what a crazy world, hey? A god hide po asterisk n in his kingdom. This is the result after some research in this layer by Leo and some help from Loki. Flashback before entering the secret space. Hey? Do you expect me to say something? Loki could talk as Leo removed the web from his mouth before he said don't dream, human. I, Loki, searched this place for years and learned all Odin's ways and tricks before reaching this far. And you want to find them now? Don't make me laugh. Fuhaha. Loki didn't finish his laugh as Leo put the web again before he dragged him and walked towards the place he came from. You learned Odin ways, hey? Then you're the retard that put the stupid loopholes next to each other. Leo observed the place while Palkia raised Fenrir and followed them. Muffled noises. Loki was angry as he was struggling even further, but he couldn't do anything because Gibalg was penetrating him. Leo didn't care about him as he put his hand on the ground and started to feel something. The chat room went silent as they didn't want to bother Leo. This is a weird action which Leo could notice, but he was busy for the moment. The group was still in the same state of earlier as they were thinking about Leo and why he was acting like this. They know that the conditions here are showing them a side they never saw of Leo, but they couldn't just ask him. So they choose to wait and see before taking any action. Found it. Leo stood up from the ground as he looked at Loki and smiled. If you can't solve a problem, blow it up. Leo raised his hand as Killer Queen appeared behind him and pulled the trigger. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a pink flash in space, all the area around Leo and Loki was exploded by Killer Queen bombs that were powered by Palkia space power. The collapsed space didn't last long before it disintegrated, but Leo noticed another space hidden as he ordered Palkia to fix the space. What the use of magic defenses and hidden arts, if you can just blow them away? Leo smiled as he floated from the ground while Loki took another blow to his pride. Yeah, you can do it. Leo felt his clones called him before he nodded and rushed to the subspace. Flashback end. So what to do now? Leo stared at the mountains of Poen and Hanai as he didn't know what to do now. Oh, wait, an idea flashed in Leo's mind before he walked toward a pile of magazines and pulled Loki from under them. Loki was still in the state of the injured pride as Leo removed the web from his mouth. Tell me the location of the biggest magic library, Leo said directly while Loki gave him a stare and said, Human, are you serious? If you don't, then I'll send this video to all the forces in the world. Leo raised his hand while Loki was confused because he didn't see any video before he saw a camera in Leo's hands. The evil god Loki sleeping under Hanai and Poen. I bet Odin will be proud. Leo waved the camera he just made while Loki's eyes went blank again. Loki was now in a choice between his loyalty to Asgard and if he can raise his head when he sees the other gods in the future. Go down to the 7th layer and defeat the two giants guarding a hidden library in the middle of the jungle. I know that library because I usually work there. Loki chose his pride instead of Asgard. After all, he doesn't care anymore and they're going to die, anyway. So he prefers to die with pride. Good, let's go. Leo nodded before Venom shot another web on Loki's mouth and walked towards the 7th layer with Palkia. I really don't have much time. Even though he was looking normal, Leo was feeling tired just from walking as he was pushing his Esper power beyond its limits. Leo is literally fighting the divine power in the air to make it perfect for his use, and he doesn't know how much he can take. Like Kaguya said, he's really messing with some very dangerous stuff. I think the part of hallucinations and flashbacks will start very soon. Leo was wondering when the new stage of Berserk will happen before he felt that the divine power increased when he got closer to the 7th layer. Leo looked at the jungle in front of him before he flew towards the sky. He doesn't have time to waste at all. However, all the books in the library were taken by him using Palkia as he had a very good use for them to make a god cry. When Leo was raiding Asgard's 7th layer, the gods finally cracked Palkia's power and entered the 3rd layer. Scatter around and search everything. Brynhildr didn't waste time as she gave the orders, but she and the Valkyries stopped. Even the gods stopped after they saw the sky. The blue sky with clouds changed completely as it became the picture of a pink humanoid cat with few words next to it. Killer Queen touched this layer. Killer Queen touched this rock. A sound appeared on the ground as it startled a Valkyrie. What does that mean? A Valkyrie stepped on a rock before it exploded in her face and knocked her back. Boom 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 asterisk boom. All the objects in this place were randomly exploding as they always said the same phrase, Killer Queen touched this or that. The whole layer turned into a battlefield that even the gods weren't safe while Leo's clones were watching from afar in a hidden space. When did you do that? The team that touched everything here asked the team that searched the magic library on the 4th floor. Magic? No, seriously, it's magic, one clone said as they looked at him weirdly before he pulled 2 books about basic pictures, projection magic and sound magic. They could do it because Palkia is controlling this space. The Lord allowed it, the other team said before they nodded and left this layer. The clones saw this layer was successful, so they went to prepare the other layer of the roller coaster. This will be a wild ride. 107. Hallucinations. Truly, what an interesting place. Leo was flying in the sky, rushing to the direction of the hidden library that Loki told him about before. He said, I'd observe this place more if I had time. Fenrir and Loki were levitated by Palkia power as they were following Leo in this jungle. This is an artificial jungle created in Asgard by Odin and the other gods. This layer is one of the biggest if it isn't the largest place Leo saw here. It had everything from mythical creatures to species Leo didn't know about as long as they related to the Norse mythology. However, even with this beauty in this fantastic forest, Leo wasn't feeling very good at the moment. The divine power in the air increased with every layer he's crossing as he was feeling a weird reaction from the bottom layers, but he couldn't determine it or had the time to check it. All that he wants to do now is get the whole magic library and rush to the last layer to get Odin's secrets before he goes crazy, and probably destroy a lot of things. Leo was thinking about his plan while checking the progress of his aim field before he noticed 2 hills from afar, but they weren't made of rocks. Rumble. The 2 hills started shaking violently as it seems they noticed Leo before they stood up and showed their true form. 2 50 meters giants guarding an entrance at the side of the forest. The two giants noticed Loki before they looked at Leo and wanted to rush towards him, but the forest temperature dropped sharply before a blizzard hit the place. All that left were 2 ice cubes that contained both giants. Sorry, but I don't think I have time to waste with you. Leo waved his hand as it was releasing cold air before he rushed towards the entrance. Well, this is a surprise. Leo flew in the passage for a while before he arrived into a completely new place. The theme of the forest was much less in this place as modern shelves and tables are around. The entire library was giving a vibe of connecting to nature as most of the library is a giant tree, but Leo didn't care that much before he checked the place. Nobody. Leo frowned as he didn't feel any life around the library except the plants, which made him puzzled because this doesn't seem like an abandoned place. However, he didn't know that this part of Asgard is usually only for species and creatures that can't access the human world and some bored gods, so they mostly sleep here. The library isn't very important to them as they completely ignore it, so Asgard stores most of their magic knowledge here. I guess I'll just take it. Leo nodded before Palkia arrived and pink waves of space power rushed across the library. The whole library and this part of the forest started shining pink before they were contained in a large ball made of space. The scene didn't last for long before the space twisted and the entire area was sucked into another dimension. In the dimensional gap where Leo's subspace. The area from the forest appeared as it fused with the subspace before it was hidden alongside the dimension. Asterisk boom. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Thousands of traps and magical attacks were activated in the giant pit where the library was as they were destroying everything around. Leo stood on the air as he was looking at the traps before he turned towards Loki. Loki turned his head away while pretending he didn't know anything, which made Leo increase the power of the venom web. Advocate of gender equality, objective reached and quest is complete. Neat princess, mission complete. Rank C rewards. Bree, so we started to take this as a game? Advocate of gender equality, I can literally level up, what do you want me to do? Bree. Neat princess, apparently, my life isn't all that interesting, so I only have a bullet hell game. Yeah, only a game. Big sister lion, does this make me better? Neat princess, your world gave me depression and sadness. Big sister lion. Good. The strongest man in the world, so what did my world give you? Neat princess, a journey that I can't see it end. The strongest man in the world, as I expected. A hero for fun. What about mine? Neat princess, hype. A hero for fun. Okay. Leo didn't care about the usual nonsense in the group before he noticed the forest and felt some strong guys awakening. They weren't as strong as him and most of them were even weaker than Loki, but he didn't want to have a confrontation during this time. Well, run away? Yeah, I'll run away. Leo nodded at one of his most successful plans before he wanted to teleport from this lair, but things didn't go the way he liked. Darkness, the entire world was swept by darkness as it became pitch black. Leo felt the whole world vanished with nothing left around him before a few candles appeared in the front. The scene wasn't strange for Leo as he saw it before, but this time it seemed different and more real. Leo couldn't describe these feelings, but this didn't stop him from taking action. Great, the hallucinations started and I'm going crazy now. Leo sighed at his situation before he waved his hand and did the most obvious thing to do. He blows out the candles. The candles blew out normal like any normal candle before darkness filled the place. But after a while, the candles were lit again. Leo even noticed that the flames of the candles didn't decrease or their form changed, it was like he didn't do anything. What does this mean? Leo wanted to analyze this place further, but the scene vanished again and everything returned to normal. Big sister lion, what just happened? Bree, hey, Leo, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Leo answered casually before he looked at the chat room screen and said, did you see something? Advocate of gender equality, the screen went pitch black for a few seconds. Neat princess, no sound or picture. It was almost like everything vanished. Did something happen to you? Yes, I was hallucinating. Leo nodded before he took a sigh of relief and said, which is good. Bree, hallucinations. Good. What? The strongest man in the world, a new way to look at it. Hey. Yeah, it's good. First, if you saw it then I'm not crazy, which is a point in my book, and secondly, the hallucination is a sign that I'm going in the right way of getting out of control. Leo reasoning completely bewildered the group before he said, and it's nice to know this chat room can show things that even Drake didn't see. Neat princess, hidden function, Advocate of gender equality, probably the same with how we can see the stands. Well, I need to get out of here. Leo looked back to see monsters and creatures rushing towards him before a pink barrier appeared and stopped them all. I learned from this Loki that he knows Odin's ways, then I know where to go. Leo smirked at Loki, which made him shudder before they teleport from this place. Meanwhile, in the third layer of Asgard, a war was going on with Killer Queen bombs and Asgard forces. They forgot how much of Killer Queen has already touched this phrase they heard or how many explosions hit them as they were completely over it. Brynhildr was launching magic with divine power everywhere in an attempt to stop Killer Queen bombs. She was clearly over it because of the screams of agony. Vader saw the breakdown of the strongest Valkyrie in Asgard as he sighed before he launched AoE's attacks all around. They already shot down the Killer Queen picture from the sky as they all were going crazy from this, but the Valkyrie's flames of revenge didn't stop as they gave it all. This was the plan, for now. To launch as many wide area attacks as they can before the analysis team led by Odin can crack the space blockage, which shouldn't take long because Odin is literally digging the space barrier with Gungnir. All the gods and Valkyries can swear they never saw Odin this serious in their life, even during the wars back in the day, he wasn't this serious. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Palkia pink space power and Odin Gungnir collided as the space was shaking, but it didn't break down. Nobody can discover that Odin, like. Odin raised his spear again before he attacked with all his power all the tastes. This is a secret Odin will bury with him in his grave as the man who loved all the tastes. It didn't take long for the barrier to be analyzed, most likely because Odin was going all out for once as the gods and Valkyries healed themselves and rushed to the other layer. Hey! Odin was the first to enter before he froze in his place and the others did the same as they couldn't explain what they were looking at. The entire space lost the ground and the sky. All that left was a space separated into thousands of scenes as it was almost like a kaleidoscope. However, this wasn't what stopped them, but the fact that the scenes were bizarre. All the scenes were showing three jokers sitting in different places before. Music started. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind. A/N, JoJo's Part 5. Torture Dance. With the music staring, one of the jokers stood up and started dancing, but the whole space started to rotate quickly and the Valkyries lost their balance. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind. Even the Valkyries forgot about looking at the jokers because all the space and directions were switching at a quick pace, and the thousands of pictures about Joker were also rotating. This gave them motion sickness. I want golden wind. The other two jokers stood up as they joined the dance while the whole layer was in complete chaos now. Nobody could stand normally as the whole world was rotating around them. Not this time. Brynhildr screamed before she launched her attacks, but the space rotated and all those attacks returned like a boomerang and hit her to the face. Boom! Everyone saw Brynhildr knocked back by her own attack and crashed to the ground before they chose to take this more carefully and shot some of the kaleidoscope pictures. They managed to hit some, but they recovered quickly. Yet. It's like a golden wind. I'm dancing for your mind. After looking at the annoying dance and the stupid music, the gods and Valkyries have only one thing to say. They really hate this place. All that they could do now is keep their sanity in check as they rushed to analyze the space. 109. Wrath. Asgard forces fell into the trap of torture dance which was lowering their sanity like a mini Thulhu. Even the Confrere was almost on the verge of raging while Vader already activated his mystical boots and he was kicking everything around him. Honestly, this is the worst experience they had in their life. They can't believe there's someone with this devilish mind that'll make the devil a joke. Does this have an end? Vader kicked again as a tremendous shock wave hit the pictures in the sky. However, most of the power rotated back to him which forced him to dodge. I don't know, but at this point, Baldur was also attacking with magic before he screamed I don't care. Sivadar sighed as he looked at Brynhildr, who was raging across the layer and his father throwing Gungnir at the space to weaken it. Everyone was losing it slowly at this layer as they did their best to break the barrier, but this space dragon power was very strong and complicated with its rotation. At this moment, in the first layer, thunder clouds appeared in the sky before lightning struck the space and teleported to the next layers. The lightning was a man with blonde hair, who was holding a hammer. He was rushing towards Odin's location while crashing all the space traps with a swing of his hammer. However, when the lightning left, there was a space portal appearing inside the first layer. Leo walked from the portal as he felt something from the air. It showed a very strong divinity, but he wasn't here to fight. Palkia followed Leo while holding both Fenrir and Loki with his space power. The space portal closed after they walked as they looked at the palace in the front. Palkia Leo gave the command before waves of spatial power rushed to the palace and scanned most of this layer. A map appeared in Leo's head about the layer before he spotted his goal from all of this heist. I have to say that you and Odin have a similar way to hide things. Leo looked at Loki before they teleported into the palace. The group appeared inside a hallway in the palace as Leo was looking around while trying to find a node in space with Palkia. Loki was completely shocked at this moment. This day gave him a lot of surprises as he understood where this was going, but he couldn't believe it. Neat princess, so you went to the beginning? Pretty obvious move. Advocate of gender equality, classic. Bree, again, why do you guys always speak with mysteries? Big Sister Lion, not that much of a mystery. He went back to the start because it has something to lead to the end, or this is what I think. The strongest man in the world, he's tracking back his footsteps. A hero for fun. He never came here. The strongest man in the world. Yet, like this idiot putting loopholes next to each other. Leo didn't care about Loki glaring eyes before he said Odin did the same, but much more complicated. For you see, I scanned the whole Asgard with Palkia, but I felt that the signal from the last layer is weak, Leo said as he looked around before walking and grabbing a part of the space. The space twisted and distorted before some nodes started connecting to a completely different realm from here. The entire area was huge, but what made it special is the tree roots stretching everywhere and illuminating the space with golden spots of divine power. This space was very different from Asgard, even the divine power in the air changed completely as it became mixed with a powerful life force. Loki stared at this place in shock as he couldn't believe what he's looking at before his face twisted from anger. Odin, you bastard! The 9th layer was in a completely different realm. Yes, the 9th layer isn't in Asgard as it takes a place under the world tree, Yggdrasil. This layer can never be reached by anyone because no one thought Odin would build an imaginary layer and make it the most secure one of them, just to turn it into a decoy. The only way to access the true 9th layer is by going to the palace and finding Odin's secret door, which is almost impossible because it's a secured door separating two realms. It's very complicated, but if you have absolute control over space and rotate it a little bit, then everything would be solved. The only reason Leo is following these steps is because he doesn't want to rip out the space fabric and crash Asgard and its layers toward the human world. Well, this is the final stage of this journey, Leo said as he was feeling more weak as the book wrote the 5th page and entered the 6th one. 6th page. This is getting difficult. Leo frowned as he saw how hard it was to write this page. 6 is a very important number in Christianity because it's the symbol of evil and the devil, but at the same time, it's the time taken for creating the world. With those thoughts, Leo and Palkia flew towards the only platform in this space as they landed and looked at the things in front of them. In the middle of the platform, there was the golden seed with the size of a football and a rock engraved by runes. Both the objects were shining as they seemed very important. That seed. No way. Loki took another surprise as he was in a total shock before he saw Gibalg separating from him and flying towards Leo's hand. Loki felt his divine power again even if it was weak as he wanted to stand up, but he was greeted by an angry Palkia. Loki stared at Palkia with blank eyes as he surrendered to his fate before he got shot by Palkia's tail. Boom! Palkia hit Loki so hard that he flew very high before passing the space barrier. Meanwhile, in the torture dance layer, Odin was throwing Gungnir everywhere before a portal appeared and Loki crashed into him. The whole layer caught in silence. Even the music stopped for a moment as everyone was staring at Loki on top of Odin. Loki stood up slightly as he felt the angry eyes of everyone and Odin staring at him from underneath before he heard a cracking sound. Crack! Odin kicked Loki to his balls as he curled into a ball and fell in pain and agony. All the male gods shivered slightly as they saw a man's life ruined in front of them. Or at least until he uses magic to heal it. Now, Loki! Odin grabbed Gungnir as he aimed it towards Loki and said, "Do you care to explain what you are doing? I'm innocent." Loki looked left and right before he raised his hands and surrendered to his fate again. However, nobody believed him as they started an interrogation, which made Loki sigh again for his luck today. Leo saw Palkia finishing the job before he walked towards the frozen Fenrir and took one of his fangs by cutting them using space. He didn't stop here as he put Gibalg and the fang together before activating Annihilation Maker and upgrading his spear. A black fog engulfed both of the objects before Leo started to give Gibalg the god-slaying attribute. Neat princess, did you let him go? Yeah, I finished with him, so he's going to do his last job. Leo nodded before the new gi ball appeared in his hand as he said, I don't know what will happen during my berserk state, so I need someone to stop me or at least hold me down for a while, Leo said while he cut his finger slightly using gi ball while putting some of his blood on the spear. The red slaying god spear shone with an ominous red color before Leo felt a sting in his brain as the 6th page writing speed increased and it was almost completed. Leo's now is adding different factors with rich religious meaning to the book in an attempt to increase the speed and its power. Now, with the last pieces in place. What are those? Leo stared at the seed and the rock as he was slightly confused by them. He felt a connection with the seed, but the rock was very strange for him, even if his book reacted slightly for it. Big Sister Lion, why don't you check them? Ha! Leo tilted his head as a look of disbelieving formed on his face before he said, touching something completely unknown in an unknown place isn't the wisest course of action, especially if I'm doing a very dangerous work here. Do you know how much unnecessary troubles happen all across the world, just because someone was curious and touched something he shouldn't touch? Leo stared at the seed and rock before he said, Pandora box, that what happened? Once again, Leo reasoning totally baffled the chat group as they didn't know what to say, but they couldn't admit it even if they felt some truth in his words. I need to check them at least once before doing anything. Leo rotated gi ball in his hand before he said first, mana scanning and space. Scanning. Hey. The area twisted and changed like a mirage before Leo and chat room members saw a rooftop. A normal rooftop with a clear sky and light breeze. Advocate of gender equality, another change in the scene? Neat princess, hey, Leo. Your hallucinations are starting again. Leo? Bree, rooftop? Do you know this place, Leo? Leo? The group typed on the chat as they noticed something completely wrong at this moment. Leo was standing still as he was looking at this place. His face was slightly pale with shock and disbelief as he was almost solidifying from them. The group was also surprised by a look they never saw from Leo before, but that didn't last long before the picture changed completely. Rage and anger, or rather say wrath. These were the only things showing to the group as Leo's face twisted from anger as his eyes were almost bloodshot while clenching his fist. Everyone can get angry at some random things because this is their personality and what makes them themselves. Even Saitama gets angry at some ridiculous things like missing the sales. However, this was an anger that they never saw from Leo. He usually gets angry or triggered by some things as a joke and such, but he never showed this genuine anger. It's truly like a volcano was about to explode from anger, and this time it'll absolutely leave casualties behind. Leo now was feeling all his senses were leaving him, no matter how hard he was trying to suppress them as his memories were rushing in his brain. The book inside Leo's soul finished writing the 6th page as it shone with light and a stream of power rushed to Leo's brain and his Esper formula. The formula which stuck in LVL2 was filled magically as a mysterious power linked all the values and add some unknown values. This was completely unscientific and it'll make all the scientists in the Academy City open their mouths from shock. The aim field around Leo increased and grew to an enormous degree as it was concentrating around his back and head, but it couldn't take a specific form and remain invisible. However, Leo's left eye was glowing gold, and his eyes and ears were bleeding. Despite that, the blood didn't flow down with the gravity as it started floating from Leo's face. The area around Leo defied physics laws as it became chaotic. Kazuma, Kagaya, Mikoto, and Saitama can swear they saw the place around Leo glitching. Glitching like a video game before he held his head from pain. Why, you? Oh you, Leo held his head with one hand as his words were just high-pitched gibberish which didn't make any sense, but only Kagaya and Saitama could understand before those words turned into an unknown as Leo said. With that high-pitched gibberish, Leo waved his hand like a normal person does before the chat room stood in silence to that scene. The only way to describe that scene is chaos landing on the world. Meanwhile, Loki was getting interrogated by Odin and the other gods. After catching Loki, they first released their frustrations on him before they did the true interrogation after stopping the annoying space rotation. Will you confess now? Baldur was cracking his fists as he looked at Loki with anger, as so did all the other gods. I told you I'm innocent. Loki was trying hard to defend himself before he became pale and started trembling, which puzzled everyone around. No. No. It has started. Loki looked down as he could see some of his divine powers in the true 9th layer, which is another realm, or rather be called now the 10th layer of Asgard. What has started? Odin stopped his actions as he sensed that Loki isn't lying or joking this time because he never saw him like this before. He knows that Loki was telling the truth, but he was so annoyed that he needed to release it on someone. Odin, there's no time to waste. That guy you call Joker is not someone we can mess with. Loki said while he was sweating before Odin squinted and said explain. He's doing something very, very dangerous, and that thing involves my divine power. Loki clenched his fist before he said my divine power has a curse. Odin nodded as he knows that Loki is good at curses because his divinity can curse weaker enemies than him easily, but he didn't know what this has to do with Joker. That person, no, that thing, or it. I don't know what to call him anymore, is using my curse and it'll affect him. Loki said as Odin first thought this is a good thing before he noticed the fear in Loki's tone. Something is coming and it'll not be pretty. Loki said his last words before the whole Asgard started shaking violently. The other realm, Odin widened his eyes as he felt where the vibration was coming from before he heard a voice behind him. So can you tell me what's this thing? A man appeared in the lair as he was covered with lightning and holding a hammer in his hand. This man is Thor. One of the top 10 strongest beings in the DXD world. 110. The Book of the Law. Sigh, why I'm writing 2 chapters today? Well, I felt the questions are a lot, so here's some answers. Enjoy the chapter. Do you know what's chaos? Is it against the order? Or just a bunch of nonsense? Well, it's all of those, as the chat group was witnessing it now. The whole second realm of Asgard lost its order as it became absolute chaos. Matter was turning into ashes as a giant canyon without an end appeared at plain sight. Some rocks and roots were sticking inside of each other without any effect on both sides before they teleported into different places. The picture was glitching as it was defying the normal way of how objects should exist. The up is down, the right is left, and up or down at the same time. This isn't the same as Pakia switching direction with space, but the whole concept of direction was corrupted. Gravity exists and doesn't at the same time. The temperature lost its effect in this world. Space already gave up on this world and the only thing keeping it together is Pakia. Light wasn't illuminating the surroundings like it always does. The light was there, but it didn't do anything as it was just darkness. The way how world function was completely distorted in mere seconds as it almost collapsed. This realm is literally a mistake, a flaw, an error. All that happened because a man swinging his arm casually, which shows the terror behind it. Leo was standing on the platform, which's the only normal place in this chaos, as he was holding his head before pain. However, he forced himself to calm down as he looked at the scene. The rooftop distorted before darkness swept and the scene of candles appeared, but it didn't take long before the world returned to normal in Leo's eyes. After the scene returned to normal, Leo walked a step forward before he almost fell, but he clenched his teeth and balanced himself, even if his brain was burning from pain. Bree, Leo. Advocate of gender equality, what? Leo couldn't look at the chat room nor hear anything around him as he was perceiving the world in a very different way from normal humans or other creatures. Cough, cough. Leo coughed as he spit more blood and almost collapsed on the ground. After opening his eyes with difficulty, Leo's left eye changed back to a light blue color, but it still has a faint golden color. Neat princess, Leo, are you okay? Big sister lion, what the hell just happened? He was perfectly fine a moment ago. The strongest man in the world, hey, kid. What happened to you? Cough, I am, pant fine, cough, Leo said with complexity as his mana recovered his body, and gold experience was healing him as well. But this time, the recovery was much slower. Neat princess, what the hell do you mean by fine? That was the angelic language, isn't it? Advocate of gender equality, are you fucking kidding me? Look at yourself. Big sister lion, are you trying to act tough? Everything is okay, Cough. Leo supported himself as he noticed his angelic language before he cleared his throat and talked with normal language. I just underestimated the 6th page impact. Angelic language is the way angels speak into our world, it sounds like high-pitched gibberish to normal humans. Saitama and Kagaya were able to understand Leo's words, but that became pointless when Leo's personal reality turned everything into a flaw. Leo was having a problem with switching the language as he was trying his hardest to control his aim field now. But he's on the verge of losing control, and the only thing keeping him together is his will. Neat princess, Paige? What are you trying to do? Wait. No way. It's what you are thinking. Leo took a deep breath as he stabilized himself and said the Book of the Law, or at least a part of it, and maybe in my style to be more fitting. The Book of the Law, also known as Liber al Vel Legis. This is a grimoire that could spell the end of the religion of the cross, Christianity. This grimoire is very complex and written in a very complicated code that made the best talents in the Tuaru world unable to decipher it. Leo wasn't able to decipher the Book of the Law, much less even writing it, so he made the book write himself. This grimoire is somehow sentient and the knowledge it contained want to go back together after it being watered down by the Academy City chairman to create espers. He gave the knowledge a vessel which is the book made from the Annihilation Maker power and the knowledge rushed towards it while using all the available conditions to write itself again. The knowledge took the information from Leo and his Longinus as it smashed and transformed it before writing using the divine power around. This is a very risky move from Leo, but the Book of Law seems to be made according to his powers and has taken a shape that only works according to his reality. However, the Book of Law is still dangerous as the knowledge is so pure for him to handle that it made Leo very weak from using a part of its powers. Bree, no, nothing is okay. Just look at yourself. You're bleeding from your eyes and barely able to stand and you think this is okay. Misaka exploded from anger in the chat room as it made the group surprised and Leo, who was using gold experience to heal himself, was also surprised. Bree, I don't care about the stupid angels stuff, just what is happening to you. First, the dragon vein where you almost lost your life and now this. Bree, it's clear there's a lot of ways you can be stronger, you're now even stronger than a god. Then why are you doing this? Bree, do you think it's okay to act strong when you're like this? If you're hurt, then say you're hurt. Why do you always keep them to yourself and push everyone away? Do you think you're being tough or stubborn? I don't know anymore. Leo and the whole chat group stood there in silence as these words shocked them greatly, especially if they came from Misaka, who is usually the most reasonable in the group. Misaka's words said everything the others wanted to say, as they didn't know what they should do now. Neat princess. Preach. Advocate of gender equality, you said everything that I wanted to say. Even more. Ha ha ha, sigh. Leo laughed slightly as his body recovered slightly before he said, well, cough. I'm sorry to make you feel like this and thank you. Honestly, I'm very happy to know someone is so worried about me. Truly, I'm happy. Leo smiled at the screen before he said so, thank you again, Mikoto. But I don't think I'll stop because this is me. I never acted strong or something, I'm just a guy who'll never stop, and will always take the step that no one will ever take. Maybe this is why I'm good with Tuaru world power, that I'm becoming an angel. Ha ha ha. With a light laugh, Leo closed his eyes as he sighed before a serious look formed on his face. I'll never fall again, so I'll keep pushing forward no matter what the danger, but you can rest assured. Leo walked forward even if walking was hard for him now before he said, I'm a crazy fool, but not an idiot who'll throw his life away. Leo's brain was still hurting as he was on the edge of losing his rationality with every word written on the 7th page of the Book of the Law. I'll never wait for someone to help or save me, so here I am. Leo clenched his teeth as he stood in front of the platform that contained the two objects. The seed and the rock engraved with runes. However, more importantly, Leo remembered the scene when he almost lost control before saying, this is personal now. The group was completely silent as they couldn't utter a single word at this scene. To be honest, they don't know why Leo is fighting, why he's pushing himself to this limit, and what that picture they saw there. Again. Kazuma mutters to himself when he heard Leo's words before leaning back on his chair without noticing the pale Aqua that was looking at the direction of the screen, even if she didn't see it. Save you? Saitama was on top of a building as the wind was blowing his cape before he said, it looks like your bullshit has more truth into it, Leo. Misaka was biting her lips as she didn't know what to do anymore. Leo's words brought some comfort to her, but she just couldn't stop thinking about it. The group stopped typing again as they were waiting. They don't know what to do again, even when the situation seemed very dangerous. They couldn't understand the reason behind Leo's actions because the more they went inside this place, the more they understood how little they knew. However, Misaka, who was silent, typed one last message. Bree, so. Can you at least tell me what was that place? Leo raised the beasts on his head and shoulder before he put them inside his shadow after giving them instructions for his plan. But he noticed Misaka's message at that moment before a smile appeared on his face. A bittersweet place. Nothing more. Leo gave the best answer he could use to describe that place in his heart before he reached for the two objects on the platform. Big Sister Lion, didn't you say that you'll not touch them? Well, I'm almost going crazy, so it isn't a big deal, but in this situation, you need to remember something. Leo put his hand on the two objects as the Book of Law finished the 7th page before he said, I'm Pandora's box. Crack. With the sound of glass shattering inside of his brain, Leo lost his perception of the world as everything lost meaning for him before the pain hit him like a train. Ugh. Clenching his teeth, Leo couldn't do anything as the weight of the knowledge and its purity was so much for him. 6th page was the creation of the world and it also represents the beginning, and the 7th page represents perfection and completion, which means God. The seed turned into pure life force as it rushed into Leo's soul and fused with the book while the runes on the rock flew in the air before they rushed towards the book. The Book of Law, which contains only the Christian knowledge, was changing at this moment as it included Leo's reality. All the world was shaking at this moment, the heaven, the human world, and the underworld trembled while Asgard was vibrated. The earthquakes were very weak and almost unnoticeable, but all the strong beings felt them. In the Book of Law beginning, a new page appeared after the seed and runes fuse with it. Phrases started to appear on the page while it seemed very important as the page was golden. The book found an unknown source of information as it was filling new pages with a top speed. Leo wasn't able to scream as his consciousness was slipping away from him, but he forced himself to stay awake as he saw the phrases on the book appear one by one. Secret Emperor. Kabbalah. These were the first two phrases on the book and Leo couldn't stop as he repeated them. Secret Emperor, Kabbalah. Meanwhile, in heaven, there's a Bible and cross which represents the system in the most secure location of heaven. Michael was doing his routine as he was checking the system before a shock wave hit him and sent him away from the system. What? Michael screamed as he couldn't believe what he's looking at. The system went out of control as the book and the cross were shining brightly. Michael noticed the data and information in the system is being used by someone, as he tried to stop it, but he got shot by the system again as he stood helplessly. How can it be? Someone is controlling the system. Everyone can tell the shock and surprise in Michael's tone as he stands there with no way to stop what's going on. Some angels also arrived at the scene, but they were forced to stay next to Michael as they were praying nothing bad will happen. Leo didn't know what's happening in heaven as the book was writing dozens of pages and 4 more phrases. Alpha. Rhinoceros beetle. Spiral staircase. Calathea. With those phrases adding to the book, the heaven, human world, and the underworld vibrated 4 times as it was announcing the start of something. However, inside an unknown location clouded in mist, a man holding a long spear was clenching his teeth as the spear was out of control. True Longinus, what's happening? Cao, the leader of the hero faction, was struggling to control the True Longinus, but all his efforts were useless. The holy spear that contains the God's will didn't care about Cao screams or his subordinate, which it smacked down before a calm voice appeared from its inner, like the flap of a butterfly wing. Very well, you pass. Cao was surprised by the holy spear suddenly talking before the spear forcibly pointed itself to the sky and sent a gigantic light beam, which vanished quickly, and Cao controlled the spear again. What's going on? Cao held his spear as he had a very weird feeling from the situation, but he didn't know that the beam was taken by the system as it rushed to a different place. Alpha, Rhinoceros beetle. Spiral staircase, Calathea. Leo didn't know what to feel from this pain now as he almost lost his senses while 4 more phrases appeared in the book. The Book of Law seemed to write faster, like it received some sort of boost. Papilio-glaucous butterfly. Wird. Dragon. Fig tart. Leo repeated the phrases as his mana changed into another form and his aim field grew larger. The 3 realms trembled 3 times and Asgard vibrated 4 times while the dragons across the world flinched as they didn't understand what's going on. But one giant red dragon in the dimensional gap opened his eyes. A man with silver hair frowned as his blue-white Longinus appeared on his back for no reason. The dragon inside the wings felt something as it looked towards the direction of Asgard. Papilio-glaucous butterfly. Yggdrasil. Spiral staircase. Mobius strips. With those new phrases, Asgard and Yggdrasil started trembling as they shook 5 times before it stopped. However, a small girl with long black hair opened her eyes as she looked at the direction of Asgard. Leo seemed to enter a strange trance as light spots were appearing around him and most of his mana transformed. Yggdrasil, that didn't show any reaction, began to send a powerful life force to Leo for no reason. Papilio-glaucous butterfly. Singularity point. Omega. Angel. Leo said those last phrases before everything stood still and a bright light appeared as it engulfed him into a ball. Yggdrasil roots started moving at this moment as they reached Leo and moved him up. The roots teleported him to the 8th layer before a bright light shined on the place and Yggdrasil went back to silence. Palkia saw this, but he didn't feel anything bad, so he allowed Yggdrasil's actions before he followed his lord. The chat room members closed their eyes at the bright light while Kazuma noticed the scared Aqua before he said, "What happened to you, Aqua?" "Kazuma-san. This is scary." Like something terrifying will appear. Aqua was shivering as Kazuma noticed that she's looking at the chat screen direction even if she didn't see it. Kazuma didn't have time to talk to Aqua as he saw something that made him widen his eyes. Meanwhile, in the DXD world, Thor and Vidar were flying towards the 8th layer as they were the only ones able to pass the 4th layer. Odin used all his power when he realized the danger and opened a hole in space using Gungnir. He finally understood after feeling the earthquakes how bad the situation was before he did a plan that allowed Thor and Vidar to rush over. Thor was looking serious while holding his hammer, and Vidar was the same. They are feeling something very dangerous from the next layer, but they couldn't stop now as they entered the 8th layer. What in the world? The shock on Vidar's face can't be described as he looked at what the layer had become. This layer separates into two sides, a jungle and an ice area which giants live in, but now there was only chaos. Seasons, which shouldn't appear in this place, appeared as they were changing in each second. Fall, winter, spring, and summer were switching positions and sometimes appearing at the same time. Thor as the god of thunder understand that the weather wasn't changing, but the time itself was going crazy. Giants chose to run away as they were afraid of something. Vidar even saw Fenrir shaking at the corner. However, Vidar stood still as he saw it. It was standing on a hill in the middle of the layer while the total chaos was revolving around it. It was a young man with a dark blue right eye, and a golden left eye. But the special thing is the pure black energy wings behind him as some colors appeared now and then on them. Thor didn't feel fear or power, and this shocked him greatly. He couldn't even feel the thing. His face or his look, Thor wasn't able to remember anything after looking at it. However, it turned towards both Vidar and Thor as they only saw nothingness mixed with thousands of mistakes and errors from those eyes. Everyone across the world didn't know what's happening, but if there was a powerful mage from Tuaru he'd say, "An angel has fallen. An angel different from all the other angels." Well, the law of equivalent exchange. You got answers, here's some questions. Leo's 19 phrases. 1 Secret Emperor. 2 Kabbalah. 3 Rhinoceros Beetle. 4 Alpha. 5 Spiral Staircase. 6 Calathea. 7 Papilio-Glaucus Butterfly. 8 Wird. 9 Dragon. 10 Fig Tart. 11 Papilio-Glaucus Butterfly. 12 Yggdrasil. 13 Spiral Staircase. 14 Mobius Strips. 15 Papilio-Glaucus Butterfly. 16 Singularity Point. 17 Omega. 18 Angel. 19. 290. Bad situation. A world of chaos presented in front of Thor and Vidar. Nothing made sense in this place or this what they saw. Basic laws of how the world should exist was twisted to an unimaginable degree. The matter was glitching and freaking out much harder than it did at the 10th layer. The seasons were changing without stopping as it made the god of thunder feel a headache just by looking at them. Thor wasn't able to produce his lightning without using his divine power, which made him realize that lightning wasn't existing normally in this place, or how it was made is very different. He wasn't able to even control the weather or make a small thundercloud. It was like his authority was stripped away from him. Vidar wasn't better as he was keeping a battle stance while looking at it. He was calculating where he should attack, but that made him sweat as he couldn't calculate anything. Where does he kick? How far he's from Leo? How can he reach him and attack? Vidar wasn't able to feel the distance, where he could aim, or how much he should run to reach it. Everything didn't make sense as the two brothers were sweating while looking at the young man with his black energy wings, flashing with some colors once in a while. The chaos didn't stop as it was expanding in a rotating motion to everything around it, but it was slowed down by waves of pink space power. However, much to the brothers' surprise, it looked at them for a moment before it turned its head and looked away. The brothers saw runes flashing on the coat it wearing when it turned away. The runes appeared briefly as they were golden and written all across the coat ends. Runes. Thor was surprised that this thing has runes on its clothes, but it was more confusing as he understood the meaning behind the runes. Hey, brother. Those runes mean to restrain or I'm hallucinating. Vidar wasn't quite sure as he asked Thor. They really mean restrain, but why does that thing want to restrain itself? Thor asked while trying to look for clues before he and Vidar saw the white dragon in the sky. Palkia was flying in the sky, using all his power to support space and make it stable while containing Leo's power. He blocked the space and reinforced it. Vidar's tone was filled with confusion while Thor clenched his hammer and said, "Yeah, it's locking down this place." "Locking us here?" "No." Vidar thought for a second before he said, "It's locking that thing here." "Yeah, but I don't think that thing cares." Thor stared at Leo's emotionless face and eyes as he didn't know what to do. He wants to laugh at himself. He's the god of thunder and one of the strongest beings in the world, but he can't do anything to the thing in front of him. Any attempt to do something was instantly denied by himself as Thor didn't see any hope of winning. Taking a deep breath, Thor calmed himself as the mighty hammer, Mjolnir, was flashing with thunder. "Brother." Vidar didn't think Thor would take action without a plan before he said, "Although that dog is shaking with fear, it's still strong. Do you think we have a chance just by charging at that thing?" He knows his brother's temper as the god of thunder, but he never thought Thor would rush directly. "That dog only has some fancy fangs, nothing more." Thor took a step forward, but Leo didn't even look at him. "There's no other choice, Vidar." Thor didn't look at his brother's eyes before he raised his hammer and said, "I can't let this thing roam free in Asgard, or any other place." Rumble. Observe that thing, Vidar. The divine lightning covered Thor's body before he said, "This is a test shot." Boom. Thor rushed as lightning as he crossed distance instantly towards Leo. However, he didn't rush directly as he kept jumping around with a speed far above the other gods. Leo didn't care about Thor, nor did he give him any attention. He was just standing there as the chaos was revolving around him. The lightning made a circle around Leo as Thor's speed was increasing with each jump. TCH. Thor didn't hope for a reaction, but the fact of Leo ignoring him like a fly, made him angry before he charged towards him. Mjolnir grew larger as Thor held it up high before striking Leo in the head. The blow was accompanied by the divine thunder that was able to defeat gods easily. However, the result surprised even Thor that didn't hope for something from the start. The lightning and the hammer stopped an inch from Leo as they didn't advance further. There was no sound from the thunder or the hammer hitting anything, it was just frozen there. "Ah!" Thor screamed as lightning was flashing around him and the hammer before striking again. A hit after a hit, Thor didn't stop as he put everything he got in each strike, but all those attacks were pointless as the lightning disappeared after contacting Leo. What? Thor couldn't move his hammer this time or even his body. In the end, after all those attacks, Thor got some attention from Leo as he looked at him with those lifeless eyes and reached his hand slowly toward Thor's hammer. Thor was struggling as he couldn't move while Leo put his hand on the hammer, which made Thor widen his eyes as veins popped on his head. "Don't you dare!" Thor screamed to the top of his lungs as his divine thunder shined brightly before he turned into thunder and escaped Leo. Lightning traveled across the layer as it arrived next to Vidar before Thor appeared. "Damn it! That was close." Thor was breathing heavily as he escaped Leo, but Vidar widened his eyes when he saw Mjolnir. "Brother, Mjolnir!" Vidar said as Thor looked at Mjolnir and saw his deformed with a handprint on top of it. With one touch, the mighty hammer Mjolnir was deformed, which made Thor realize that his hammer would have been gone if he didn't back away. Leo saw Thor left, but he didn't care as he lowered his hand and stood there with his wings moving slightly. "What in the name of Odin is ****? Thor didn't finish his words as attacks appeared on his body from different places, but all those attacks had the shape of a hammer. Thor's armor was cracked as he almost fell to the ground, but his divine power acted quickly as he recovered some of the injuries. Thor. Vidar wanted to support Thor, but he couldn't move in fear of Leo attacking. However, Thor shook his head and stood up. "I'm fine, but those were my attacks." Thor smiled helplessly as he didn't know how to fight something he can't hurt without hurting himself before he said, "Did you notice anything?" "Nothing important." Vidar shook his head before he said, "But it seems like it's waiting for something." "Waiting for something?" "All this power and it's still waiting for something." Thor almost dropped the hammer on Vidar's head. "I know it's ridiculous, but this is all that I can come up with." Vidar avoided the hammer while showing a helpless look. "Sigh anyway, this seems bad." Thor clenched his hammer as it was bringing him a sense of security while Vidar said, "Yeah, very bad." Meanwhile, the same conversation was going on in the chat room. "Neat princess, this is bad. Big sister lion, I don't know what's happening, but I don't like it. Bree, this looks bad. Advocate of gender equality, the goddess next to me is awakening PTSD, and I don't like where this is going. The strongest man in the world, he grew wings? A hero for fun, he became a bird man? Advocate of gender equality, that's not important, but look at this. Thor was one shot. Neat princess, Mjolnir was almost gone too. The group witnessed Thor's pitiful attempts as they felt bad for the guy more than they were worried about Leo. They really couldn't be worried about the invincible-looking angel standing there. Advocate of gender equality, so Kaguya-san. Tell us what happened. Neat princess, why do you think I know what happened? Advocate of gender equality, you know the angels things and have the internet, so tell me what happened. Bree, can you two stop and think about the important things? Like forgetting about the angels and thinking about Leo? Big Sister Lion, I don't think we can know, and Leo isn't here. Even his chat room screen is gone. The group noticed that the chat room screen around Leo vanished as there was only an angel standing there. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, I don't think we can know anything now. Where's Leo when things go this bad? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm here and the things are terrible. Neat princess, yeah, if only Leo is here to explain it himself. Annihilation Maker, admin, don't count on me, I'm clueless as you are, but I have some theories. Bree, yeah, if only Leo was here. Annihilation Maker, admin. Kazuma, Kaguya, and Misaka sighed as they looked at the screen and saw the username. PFFFFF. Kazuma spit his beer again as he almost fell from the chair. Kaguya broke another monitor as she stared at the chat room screen floating above the dead monitor screen. Misaka's Esper powers activated from the surprise as she fried the vending machine next to her. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. What the hell? Neat princess, aren't you a crazy bloodthirsty angel now? Bree, what is happening? Annihilation Maker, admin, bold of you to assume I'm crazy bloodthirsty angel, even if that's the situation now. Neat princess, okay, stop with the jokes. Where are you now? I only see a crazy angel creating chaos across the world. Annihilation Maker, admin, fallen angel, something wrong happened to the ritual. Bree, can you answer the question? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm in a dark place, hanging upside down, by some sort of a black, jelly, long, and weird looking tentacles. Annihilation Maker, admin, you're excused, but this is the truth. Advocate of gender equality, excuse me? Advocate of gender equality, wait. How did you answer before my question? Annihilation Maker, admin, because I know, and if you wanted to see, then push a button at the screen's side. The group followed the instruction as the screen split into two. One was showing the chaos in Asgard, and the other one displaying Leo, hanging upside down by tentacles made from black lines. Leo was staring at the chat room screen with blank eyes, but the group noticed something weird. Like he was very calm, unnaturally calm. At least don't take photos in my face, Leo said with a calm tone as Kazuma, Kaguya, and Leon flinched. Big Sister Lion, okay, this is weird. How the hell did you know? Bree, sigh, I'll just ignore the tentacle and ask nicely in the place of these guys. Can you say what happened and where are you? If you're asking about the outside, then my body is on the autopilot and it's working by instinct. Leo released one of his arms from the tentacles before he said, while this place is a combination of my mind and soul or something similar. And if you're asking about the hammer guy, then I made all his vectors flawed and broke them before sending his attacks to him after making the time flawed, Leo said calmly while looking at the screen. Misaka understood that somehow managed to ruin the position, velocity, and force of Thor before sending his attack. By time. Advocate of gender equality, mind and soul landscape? But let's focus on something important. What are those tentacles? Chains, but you don't have to worry. Leo raised his free arm as the light flashed and a book appeared on his hand before he said, I have magic. Neat princess, I wanted to type how are you going to escape, but this is getting weird. Bree, why do you have magic in your mind and how are you going to use it? And yes, this is getting weird. Leo didn't care about the group as he raised the book and smacked the tentacles while saying, go and look for a fucking magical girl. The group didn't have a single word to about a man smacking some tentacles with a magic book while screaming about magical girls. The tentacles were weak against the power of the Book of the Law as they were broken in no time and Leo did a free fall towards the darkness. During the fall, Leo pointed out the Book of the Law down as the darkness cracked like glass and a passage opened. Leo passed the entrance quickly as he appeared in a chaotic world with everything around the place. The world was a bunch of places floating in a dark void without any light, but the places were strangely illuminated. The areas were some city streets and some buildings in the middle of houses. There were some parks, and the group even saw Leo's mansion in the middle of that chaos floating in one of those islands. After a free fall, Leo did a flip in the air before he started to slow down and landed on one of the islands, but when Leo landed, the whole dark void glowed with some colors as they kept changing. Leo stared at the colorful dark void before he turned his attention to the Book of the Law, but the group messages arrived now. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell is going on? This is very weird and confusing. Bree, yeah, and why do you seem very calm in this situation? Calm? I can't really force myself to act serious in this situation. Leo shook his head while holding the Book of the Law before he said much less to be worried about it. Big Sister Lion, what do you mean? The situation was getting weirder as the group felt that Leo's actions were very calm to a terrifying degree in all the weird actions until now. Leo tilted his head before he said time and reality for me now are very fragile. The strongest man in the world, speak normally. A hero for fun, I second that. Sigh well, it's a little bit fuzzy. But Kazuma, you better move that cup to your left before Aqua hit it and drop it on the ground, Leo said while Kazuma stared at his left to see Aqua shivering and almost hitting the cup of the table. No. Kazuma completely ignored the weird eyes of the adventurers around and jumped toward the cup before it fell to the ground. Phew, that was close, I still have a debt. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief when he caught the cup before he said I should thank L. Hey. Kazuma stared at the cup in his hand and looked at Aqua before he turned his head with his fastest speed towards the chat room screen. Advocate of gender equality, how the hell did you know? Neat Princess, are you saying that what he said is correct? Because I saw it happen. Leo answered with the same calm tone before he said I saw it before, when, and after it happened. Bree. Do you mean future, present, and past? The group was shocked now. No, they were beyond shocked, except Saitama that raised his eyebrow. However, at this moment, the group noticed something they forgot because of the situation with the tentacles. Leo in front of them has changed. He looks the same as the angel outside with his sky blue eyes becoming dark blue at the right eye, and golden at the left eye. But the most distinguishing feature is unlike the angel and its wings, Leo has a golden halo above his head or at least 1/3 from that halo. It was a golden halo with 6 sharp tips coming from its sides as it gave some members in the group chills. However, all that doesn't compare to the eyes that seemed to know all, as it made the group feel they are being stared by something they can never explain. 161. Some answers. The chat room was in the state of silence as they tried to process the current information. To be honest, they think today was very wild, confusing, and ridiculous in a sense. First, they saw Leo announcing the raid on Asgard, then they saw him entering some sort of state with his Esper powers before it turned into a berserk quest. But this didn't end as this berserk quest seemed successful and he became a very dangerous angel that can slap gods easily. However, for Leo to be separated from his body and enter his mind landscape before he announces that he became some sort of omniscience almighty guy who knows all. Well, that thought didn't cross their minds at all. More importantly, how should they treat an omniscient guy? A person who knows everything can already know what they'll say and think. How are they even going to have a conversation if the conversation was already finished by the other side? Yes, and no. I don't know all, but I only know what I can and should know. Leo put the Book of the Law to the side as he turned his attention to the screen and said time hides secrets and the reality locked them away, so I destroyed that lock and accessed those secrets. Advocate of gender equality, so. Are you an omniscience being now? Advocate of gender equality, and can you stop with this prediction stuff? Kazuma was the first one to type and asked the question that all the group wanted to know, but he got his answer before he even asked. Well, I perceive time in a very different way from the normal beings now. Leo shook his head before he said I'm still not used to this state, but for your question. I'm nigh omniscience with different kinds of limitations. Neat Princess, oh. Advocate of gender equality, please be more specific. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said you only see one timeline which is present while I can see 3 at the minimum which are future, present, and past. It isn't difficult after calculating all the timelines and reality values before programming my personal reality to do it. Leo replied calmly as he didn't think it was a big deal, but he only received silence from the group. Neat Princess, that really doesn't sound complicated. Bree, calculate? How much calculation does it take to achieve this? Forget the different timelines, just the calculations about the concept of time using a different Esper power isn't something possible for humans. My calculations power isn't something that should be associated with the word human. Mikoto Leo shook his head before he looked at the Book of the Law and said, the way I look at this world is very different now. Misaka took a moment as she was thinking about these words before she thought about something, but she couldn't believe it even if it was a guess. Neat princess, so you can see what's happening outside? If yes, can you stop it? I can't interfere with the outside world as it's one of the limitations. Leo shook his head before he said, and I would have stopped this a while ago if I could. Neat princess, looking at different worlds isn't a limit? I wouldn't be able to do it without the chat room. The screen you're looking at is just a window to another reality, which is slightly difficult to look into as it seems very fuzzy for me. Leo squinted his eyes as he was trying to look further into a different world, but he only was looking at a fuzzy picture. Meanwhile, in Akame Kill World, the leader of the Revolutionary Army was checking the old files while making some plans before he noticed a photo sticking from a document. Oh, it's this photo. The leader stared at the photo of the young man and the cat before he felt chills and goosebumps. Who's there? The leader took his sword as he checked his surrounding before he said, maybe I'm just tired. Leo squinted his eyes as his face showed some disappointment before he said, I really can't interfere. Leo widened his eyes as he looked at the sky while completely ignoring the chat room. In Toru World, there was a windowless building in the 7th school district of the Academy City. This is the main base of the general chairman of Academy City, Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is a tall effeminate-looking man with long white hair, floating upside down and connected to wires, inside a tube of red liquid. But today was different. What happened, Iwas? Aleister didn't speak, but some speakers at the side of his life support tube sent a mechanical voice. In a place that couldn't be called a place, but another dimension tied to the windowless building, there was something. However, at the same time, there wasn't anything. There was an angel that's different from all the angels recorded in the Bible. This is Iwas that doesn't have any form to exist in the world at the moment. Well, Aleister. I just found something interesting. No voice was heard, but Aleister could sense and understand Iwas' words. Interesting. This is a word that Aleister hates, especially if it came from Iwas because it means things are going out of control. Yeah, you can't sense it because you are very high in your phases, Aleister. Iwas' words made Aleister frown as it started to involve some aspects he doesn't know. However, if you may, can you sense the location of this interesting? Aleister decided to investigate first before taking any sort of action. I'm sorry for you, Aleister. Everything is stopping me from locating it and apparently my kind doesn't want to be found. Iwas' distorted tone that doesn't make sense finally showed regret and disappointment. Aleister was thinking as he took everything as a phase and maybe even the world rules aren't allowing Iwas to act, but some bubbles appeared in the tube before he said your kind. Yes, my kind, which is quite surprising, even if I don't know why he's taking the form of that fool, Iwas said with joy and curiosity in his tone as it made Aleister more confused after all those years before he said, tell me, Aleister. Do you know what exists before the beginning and after the end? Aleister's expression that never changed was finally broken as he widened his eyes and bubbles were appearing in the tube. Back to Leo as he was looking at the sky before lowering his vision and looking at the chat screen. Advocate of gender equality, I see, then in this rare opportunity. Can you this nigh omniscience tell me who came first? The chicken or the egg? Neat princess, I'm also very interested in the topic. Big sister lion, me too. Leo almost dropped the Book of the Law as he stared at the messages. He now regrets turning off the future observation. Shaking his head, Leo ignored the question as he walked forward in this world of chaos before opening the Book of the Law. However, when Leo opened the book, he was greeted with 19 phrases and some extra notes. I acknowledge thy knowledge and existence of thy book. 7 trumpets have been announced. Desire, and it'll be thy answer. Leo read the extra notes as they ignited before dissipating from the book. When Leo was thinking about the notes that he can't see their source with his eyes, 2 of the members stared at the 19 phrases as they remembered something. Advocate of gender equality, did you go over heaven? This explains a lot and a little at the same time. Neat princess, you copied Dio's way of heaven and used it on the Book of the Law. No, I wasn't in my senses when the Book of the Law was written, so it wasn't me. Leo shook his head before he said calmly, the book did it on its own because this is the best way to reach the goal. Bree, did you achieve LVL 6? This seems only something the theoretical LVL 6 can accomplish, and it seems this LVL was something related to angels all along. Well, I'm not an LVL6, but Mikoto, do you remember what's the meaning of LVL6? Leo flipped some pages as he started to read from the Book of the Law, but most of the words were confusing as he didn't understand them. Bree, those who are not deities that reach the sense of the heavens? Neat princess, it can also be called, the one who arrives at heaven's intent in an ungodly body. Then what do you think about Jojo's way to heaven and the unique function of the book? Leo flipped the pages back to the 19 phrases before he said desire, and it'll be thy magic. This is one of the ways the Book of the Law function. What the Academy City was trying to accomplish and what they continuously researched for was done in another world. Reaching heaven with a human body, Leo said as the group went silent while the members that didn't understand like Whitebeard, Leon, and Saitama decided to not talk. I'm not a mage or someone researched his entire life, so the book made my desire in the simplest way possible. Leo stopped his footsteps before he said a simple spell to clear and enhance the brain, nothing more. The universe and its secrets were always a mystery which the science was trying to figure out, but no matter what they did, they couldn't discover all those hidden things. Academy City's situation is the same, so they made the LVL6, which is supposedly a state to perceive heaven or the universe. Leo only had one basic spell, but that spell broke all the limits and surpassed them, as it can be called a miracle from God now. This spell transforms and enhances the brain of Leo, as it made his mental boundaries and limitations completely erased, allowing his mental abilities to be completely unrestricted or subject to blockage. However, the spell takes time to achieve its full power, as it just established stairs for Leo. How the universe operate or how this reality function is very easy for me to understand because I reached heaven and I can approach God's calculations. Leo looked at the chaotic sky before he said stairs to heaven built by 19 phrases according to religion, meaning and their effect on my mental state to enhance it to a degree that allows me to understand heaven. Leo gave the group some time to digest this information as he walked forward on the island before he reached a house and opened its door. The door led to another island as Leo passed him normally and continued walking. Advocate of gender equality, so do you know the meaning behind the phrases? No, Leo answered instantly as it made the group take another moment of silence. Neat princess, and you call yourself an omniscience being? I said that I have limitations and this place with this book is one of those limitations. Leo tone still calm as he already saw this conversation before he said I need to stop the external factors quickly, so excuse me. Advocate of gender equality, wait. Do you mean the reason why you're a fallen angel? No, it's why I can't turn this spell off and regain control over my body. Leo stared at the screen with blank eyes as it sends an obvious message to Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, don't think we're all omniscients, heaven understanding bastards like you. Neat princess, is this the price of knowledge? But why does this magic seem to have an off button? Because it's a simple spell, so it has a simple way of working. Leo answered with a blank face as it was mocking Kaguya for such a simple question. Neat princess. Bree, why are you a fallen angel, anyway? For some reason, which one do you want to hear? Leo said as it gave the group another confusion. Neat princess, isn't it because you did your ritual in hell? Under Yggdrasil. Leo nodded before he walked forward. Advocate of gender equality, can you spare us mortals with your knowledge? Bree, hell, also referred to as Helheim or the realm of hell, is an underworld for many of the dead which is under Yggdrasil. I have internet. Advocate of gender equality. Neat princess, yeah, the ritual place is important and unlike DXD world which throws everything around. Toura world really cares about these things. That has some truth to it, but you're correct about DXD throwing everything around. Leo looked at a mirror next to him as it was showing his angel side before he said God isn't perfect in this world. Leo's words were like a spark that made Kaguya understand immediately. Neat princess, the God recorded in the Bible is dead. Yeah, the being who was supposed to be complete and perfect was defeated by fragile concepts of life and death. Do you know how funny that is? Leo smiled slightly before his face returned to the previous calm. God is perfect, or at least in Tuaru, but in DXD it isn't like that, as the angel who was supposed to look at the flaw of the creation, saw the flaws in the one who wasn't supposed to have them. This made the angel fall in less than a nanosecond after Leo ascended. The Book of the Law seems to take the God recorded in the Bible seriously, as Leo understood where he got those messages after scanning all the timelines related to his existence. Neat princess, it was DXD's fault all along. Well, something like that. Leo walked closer to the mirror as the group noticed the angel in Asgard and what it was doing. The angel was standing there, facing Thor and Vidar as it was holding a glowing ball of heat in its hands. Bree, is that the sun? The glowing ball looked very similar to the sun, but the strange thing is that the sun was spinning in the hands of the angel. No, it's just a spinning form of a concentrated nuclear energy, Leo replied casually, but that didn't give the group any peace of mind. Advocate of gender equality, please don't say that casually. Bree, that doesn't look safe at all. And why can you hold nuclear energy in your hand? It isn't a big deal as it was just a casual act to control the strong force. I can create a flaw in nature and make the 4 interactive forces under my command easily. Leo answered another question while he was looking for another door. Neat princess, however, what the hell is that angel doing now? Oh? That? Well, it's just a pitiful chase after an unattainable fantasy. Leo's calm voice finally vanished as he smirked before he said, but this is kinda ironic. My power, who was supposed to be that fantasy, was actually so flawed that it's chasing an illusion with pure instinct, Leo said before he put his hand on the building glass next to him and said, and I, who rejected that fantasy, could reach the closest place to it, but I was trapped inside this reality. This is hilarious. The group noticed that Leo is playing riddles again as they decided to not ask anything because they were already fed up by these questions. Well, now. Leo looked at his hand before he said, how much time left for me? On the tip of Leo's finger, a dark color was appearing as his hands were transforming at a very slow pace to something similar to the void in his reality. 164. Connection. Inside the 8th layer of Asgard, the chaos around the angels was rotating faster. The nuclear energy ball was also spinning faster as the heat was spreading into the layer. The nuclear energy was growing stronger with every spin, but the angel didn't seem to be satisfied as it was increasing the speed. Thor, Vidar, and the other creatures in the layer felt the intense heat, but they aren't normal beings, so they weren't affected as the angel didn't target them. However, they also noticed Pakia's space power was lowering the power, and the runes on the coat also stopped some of the heat. This thing is becoming more dangerous with every moment passing by, Vidar said as he looked at the angel holding what seemed to be the sun. Yeah, I think it was already this dangerous. Thor shook his head before he said, it pains me to say this, but I don't think it had a reason to use its power in the first place. Vidar noticed his brother's tone was lower than usual as he felt the helplessness contained, but he can't blame or motivate him. How far has it been since they felt this kind of despair? Vidar can't remember to be in this kind of situation since they were gods, but today they were hit with the cruel reality. Now, the only thing keeping Asgard or the world together is Pakia and the runes on the coat. Vidar wasn't able to imagine if this chaos was sent to the outside. Asgard is a realm of gods with divine power protection, but it's almost collapsing. Do you think we got a chance, brother? Vidar said as he clenched his fist while Thor shook his head and said, no, we don't have a single chance. Thor's words were bland and quiet, but it shook Vidar further than any time as this is the first time the god of thunder spoke like this. However, I won't stop trying, even if it meant my end, Thor said as he raised his hammer again. Vidar, there's one slim possibility to attack while that thing is busy, Thor flashed with thunder before Vidar said, I don't think it showed any other interest except from that spinning ball, but how do we plan to attack? I'll attract its attention and you strike after it. Focus on me. Thor closed his eyes before he said, don't hesitate, Vidar. Vidar looked at Thor as he remained silent for a while before he said, I know. When the two brothers were planning for their last attempt, Leo was walking in the world of chaos as he was going from one door to another. Each door was showing a different place, a different result, and sometimes the same door showed nothing or multiple possibilities as Leo was walking through them without thinking. He can't sense his Longinus now or any one of his beasts, which limits him so much, even if there's a way to find a flaw because this world is flawed, but it is not worth it. Advocate of gender equality, do you have a plan or you're just walking around? That's exactly what I'm doing, Leo said calmly as he opened another door which led to a building with a lot of mirrors around. Neat princess, you seem to know what you're doing. No, I don't. I can't see anything about this place. Leo was looking around before he said, this place is just chaos. A pure chaos which I'm trapped in. Big sister lion, the outside seems crazier than this world you're in. Leo stopped his footsteps as he stared at the screen while the chat room members had a bad feeling. Leo calmly raised his hand as he caught the screen and fixed it in a single position. The chat screen in front of every member went crazy at that moment. The picture was rotation, advancing, retreating, moving sideways, and every other irregular move from spinning or freaking out. The islands in the chaos weren't even following the screen movement as they were acting in their own way, which made the group have motion sickness. Advocate of gender equality, okay. Okay. I understand, stop it. Leo let go of the screen as the picture returned to normal for the chat group members, but they still took a while to recover. Bree, don't do that again. Neat princess, my brain hurt. Do you understand now? This place can't be calculated because there's nothing to be calculated and it's a part of me, so I can't see it, Leo said as he walked to the previous door and opened it up. Do you see this? The door was showing a way to another island different from where Leo came in. However, he closed the door again before opening it as thousands of places were swapping. This is the theme of this place, the infinity possibilities that start from the beginning, but all of them existing in one place is chaotic. Leo looked to the sky as the dark void was showing some colors before he said, even if each one of them leads to the same end. At least for now. So I need to stop this cycle. Those notes might contain some answers, Leo said as he closed the door and walked towards the building. Leo's ability to look into the timelines isn't invincible as it is limited with some conditions. He can't see himself in the past or the future as he only sees himself now. Any attempt to see the future or the past about himself ends up with a blank, nothing, a missing piece from history. When looking at the future of the others, Leo only sees the future when he doesn't interfere, but when he says or does something, then the whole timeline gets refreshed and he needs to calculate again. His eyes can't see beings that have a strong power or concepts as they will only appear in the present or never at all. He doesn't know why that happened, maybe it's because he became an angel or something, but these limitations aren't just on himself. The Book of the Law, and especially the extra notes he found, fall into this category. 16 minutes and 21 seconds ago, Leo saw Cao looking at the true Longinus while checking on his subordinates. From their conversation and actions, he found out that the true Longinus was out of control, but there was something wrong. Leo couldn't see anything in the time when the true Longinus was supposed to go crazy, he was able to see before and after that period, but nothing about that specific point in time. Neat princess, you mean the phrases? I already have an idea about them. Leo was walking slowly around the building, his reflection showing his angel power in the outside as it reminded him of how ridiculous this situation is, but Kagai's message piqued his interest. Advocate of gender equality, you just googled them, didn't you? If you're going to say, God, then you should stop now, Leo said as he noticed something wrong on the other side. Neat princess, ahem, first, the secret emperor, which means God. Neat princess, you're no fun at all. But this is the best guess for now. Just because it came before Kabbalah doesn't mean it is correct if it isn't proven. Leo squinted his eyes while looking at his power, he couldn't see correctly as his power was distorting everything around it. Neat princess, is it just because you don't want to admit that your brain is so corrupt that it made a book about Christianity a JoJo reference? Ah. I mean. Well, Leo raised his hand before lowering it, then raising it again, only to stop as he put his hand on his chin and started thinking. Advocate of gender equality, *nyomniscience.exe has stopped working *. Leo shook his head to clear his head from the corruption called Kagaya before he noticed something in the mirror. Can any one of you tell me what's going on outside? Leo put his hand on the glass as he couldn't see what's going on there as the chaos was spinning faster around the angel. Bree, Thor and his brother seem to have a plan and they're rushing towards the angel. Oh, then it's not a Pablo. Damn it. Leo's eyes widened as he screamed, which shocked the group. Are they digging everyone's graves? Leo's calm expression was gone as the group was more confused, except for Thor doing something terrible. Bree, this sounds bad. Advocate of gender equality, it's not like they will defeat you or something. Right? This isn't about me now. TCH in the glass reflection, Leo stared at the angel and the spinning chaos before he clenched his fist and clicked his tongue. There's no helping it, hey. Leo said with a small voice as his halo was glowing brightly, which brought some different colors to this world. Leo took a deep breath before he raised his hand as the Book of the Law started to float in front of him and 24 runes appeared while circling around it. With every rune appearing, Leo started to change as his body glowing, but it also transformed faster into a void. Do you think only you can get high-wired? Leo said as he put his hand on the book while his halo glowed more, as it blinded some members in the group. The 24 runes did a full circle before they touched the mirror at the angel location. Leo saw this as he put his hand on the book and hit the mirror with it. Asterisk creak. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Leo clenched his teeth as he was pushing the Book of the Law against the mirror. Glass shattering sound and creaking were heard from the mirror as the world around Leo was getting more distorted than before. The spell can't be stopped, but that doesn't mean it can't be pushed forward. However, that comes with consequences as Leo was getting more corrupted by this world. 6 phrases from the book started glowing, which are Secret Emperor, Kabbalah, Rhinoceros Beetle, Alpha, Spiral Staircase, Calathea, as the 6 sharps tips grew longer on the halo, but the 7th phrase Papilio Glaucus Butterfly was also glowing dimly. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. With the last cracking sound, the mirror broke as the whole area was covered in light and all the group members were blinded by it. Meanwhile, in Asgard 8th layer, Thor was raging like thunder as he was launching 100 meters wide lightning strikes against the angel, but all those attacks were useless as the lightning lost its power immediately. However, Thor already knew this would happen, so he rushed with those lightning strikes and attacked the angel, which didn't care at all as its full attention was on the nuclear ball in its hands. Vidar! Thor screamed as he powered himself with thunder again and discharged an enormous amount of lightning around, which blocked all the vision around. Vidar, who was hiding in one of the lightning bolts, jumped as he used his brother's assistance to launch himself from the sky at a ridiculous speed. The space was getting distorted by Vidar's kick as he arrived behind the angel instantly and kicked with all his might. However, the kick was also blocked by the invisible barrier, but it caused a reaction, even if that reaction wasn't good. Using its powers to block 2 different types of attacks is very simple for the angel, but that made the angel distracted as it slightly lost control over the nuclear energy rotation. Something had changed at that moment. Thor and Vidar couldn't tell exactly what it was, but the chaos which slowed down its rotation made them sweat as the angel looked at them. Fear and despair. These are the feelings Thor and Vidar got, even if they tried to push them away, but the angel eyes made them awaken those feelings once again. The angel dropped the nuclear ball from its hands as the core was collapsing and the heat was rising, but the angel didn't care as it did something completely new. The black wings on its back finally started moving as the right wing moved back a little. No feeling, no sense, no sound. Nothing was emitting from the wing as the world stood in silence before the wing moved and waved towards Thor and Vidar. However, before the swing was completed, the angel body moved suddenly as it used its own hand to catch the wing before screaming Pakia. Open it. Pakia felt a familiar connection as he used his power to open a space hole above the layer which led to the sky. The whole Asgard. No, the planet was shaking at this one strike from Leo's wings. 48. Just let it go. Pakia opened a hole in space above the sky before an enormous shock wave hit Asgard, as it didn't only shake Asgard, but the entire planet was trembling slightly. The shock wave from the wing colliding with the hand was powerful enough to clear the clouds on a global scale, as this is a feat similar to Saitama's serious punch. The supernatural world, which was confused by the small earthquakes it experienced, has finally noticed the anomaly. The whole planet was shaking this time before they all looked towards Asgard. However, this didn't end as the shock waves were still going inside the 8th layer of Asgard. The wing and the hand were spreading electric sparks around them as everything was pushed away and distorted at the same time. Even the nuclear energy ball was smashed like glass. Good grief! Are you this sensitive? The angel spoke some words with a slightly annoyed tone, which surprised Vidar and Thor. The angel looks changed completely at this moment. An astral projection appeared on the angel body which was copied from it. However, the angel gained a 1/3 halo with sharp tips that were colliding with the wings. Both sides were rejecting each other furiously as they were the reason for the chaos now. I feel weird to talk to an instinct, but I know you can understand me. Why are you so concerned about this God recorded in the Bible? Leo, who was able to take a form outside his mind, was speaking as he said, you saw it, didn't you? And it was nothing. Nothing was the thing which Leo saw when he ascended. He couldn't remember it because the spell was going out of control, but he saw nothing when he looked at it. God. God wasn't from this world, but the world of Tuaru. The God of the Bible was just a medium to send the message from the world of Tuaru using the same way as Leo. Leo doesn't know how this was possible, but the only theories he has are that the world will agree that God can access the DXD world, or maybe the world will is God. However, he has no proof of that. The God of the Bible isn't God from Tuaru, but the angel saw nothing, so it had the idea of that's God. And this is one of the reasons it fell. However, this doesn't end here. Leo's words didn't get a response from the angel as the power was still going out of control before he said, Sai, are you this desperate? Even taking the form of another angel just because you don't want to admit it. The angel finally showed a reaction as the emotion of anger, which shouldn't appear, was showing on its face. The angel and Leo were colliding more, as the planet shook again. What are you proud of? These incomplete broken wings? Or the fact you can see the flaws in the world? Leo pushed the wings with his hand as he was trying to contain the power before he said, then why don't you use the power on yourself? It's easier, isn't it? From the beginning of the transformation, the angel never used the flaw's power on itself, which was strange for others, but Leo knows why it hasn't used it. You don't want to admit it, hey? You're the biggest flaw in this world. You're not perfect, not even close, Leo said as he pushed the wing further, but the wing regained its power instantly. The angel snapped as it screamed inhumanly before the wing and Leo's hand collided again. The planet vibrated slightly again, but this time, the hidden realms like heaven and the underworld were also shaking. Thor, Vidar, and Pakia weren't able to stand as they were pushed to the edge of the layer, even if Pakia used his space power to stabilize himself. Leo was fighting against the angel power as this is his attempt to break the cycle in the other reality, so he couldn't stop. The angel won't admit that its existence isn't perfect, even if that's against God's will. God is perfect, which is the only one who should be called that. But the angel, who saw all the flaws in the world, wasn't able to put himself in the same position. If I saw all the flaws, doesn't that mean I'm perfect? But perfect is only for God, so the angel falls, and this was one of the reasons. However, who's the angel to judge God's creation? You can see the flaw, but never doubt God's actions, and that judgment also leads to its fall. The biggest reason for the fall is the angel, who won't admit its flaws and swapped forms with another angel, as it dragged him from heaven and used it as a cover. The angel was one of the biggest fools in history. Lucifer. The power of the true form of Leo is beyond understanding, as it's an angel who should exist before the beginning and after the end, but it was sealed away because of perfection. Lucifer against Leo's complete power was absolutely helpless as he was dragged from heaven in another world and destroyed before his form was taken, but that form was incomplete as Leo has only 2 pairs of wings and no trace of Lucifer power. Boo-hoo-hum, boo-hoo-hum, boo-hoo-hum. One after another, the wings were controlled by the angel attacked as Leo blocked them with his hands while shock waves hit all the places. The planet, Asgard, and the realms, everything was shaking, and if not for Leo to block most of it, then the planet was going to be destroyed. I don't want this too. This halo or this perfection. I refused it, and here we are, Leo said as he was mentioning the halo above his head. I don't believe in this perfection. I never believed in it. Leo saw his words having more and more effect on the angel as he said, but even if I refused it, I ended up in a world of chaos. And here you're, so desperate to see that perfection, even if it means to use humans' ways to reach it. Leo looked at the chaos around, which was still spinning. Leo doesn't believe in this world or if it can produce anything with the word perfect, even if it was God. However, when he rejected his perfection, he was more close to the Almighty. He got the mind of God, which can grow to be equal to the calculation of God, but by rejecting that perfection, he ended up with 1/3 of that power as it represented in his halo, which belongs to his original angel form. However, if he admits that he is perfect, then he'll never get close to this perfect power, which is quite hilarious and ironic for him. Therefore, the angel and Leo were separated, the power and the mind, the wings and the halo. Wings are the power of the angel, and the halo is the crown above their heads. This is the fantasy that Leo meant. Both of them represent a contradiction between the flaws and perfection. The angel believed in its perfection, even if it saw God, which led to it becoming the biggest flaw in a world created by a perfect being, as the world is kinda perfect compared to it. However, the angel saw the perfection in the world and went as far as using the spin to achieve it, even if it was a lost cause for them. Leo didn't believe in his perfection at all, which gave him a near-perfect power, but it locked him in a world filled with flaws and chaos. However, he didn't see any perfection in the world, even if he knows there's some perfection. Like it was shown in his mindscape, Leo and the angel. The halo and the wings are like the reflection of the mirror. Both of them went in the same way, but had ended up with something the other wanted. This made the situation completely ridiculous for Leo. Let it go. Leo said with a quiet voice as he blocked some hits and caught the wings. I know the feeling of chasing an illusion which contains all your regrets, as you are regretting that time when you saw the God recorded in the Bible. Leo looked at his wings, which belonged to Lucifer, but they still have his own theme of the dark void with some colors. You saw all the possibilities from the beginning, but nothing worked out, and here we are. Going to the same end, Leo said as Thor, Vidar, and the Char members noticed the dark void on Leo's body was appearing on the angel. Leo saw the collision between him and the angel getting stronger before he did his last step and said, just let it go. However, the angel didn't stop, as it seems it finally had it all before its wings started to grow larger and reached 100 meters long. Pakia. Leo was losing control over his astral projection as he used his final power to block this gigantic hit from the angel. Asterisk. This by far, the biggest attack and collision between Leo and the angel, but Pakia and Leo interfered in time as most of the attack was transferred somewhere else. In space, a giant slash appeared on the planet named Mars, which did a scare that was almost as long as half of the planet. That attack was going to split the Earth in half if Leo didn't transfer it. The attack was the last announcement of something big is happening in the world as all the eyes looked at Asgard. Damn it! Leo saw most of his efforts were useless as he sighed and looked at Thor and Vidar. Hey, hammer guy! Leo astral body was getting transparent as he said, if you want to stop this guy until I find a solution then you should challenge it openly. He's too perfect to refuse anyway. With those words, Leo left this world as he was locked again in his reality. Thor and Vidar stared at the angel with the 100 meters wide wing, as they sighed and chose to follow Leo's advice because they didn't have any better option. Shit! Leo fell on the ground as he leaned his body on the mirror behind him. His body was already covered with that dark void as he wasn't able to hide it from the group anymore. A/N, imagine what happened to Yato from Noragami, but switch it with a dark void. I know what you'll say, and I'm fine. I just need to slow down from a second, Leo said as he stood up slowly from the ground. The group members, who were going to type, stopped as they stared at the screen without a word. Leo was almost looking like a broken doll in their eyes now. Big Sister Lion ***. You're not fine at all. Leo smiled helplessly as he stood up and said, well, there's nothing to do about it. There are more important things now. I broke the cycle and a new brand alternative possibility is starting and a new ending is getting closer, Leo said as he had dark transparent wings from his back and the angel also had a transparent halo. The wings and the halo of both sides were smaller and much weaker than their original form. But it represents that Leo finally had a connection with his body again. Neat princess, Leo. I won't say anything about this, but can you answer me honestly? Did you ever see the golden rectangle in nature before? The golden rectangle is a symbol of perfection for the spin as it's omnipresent in the surrounding nature. Leo stopped all his actions as a completely helpless look was on his face before he said, you had to do me like this, Kaguya. Sigh no, I never saw the golden rectangle in nature before, Leo said before he finally stood up completely and walked a few steps forward. Kaguya, who was watching the screen, sighed as she realized another thing after remembering her first talk with Leo. You saw this world as incomplete or as an abyss from the start, hey. Even if you were willing to move forward, that vision never changed, Kaguya said with a sigh as she looked at Leo's mindscape before choosing to remain silent. Leo looked at the sky as it started to glitch and freak out before he smiled and said, this is really a new cycle, but a new ending as well. Advocate of gender equality, which end? The 7 trumpets have already been announced according to the notes in this book. Leo looked at his side as he said, the apocalypse is approaching which will take this flawed world. Well, at least this reality to it ending. The angel is incomplete, so it can't do something very big from the start. So it was gathering its power to end everything flawed, which is the entire world, and let it rest with the god it thought he's dead. The group wanted to say something about the world-ending subject, but they stopped because Leo had a visitor. A dark creature made from tentacles and a lot of eyes were crawling on the ground as its monstrosity was representing the horror itself. Kazuma and Misaka almost puked while looking at the creature. Did you arrive? Well, the cycle is broken, so you'll try to stop me now, Leo said as he looked at the monsters that represent the curse from Loki and how it grew stronger when he was locked here. The monster didn't care about Leo's words as it opened hundreds of mouths in its body and rushed towards him. 144. Solution. Leo smiled as he stared at the monstrosity crawling towards him. A hero for fun, you can smile at that thing? No, no, no. I'm smiling because things changed. Leo raised his hand as a golden energy was gathering on it before he said, the situation was complicated and can't be fixed normally at first, but now. The creature rushed towards Leo with his sharp teeth. The disgusting look of the monster has already made the chat members uncomfortable, but Leo only stared at it blankly before he pointed at it with his hand. The golden aura on Leo's hand changed as something was created from it in a blink of an eye. The monster didn't care about Leo's actions as he jumped and opened its mouth, but Leo didn't even flinch before he moved his hand and shoved the thing he created in one of the monster's eyeballs. It was a holy shotgun. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Leo pulled the trigger as the monster exploded, and organs or dark blood were spilled everywhere. It can be solved by violence. Leo said as he took a deep breath and dashed forward. The book of the law became smaller and was hanging from Leo's wrist by a small chain. Asterisk crash. Asterisk asterisk crash. Asterisk. The area behind Leo was completely destroyed as tentacles were appearing from the ground and crushing everything in their way. Leo didn't care about what was behind him because he had a situation at the front as tentacles spawned from the ground and rushed towards him. Leo moved a little to the left as he dodged an attack before raising his shotgun and blocking a large tentacle. Sparks were flying between the shotgun and the tentacle as Leo was running alongside them before he pulled the trigger. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The tentacle exploded as the monster was howling from pain before Leo raised his other hand as a Tommy gun appeared. Leo didn't hesitate as he instantly pulled the trigger and shot the ground under him. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Gay. The ground was shattered as a giant monster rose from it and attacked. The wings on Leo's back flapped as he jumped up and avoided the attacks before the wings blocked a sneak attack from behind. Leo did a flip in the air while shooting some other monsters before aiming at the big monster head. The shotgun in Leo's hand was charging its power as Leo pulled the trigger. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The monster's head exploded as the blood rushed to the sky like a fountain, but Leo didn't care. He was sliding on a tentacle as he rushed towards the door. The situation behind Leo wasn't good as thousands of monsters appeared before chasing after him. I officially hate my imagination. Leo looked back to see the monsters before running faster. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. Why do you have Fulhu in your mind? Ah, yes. I also regret reading those Lovecraft shit, Leo said as he shot more monsters blocking his way. Big Sister Lion, okay. What the hell is going on? Do you want a long or a short story? Leo jumped on the head of one of the monsters before his wings ripped him to shreds. Big Sister Lion, the shortest story. The god recorded in the Bible is dead and he was used as a tool for the biggest god from Tuaru, which I feel that it's a plot from the world. Will Leo Tommy gun changed into another shotgun before he blew the heads of 3 monsters as he said maybe it was the world will stuff or something, but Lucifer from Tuaru was also involved and he's dead. Well, I'm Lucifer now. The hordes behind Leo were growing with every second. The angel fell from heaven because of perfection philosophy and took Lucifer as a cover for its mistakes, which is literally shifting the blame, but also because Lucifer is the best for me as a 6 before moving to 7. Leo saw the door was getting closer before he jumped towards it. However, everything was pointless because Leo raised the shotgun as he shot the door while screaming I'll always fall, so the game was rigged from the start. Leo rolled on the ground as he found himself in a corridor filled with different kinds of paintings, which made him sigh before standing up. My wings dark void represents the beginning and the colors are all the possibilities in that beginning which was planned by God. The corridor started shaking so Leo started running again before he said however, all those different options, possibilities, struggles, and hopes were always useless as I'll fall and meet the same end over and over, which is why I called it a cycle. Therefore, Leo said to the angel to stop being persistent about God and let it go because it is pitiful and pointless to keep chasing behind something that doesn't exist for them. The dark color on his body means that he's running into the same fate and it'll end up with destruction for his mind and soul. The mind of God is a powerful spell, but it's also dangerous as Leo keeps getting information about things beyond his existence. He's learning more and more until he loses himself and becomes just a machine. Leo never cared about God, so he saw God as nothing because it doesn't mean anything for him, and it doesn't matter if he saw it or not. He'll always follow his own way, so why should he go with God's plan? This was also written in Leo's phrases and his understanding of them at the moment because he overdrove the mind spell. One secret emperor, God or the world will and its rules. Probably. 2 Kabbalah, the blueprint of creation as the world and everything was planned by God before everything existed. 3 Alpha, the start of the world. 4 Rhinoceros beetle, the beetle represents the development as the world was moving correctly in the direction where God planned. 5 Spiral staircase, represents the world and how it develops in a spiral of time and all the ages it crossed. 6 Calathea, this means a new beginning for the world as it'll repeat what God has planned, which is the cycle. The angel running in circles in this cycle without stopping or hoping to succeed, like a helpless fool, which really fits if you think about it. The 6 phrases represented in Leo's halo have 6 sharp tips and the meaning of his role and power in the world, which is very close to Lucifer as 6 and a fool. However, something has changed this time. Leo and his body, which were separated, now have a connection. The biggest flaw and the near perfection are now almost one being. 7 Papilio glaucus butterfly, butterfly represents resurrection and transfiguration, which means a new start for the angel. This start will be chaotic and take another turn because of something small. This also the 7 trumpets, which are the 7 earthquakes in the 3 realms, combined with the 7 phrases from Leo as it made the order broken. 7 phrases also mean Leo is challenging God's judgment as he is approaching him. Therefore, the apocalypse is starting. The flap of a butterfly wing in the butterfly effect means the little things can produce a bigger change in the overall situation. Leo is the little thing here, as he broke the cycle that was put by fate and started a new one. However, this made the reality of God change to attack him as a small curse from Loki grew up with his mind and imagination. Loki is the god of mischief, as his divinity will curse his enemies automatically even if it's a weak curse, but now, it's a huge curse because of the stupid falling angel. It even took the form of a Thulhu for fuck's sake. Leo pumped the shotgun before he said, "So here's the conclusion for everything I currently know. I was breaking the rules of the god of DXD and now I'm challenging the god of Tuaru before taking some power from Lucifer for myself." Leo blasted the head of a monster that came from a painting before he said, "I'm disappointed in myself because I didn't take his power from the start." Poor Lucifer, he was killed, absorbed, and blamed by Leo as the group felt sorry for the devil. Bree, then what about the long speech about falling with the angel outside? I needed some time to connect with my body and the angel reacted to those words, but those words were true because you forgot something. Leo said as the hordes reached the door behind him. The mind landscape was already collapsing as the door was only leading to one possibility, which is the new one that Leo made. I'm not an angel originated from the Bible and absolutely not a machine or a tool, so it doesn't matter if I fall or not, Leo said as he rushed towards another door. Angels are tools that follow the most logical thinking and God's orders as the top priority. However, Leo doesn't belong to them, so he can ignore God even if he deemed him as fallen. However, it's still a mystery for him why he was acknowledged by God as an angel from the start if he was destined to fall. Well, now. There's only one chance and one way forward, Leo said as he blasted through another door and shot another monster in the head. This situation wasn't a surprise for Leo and his mind of God, but that gave some members a jump scare. Advocate of gender equality, is this a goddamn scary game? What the hell is wrong with your mind? Yeah, it's kinda a scary game to reach the center of this reality and destroy it, Leo said as his wings became stronger because his connection is increasing with his body. Advocate of gender equality, sigh, I'm still confused, but... Rip and tear. Leo charged the shotgun as it changed before he said rip and tear. The strongest man in the world, couldn't you just use your power without making these weapons? Neat princess, I think he wanted to say he's an angel with a shotgun as a reference, but it ended with a Doom reference and. The Tommy gun of Joseph, hey. *Bohuam. Star. The group was silent as they saw Leo holding a rocket launcher and blowing everything around him. I played with your rules for enough time and now I'll burn it to the ground. Leo wings extended as different kinds of weapons appeared and started to shoot every moving or static thing. The group was more speechless with every explosion happening. The mind landscape and prison were getting weaker and weaker by Leo's annihilation while the monsters turned into the good guys as they were trying to stop him. *Bohuam. All kinds of weapons were shooting at the monsters. Leo didn't spare anything in front of him as he was going on a genocide run. The area around was also affected as it was broken, but he didn't care. However, the monsters didn't decrease as they kept coming and growing stronger and larger, which made Leo frown before he rushed to the only normal door in this chaos. Suddenly, the monsters started screaming and raging as they didn't care about pain or Leo's attack and rushed towards him. All the monsters were desperately trying to stop Leo from going into the door. But the heavy fire gave Leo enough time as he entered the last door. The monsters screamed as their cries grow smaller before it died in the darkness as this reality is collapsing without Leo who's keeping it together. Well, then. I feel this was both surprising and predictable. Leo was standing in front of a house as he didn't know what to say about it. The house was normal, but for Leo. A long time ago, it was a place he called home. Meanwhile, the angel and Thor were clashing as the wings and the hammer made sparks in the air. Thor twisted the handle of the hammer as he changed the attack direction towards the angel head, but the wing blocked him before attacking. Lightning was raging as Thor dodged the attack and countered the angel before Vidar appeared above the angel and attacked. Bam! This battle was going on between the angel and the two brothers as it was one of the biggest battles in this world, but the world didn't like this at all because the angel was going easy on them. When they followed Leo's advice, the angel lowered its power to match them before fighting them equally. It wanted to prove its superiority. Honestly, the battle now is hard with the angel attack speed and defense, but the brothers were angrier than ever. This is humiliating as the angel can just sneeze and destroy them, but no, it has to play this game with them to show that it can defeat them perfectly even in an equal condition. The battle continues even if the two brothers tried to stop, but the situation isn't optimistic at the moment. The supernatural world found the problem in Asgard, and each one of them took a different reaction. Some gods tried to check on the situation, but they were stopped by Pakia's space barrier and the chaos around the angel. Angels, devils, and fallen angels were trying to check the situation, but they didn't have the courage. The situation is in Asgard, which means it is beyond their reach to interfere, and they felt something terrifying from Asgard. Most angels and fallen angels didn't dare to look, and the devils were shaking. Even the four Satans had goosebumps while trying to scan Asgard with their powers. The biblical factions felt the power of the true Lucifer from Leo, even if it was just a form with no power for now. However, in the dimensional gap, a giant red dragon was rushing towards Asgard. And he wasn't looking happy. Leo current understanding of the phrases. One secret emperor, God or the world will and its rules. Probably. 2 Kabbalah, the blueprint of creation as the world and everything was planned by God before everything existed. 3 Alpha, the start of the world. 4 Rhinoceros beetle, the beetle represents the development as the world was moving correctly in the direction where God planned. 5 Spiral staircase, represents the world, how it develops in a spiral of time, and all the ages it crossed. 6 Calathea, this means a new beginning for the world as it'll repeat what God has planned, which is the cycle. 7 Papilio-Glaucus butterfly, butterfly represents resurrection and transfiguration, which means a new start for the angel. This start will be chaotic and take another turn because of something small. 206. A Journey to the Stars. This might be more different than the usual chapters. I hope it's good. There was nothing in this place, or nothing was the theme of this area. The sky was white, the ground was white, even the area behind Leo's wings was covered with a white color. This white color was extending towards the horizon as it seems there's no end to it. However, in this empty world, there was a house, a normal house like any regular one. It wasn't big, but it had a little fancy touch here and there, as it seems that its owner likes decorating. Leo stared at the house in silence, and he didn't move. To be honest, this was one of those moments in his life where he can say an entire speech, but silence was the best answer as nothing could come from his mouth. Sigh. Looking at the house that didn't change a bit from his memories, Leo sighed. Maybe it was his memories that didn't change as this place means a lot, or maybe he didn't want it to change. Advocate of gender equality, I know this might be important, but shouldn't you hurry up? That's not important anymore. Those monsters can't enter this place. At least for a while, this place won't change, Leo mumbled, as his voice was slightly lower than usual. This place is an important memory from Leo's mind, a stupid curse can't breach it instantly. However, the voice changing was noticed by some members in the group, but they felt it was more like that Leo didn't want to affect this place and keep this silence around. The wings on Leo's back became smaller and his halo stopped shining as he took his first step towards the house door. His body was almost completely simulated by the void and this reality, each step was taken slowly as each one felt heavy for Leo. The sound of footsteps was ringing in this place as Leo finally reached the front door and stopped. The group felt the atmosphere became heavy as they stopped typing. The silence filled the place again as Leo was looking at the regular door in front of him before he reached towards the doorknob and opened the door. The door opened easily as Leo pushed it slowly before a regular home displayed in front of everyone in the chat room. Well, I'm home. I guess those words were very quiet as Leo whispered them before walking inside. Looking at the interior of the house, Leo stopped again as his memories were rushing inside of his head. He couldn't stop those memories or think about something else. Neat princess, hey, Leo, is this your home? Yeah, you can call it that, Leo said as he took a deep breath and walked forward. Neat princess. From this world? Leo didn't say anything as he was walking in the hallway before noticing some pictures, which made him stop. The group members saw the hallways have some painting which was similar to the last one when Leo was fleeing from the monsters, but they even noticed that the hallway is similar. However, the pictures were the thing that took their attention. The pictures were showing a family of 3 people, the parents and their son, but the son picture was different from Leo now. Bree, who are the people in the photos? Leo didn't answer immediately as he was looking at the couple and their son before he walked away as he lowered his head slightly. The group saw different kinds of paintings and photos across the hallways. The photos changed as they were taken at different times. But they all stayed the same with 3 people. Walking for a moment, Leo reached a door which led him towards the living room. The living room was pretty big, maybe the biggest room in the house. It's shaped like a square and the decoration was comfortable with a modern touch. Leo stared at the living room for a moment before he walked inside and headed straight towards the chimney. There was a chimney inside the living room with small trophies and some picture frames. However, there was a picture different from the others. The group saw the parents and 2 sons in that picture, but they can see that the second son looks like Leo now. I see, sigh. Leo stared at the photo for a while before he let out a sigh and said, "These are my parents and big brother." Leo answered Misaka's question, which silenced the group again before he picked up the picture frame and stared at it in silence. All the people in the group understood this is the home of Leo from his last world, and now they're looking at his past. Maybe even the other places they saw in this reality was a reflection for his past. Advocate of gender equality, those paintings are yours? No, they're my father's paintings. He loved to paint as it was his hobby and job, Leo said as he looked at the man in the picture. He loved painting a lot and even went as far as he got a lot of trophies in different competitions, Leo said with a small smile as the group noticed that some trophies were about painting. He wasn't home a lot because of his work and competitions, but he was always there when we needed him. Leo put the picture frame on the chimney stand as he looked at it one last time before moving away. I remember one time he came home and saw me staying in my room a lot, so he rushed inside and insisted to know what I'm doing. Leo had a wry smile on his face while the group felt he entered some kind of trance before saying, "I was watching anime at that time and he insisted to watch with me even if he knows nothing about it. We watched JoJo's Part 1 and 2 before he gave up because he couldn't understand anything." Leo noticed something in the living room table before he said, "But I know he did that because he saw me feeling down when he came back. On that day," he said, "if you ever needed someone, then I'll be always here when you need me." And he was always there. The silence filled the place again, and the group was quieter. They heard Leo words like he's telling a story or an event, but why they feel this is sad. Leo stopped talking as he saw a chessboard on the table and the pieces weren't in their place because someone was playing before. He reached with his hand slowly and moved the black queen to the left with one square, which allowed the white queen to checkmate the black king. Advocate of gender equality, did you just win an unfinished game by cheating? No. I chose the black pieces in this game and this wasn't my turn, Leo said as the group realized he lost by himself and made the other player win. My brother loved this game, it was his passion as he loves to call it. Leo said as he walked away and approached the living room door before he said he had some achievement in this game. The group saw some trophies about chess on the chimney stand. We were always fighting. To be honest, it'll feel weird if we didn't fight at that point. Leo Rai's smile didn't vanish before he said, "For stupid things like TV remote, wad lead that day, or even something ridiculous like our hobbies. He forced me to play chess with him as he always destroyed me, which made me hate this game." Leo felt the living room as he walked towards the stair before he said, "I was always mad and angry at him because he knows about my hobby of cute things. He always made fun from it." The group finally knows why Leo always has anger issues when someone talks about his cute things hobby. However, he always said that it's okay to be yourself, so don't care about what the other says and love what you like, but I'll keep making fun of it. Leo smiled slightly before he said, "I feel he only wanted to see me angry because it's the closest to my real self." Sigh. The atmosphere is heavier as Leo walked upstairs and reached a room. The room was next to another one, which had a chess-decorated door. Leo opened the door and entered the door as it displayed a room with normal games and anime posters, which didn't surprise the group a lot, but those different plus-highs about cute creatures in anime made Kagai's and Kazuma's eyebrow twitch. However, they didn't dare to say anything. "It has been a while, I even forget what it looked like." Leo had a slightly cheerful tone before he said, "Sigh. It really has been a while, isn't it?" However, Leo noticed a candle on his desk next to a picture frame that was put facing the ground, so it doesn't show the picture. "I was really childish, hey." Leo walked towards the photo frame and picked it up before he said, "And I think I'm still childish." The picture had 2 people, a teenager with brown hair and eyes. To his side, there was a girl with short blonde hair and blue eyes. However, what made the group shocked is that they were doing a JoJo pose. Advocate of gender equality, seriously? Yet, we were serious, Leo said with a grin before he looked at the picture again. "Bree, who are they?" "Me," Or how I used to be. And this is my best friend. Someone very similar to me at that time, Leo said with a quiet voice before he sighed once again. I don't remember when I met her exactly, but I remember the place and that meeting changed my life. Leo's voice lowered again, but the group could hear him before he said we talked a lot and played a lot with games. She got me into many games like Undertale, and even my hobby of loving cute things was discovered by her. She wouldn't shut up about it from that day. A wry smile, yet a sad one, appeared on Leo's face before he said, however, I managed to get her into JoJo, but she tricked me to pose into a photo. We did a lot after that, even putting JoJo in the religion section at the library. She reached out for me when I never knew I needed it. Leo put the photo frame on the desk as the group felt this is sadder. I still remember that she always said to be free while reminding me that a small thing like a cute cat can bring happiness. I wish I realized sooner without being a fool. Leo looked at the picture before he stared at the candle. Bree, so, what happened to her? 3 days passed, and I heard nothing about her. Before I found out that she committed suicide. Leo's words fully silenced the group as some of them sighed and others were shocked. I kept asking myself why she did it. She looked happy, so why did she do it? I wasn't able to see it. Leo closed his eyes before he said, in the end, I found myself checking all the surrounding details. Maybe I was blaming myself for not knowing sooner, or because I could not help her. Trying to find a flaw. How pathetic and ridiculous. Bree, I'm sorry. Don't be. It happened a long time ago, and I can barely remember all the details. After all, we forget and move in our lives, don't we? Leo smiled slightly as the screen. Silence filled the room as nobody talked. Leo was staring at the picture while the group wasn't able to find any word to say. The silence continued until a message arrived. Bree, what was her name? It's okay if you don't answer. She was called Leah. But it doesn't matter a lot now. Leo reached out with his hand before he touched his old self in the picture. There's nothing that can change it. Here or in that world, Leo said as his old self turned into a small spot of light as he held it in his hand. The picture was left with only the girl while the candle next to it was finally extinguished. Leo looked at the light in his hand before he exited his room and went to the living room again. Big Sister Lion, then. What about your mother? Leon didn't know why she asked, but she felt she should say something in this situation. She was a slightly serious type with a love for cooking. Leo sighed as he remembers a few things before he said, she was forcing me to cook once in a while with her, as she was training me to take care of myself, so I don't starve or something. One day, a storm hit this area, so we couldn't get out of home, and on that day, I cooked as it turned out to be a disaster. Another wry smile formed on Leo's face before he said, we couldn't order something because of the storm, so we ate what I cooked. You should have seen our faces. In the end, I was able to make something above average, which is a win for me. She always said to believe in myself because she'll always believe in me no matter what happens. Then she'll say something like, when will you marry and give me grandchildren? Leo picked the picture without realizing that his hand was slightly shaking before he said, that was ridiculous. And now, I'm here, so how do you expect me to get you grandchildren? The person in the picture turned into light as the light in Leo's hand fused with it and turned into a key. However, Leo didn't care as he was looking at the photo without noticing that his hand was shivering as he clenched his other hand before he said, you know? Being forgotten is more painful than death. At those words, the group realized why Leo wasn't in the other pictures. That's because he doesn't exist in that world now. The picture in the room meant he doesn't exist in that world anymore, and the last one meant that how can he be a part of it now? Why did God or the world will want him to see this? Honestly, Leo doesn't know, and now he doesn't care. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. You were happy. With those words, Kazuma lost his strength as he leaned on his chair and ignored the shaking Aqua. Yeah, I was happy. Very happy. Leo didn't raise his head or look at the screen. I never thought of going back, but I wish I had pushed a little bit further at that time, just to not let them worry about me. Leo opened his hand as he looked at the key before he walked towards the front door and put it in the keyhole. The door did a strange noise while the candle in the living room flickered. Advocate of gender equality, so, you also took your share from the world terrible game balance. It was like I wasn't doing enough, but something in my head was telling me. What's the point in doing more? Leo said as the group remembered those trophies, but there was nothing in Leo's name. Sigh, I feel that I'm a hypocrite. Maybe the angel was angry because of this. Leo's hand stopped shaking as he showed a smile. That smile was sad and filled with nostalgia, but even Misaka felt the determination contained. So, this was a part of my 2/10 story. However, it doesn't matter as it's the time to go forward, and crying about the past won't help that much. Taking a deep breath, Leo's eyes were firm again. After a moment of silence, a white light appeared from the door. But before he entered, he turned back and said one of the things he regrets not saying in his previous life. Goodbye. With those words, Leo appeared on a rooftop, which is the place in his last illusion under Yggdrasil. The sky was clear and clouds were drifting with the winds, which can make someone relaxed. The strongest man in the world, this place again, hey. A hero for fun, let's hear what he'll say. Another predictable moment, I warned it to not use these places, but that is useless, hey. Leo said as a white phantom appeared in front of him. This place where I met Leah for the first time. As for what I said under Yggdrasil. Leo looked at the phantom before he said, don't tarnish this place with your disgusting illusions. The group saw the look of the phantom, and it was very similar to Leo's friend they saw in the picture. Well, I first talked with an angel that works with instinct, so I don't think it's a problem to talk with an illusion. Leo shook his head as his body was getting more filled with the dark void. I had a lot of things to say to you, but I realized that it'll be stupid, ridiculous, and you'll probably laugh at me if I say them, so I don't have anything to say. Leo said as he walked and passed the illusion that was supposed to stop him. Crack. The illusion was cracking slowly as the blue sky was trembling. But, hey. I'm happy and free now. And it's maybe late. Well, very late, but I'll definitely reach out for you if you need me, Leo said as he made a pistol with his power and shot. The halo above his head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Crack. Asterisk. The illusion exploded as the sky returned to the dark void with colors, and an enormous monster appeared in the sky as it almost covered the sky. This is the core of reality and the curse. Meanwhile, in the actual world, the angel was fighting with Thor and Vidar before it halted and started screaming. Its halo and wings were cracking as its power was going out of control, but strangely nothing was affected. Before the angel recovered, a pink space power rushed from the sky and smacked it into the ground before an orange slime appeared from its shadow and tickled its neck. I'm in control now. Leo was holding his head while his halo and wings had cracks all over them, but he was able to see the angel contained. The monster screamed again as the dark void was breaking again and showed a white space behind it. This reality is collapsing, and it only needs the last push before it crumbles. However, Leo noticed something rising from the illusion shards as it fused with his ki and turned into a yellow butterfly. Leo let go of the butterfly before he said, now, it's my time to let go of everything. Neat princess, why the hell did you do that now? Now the group wants to say bullshit about shooting yourself at the last battle when you're about to win. Why not? I mean, it was the answer all along. How can a butterfly fly without losing its cocoon? Leo walked forwards as the monster in the sky was screaming non-stop and it raised its gigantic tentacle. The cracks on the halo and wings were increasing with each step Leo took as shards were falling, but the halo grew slightly even with the cracks as a 7-sharp tip was appearing and the book of the law was shining on the 7th phrase. Desire, and it'll be thy answer. Leo remembered the last message from God in the book of the law before he said, then I desire to use these broken wings to fly beyond everything you planned. So, guys. Do you want to take a flight to the stars with me? Leo smiled at the screen before his broken wings flapped. Boom! With a giant explosion, everything under Leo was crumbling. The area, the illusion, and this reality were collapsing as Leo was flying towards the monster in the sky. Thousands of small tentacles rushed towards Leo from the monster, but he did a flip in the air while dodging most of them. The broken wings behind Leo opened up as the shards turned into thousands of dark rainbow-colored beams. The beams filled the sky as they drew a beautiful picture before they hit the monster and exploded. The angel outside did the same, but the beams were much weaker than Leo as Pakia was able to transfer them while helping SCP-999. However, this didn't end as Kuruba and Killer Queen appeared. Killer Queen put its hand on the angel's head while Kuruba nodded before it took one of the angel's attacks. A white shadow appeared in Kuruba place, which is its soul, before Killer Queen caught it. With Kuruba dying, most of the damage on Leo's body became zero, so Killer Queen used its power and turned the curse energy in his body into a bomb. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. Thousands of explosions appeared on the monster body in Leo's mind as it was screaming louder. I know that I didn't believe in it at all. Leo flapped his wings again before he dodged and slashed all the tentacles coming towards him. Left, right, up, and down. Leo was dodging and destroying everything the monster threw at him, but with every dodge and attack, a faint golden rectangle was appearing. Bam! With a sonic boom, Leo's broken wings grew up in size before they spun as he charged towards the monster. Leo allowed his body to follow the rotation as the wings fused into one before it became a huge drill. Boom! Leo and his drill were crushing everything in their ways as they almost reached the monster's true body. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. However, the monster body that protects the core was very hard, and it was almost impossible to pierce through because it represents the reality made by God. But because you dared to use my memories. Then just this time, Leo's wings were getting more broken with the second before he said, I'll believe in it, even if it's just for a moment. Leo only believed that the world doesn't have perfection, but now, even if it's just for this moment, he chooses to believe that even the biggest flaws can have perfection. A clear golden rectangle appeared in Leo's way before everything exploded in front of him. Boom! The drill adjusted itself towards the golden rectangle before its speeds multiplied and crushed the monster defense. The monster was thrashing around, but the drill was destroying its body from the inside without mercy before Leo reached the core of the monster. The wings turned back to normal because they lost their strength before Leo extended his hand and reached out for the core, but tentacles appeared from all the walls and rushed towards him. Leo saw the tentacles, but he didn't stop as he smiled and said, so, now you choose to appear. Muda. Gold experience appeared from Leo's body and punched most of the tentacles, but two of them caught Leo's wings. Gold experience is the closest to Leo's soul, and the only beast can appear here after the reality is collapsing. One pull, second pull, Leo found himself stuck in the air as the tentacles were stopping him from moving forward and gold experience was busy with the other tentacles. Do you know what I learned from this day? Leo's wings cracked further before they were broken completely as he said, I don't need wings to fly now. With those words, Leo used his hand and pierced the curse, and this reality core as a bright light appeared and blinded everything. The angel outside stopped as all the beasts were teleported away by Pakia. The angel didn't stop for long before cracks filled its body and a giant pillar of light shot towards the sky. Meanwhile, in a random place in Europe, someone was inside the kitchen as he used the sink to fill a pot, but when he turned away, he saw the water wasn't following the gravity as it raised towards the ceiling. What? Fuck. The man said a word by word before he noticed that the sky turned dark in the middle of the day. An eclipse. The end of the world. These all that the man could think of, but he didn't see an eclipse. He only saw thousands of stars appearing in this dark sky as they illuminated the world. This situation happened all across the world as the day disappeared and was replaced with a sky filled with stars. Meanwhile, a portal opened up in Asgard as a gigantic red dragon appeared from it, but he stopped immediately as he saw the sky. Thor, Vidar, and the creatures in the layers couldn't close their mouths as they were looking at the angel under the starry sky. Well, this was much easier than I thought. A clear voice sounded across the layer before a few black feathers fell from the sky. The feathers were pure black and had a rainbow-colored glow at its ends which was dreamy like a star falling from the sky. In the sky, a young man was floating there with no worry. His back has a pair of black rainbow wings, which were a combination of energy and physical wings, but they were flashing like the stars in the night. Now, this is really a beautiful sky. But as I promised, Leo opened his eyes and his 7 sharp tips golden halo was shining brightly before he said this was a flight towards the stars. At this moment, the stars in the sky lit up as if they were welcoming the morning star. New meaning for the 7th phrase. Papilio-glaucous butterflies are yellow in colors. They can represent that the departed souls who are resting peacefully in the afterlife. A yellow or gold butterfly also symbolizes a new life, a transformation, or a rebirth, which what happened in this arc. 7 phrases. 6 advice from Leo's past and his last lesson for himself at the end make them 7. 7 members in the group chat, which means 7 worlds. 777. Fun fact. 7 chapters is the number it took for this power-up. 222. Morning Star. The starry sky was above every being in this world, as the darkness around was illuminated by the stars. The darkness was scary as everyone felt a sense of unease from it, but strangely, they felt a warm feeling from the stars. It was like 2 different contradictions existing at the same place. However, Everyone had more problems now. The world is going crazy. Yes, completely crazy, as the rules of existence were distorted and everything was going nuts. Although the effect is global, it's mainly in Europe, as the physics laws were thrown out of the window now. Some people stared at their boiled water as it was chilling cold and the flames under it were sending cold air. One guy stared at his ball floating in midair as he tried to pull it down, but it won't budge no matter what he did. A group of friends saw a waterfall moving backward, even the river was moving backward. A woman was holding her head in fear before it opened her eyes slowly and saw the out-of-control car frozen in the air. All the people in the street looked at the scene before they noticed the starry sky. The supernatural world wasn't much better. Most of the gods felt their authority weakened and unable to activate even in their territories, as they were unable to affect the starry sky. On the far horizon, a different star rose as it took its place behind an angel in Asgard. The star was golden and shining more than all the other stars, but it wasn't a star, it was a planet. The planet made the astronomers in the world know it's the time before sunrise, as the planet is Venus, or it's called the morning star. Leo was floating in the sky of the 8th layer of Asgard as a red dark light glowed on his chest before a necklace appeared. The necklace was in the shape of a cross, but it looked more like a diamond shape opened up with a green orb spinning inside in the middle of a golden star. The necklace center was red, and the sides were black, but the tips were golden. His coat was also glowing golden at the tips, as 24 runes were flashing before they gathered together and became 18 runes. Venom changed with the combination of these runes as he's slowly waking up. What just happened? Drake woke up after he was knocked out because of the curse before he saw the Great Red and said, "It seems a lot has happened." "You have no idea," Leo said as he looked at the necklace, which is his subspecies balance breaker, before staring at the stars and Venus behind him. "My power combination was more successful than I imagined." Leo's wings were moving slightly as the stars were flashing. Lucifer, or as commonly referred to as Satan, wasn't always the devil, who's the embodiment of evil. But he was the light bringer, as the angel who was said to be the closest being to be allowed to sit to the right of God. This angel that was called the light bringer has become Satan, the prince of darkness, the one who challenged the light, and the embodiment of evil. However, after fusing with Leo's angel power that doesn't belong to the biblical origin, he regained that light from the darkness and brought the light to the world in the form of the stars. However, the one who challenged the light didn't lose his title, as the world lost its light given by God, and only his light, which is the stars, remained. But why can Leo call Venus? Well, as long as it refers to him as a concept, he can use it. Lucifer is the name of various mythological and religious figures associated with the planet Venus, and is also associated with the fall from the heaven with its irregular movements. Leo, as Lucifer, can use Lucifer's powers to control the concept of light and fire as elements to create stars. Even Venus as a concept can be controlled, as it referred to him, the morning star. This was all because of his power combination. He can even use the darkness aspect of the devil and cover this world in darkness, or summon hell if he was into our world. Killer Queen, Leo said as Killer Queen appeared and gave him the soul in its hand. A dark light glowed on the soul before Kuruba appeared again, and Leo said, "Good job, little guy." Woohoo, Kuruba said with its usual tone before sitting on Leo's head, and Leo's other small beasts did the same before a wry smile appeared on his face. Pakia also arrived next to Leo as he looked at the Great Red in the distance before moving inside Leo's shadow. "Advocate of gender equality, why do you always have to act like this when you level up?" The group saw the starry sky and the darkness filling the world before they started typing. Big Sister Lion, yeah, this really exaggerated. Bree Bree, you would think this because you are an assassin, but wait for it. Big Sister Lion, wait for what? Leon was puzzled by this group way of talking before her expression became dull after looking at the next message. Advocate of gender equality, why do you have to be cool when you level up? Kazuma was jealous. With that thought, Leon was giving up her faith in this group with each second passing by. Believe it or not, this is just a side effect of my existence in this world. Leo shook his head as he felt the huge magical power or an unknown form of energy in his body before he said, but this range of effect is huge because this world weak rules and laws. If Leo was into a world with unknown numbers of phases that act as a filter to the reality, he can never dream to affect all the world by his existence only. The energy in Leo's body now is slightly similar to Telisma, which is the energy in heaven, but now it's very different as Leo was leaking it subconsciously and affecting the surrounding reality. Leo's power was changing the physical rules as the reality was going on steroids, and Lucifer power brought darkness and light to this world. Well, let's leave this talk for later, Leo said as he raised his hand before a gigantic red energy beam reached his position. Boom! The wind was blowing from the collision between Leo's hand and the energy beam as Asgard and the actual world was affected by it. Great Red in the distance opened his mouth as he released an enormous mana in the form of a dragon breath, but Leo didn't move from his place as he blocked it with one hand. However, Leo felt this attack won't scratch him even if he didn't block, as his basic use of energy without any concept can't really do anything to him in his angel form. Crack! Leo closed his palm as he crushed the energy beam with his bar hand before he looked at the Great Red in the distance before he snapped his fingers as the area suddenly brightened. When everyone looked up at the sky, they saw a star falling down as it left a trail of light and hit Great Red's head instantly. Boom! The star hit Great Red's head as it made an explosion and blinded everyone, but the heat in the area rose instantly as it was ignited on fire. After the light cleared, Great Red opened his bloodshot eyes as he was angry now. His skin and scales were burned before it recovered immediately. Reality bending? No, it's just dreams reflected in the actual world which changed the reality. Leo saw Great Red powers before he put his hand on his chin as he got an idea. However, your dreams are really fragile. Are you really an embodiment of a concept? Leo said as he raised his hand before 10,000 rainbows energy bombs appeared in the area. White light can become 7 colors, which can increase the power of Leo's attacks greatly as it matches his spell and the Book of the Law effect. Leo let go of his hands as all the energy beams flew towards the Great Red and hit him instantly. He tried to use his power to block, but the beams shot through his body easily and almost completely demolished it. Thor and Vidar stared at this scene as they lost hope completely now. The Great Red was done easily like that, without any chance to retaliate. However, the broken Great Red disappeared like mist and appeared far away from Leo as he was charging another dragon breath. Great Red just made all the damage disappear like a bad dream and returned in full strength even after taking a hit from attacks that can destroy a continent easily. So, as long as it doesn't include a strong concept, I can never actually do damage to you. Leo nodded his head before deciding what he'll do next as the chat room was flashing. Neat princess, this light show is hurting my eyes. Advocate of gender equality, same, aren't you Satan or something, can't you be dark and stuff? I also want to summon hell, but I left it into Aru. Leo twitched his eyebrow before he said, do you want to visit it with me? It'll only cost your soul. Advocate of gender equality, wow, it has been 3 minutes and you're already Satan, bravo. Leo ignored the message as his necklace was flashing before a pink half-mechanical creature appeared behind him. It was Tusk Act 2 which upgraded even if Leo can't see the golden rectangle now. Tusk as a growing stand is attached to the boosted gear which has a balance breaker now, but he can still evolve with the spin as Leo can use him to see the golden rectangle even if he can't on his own. So, you took the chance to upgrade. Leo felt his beasts are learning his habits before he said, very well, let it spin, Tusk. With Leo's words, thousands of dragon heads appeared behind Leo. All the cannons were similar to his Annihilation dragon cannon as they were charging some spinning rainbow-colored beams. Great Red saw this as he used his dream's ability to increase his powers and shot more dragon breaths towards Leo. He even used his dreams to affect Leo, but all those debuffs weren't useful as the dream cracked before it reached him. However, Leo's left wing flapped as all the dragon breaths were crushed like glass and turned into dust. Well, I need a name for this move. I'll just call it the RGB cannon. Leo thought for a moment before he pointed at Great Red and said, taste the rainbow, motherfucker. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. All the cannon shots as they hit the Great Red and caused a massive explosion. The shots weren't that damaging on the Great Red actual body as Leo didn't include any powerful concept. The Great Red body was getting destroyed with every beam. Light and flames were destroying the Great Red's body as his mana was getting lower and lower. These attacks were very different from what he saw in his life. Each one of the beams has something that blocks his dreams slightly, so it takes 10 times the usual power to recover. Great Red raised his gigantic wings before he gathered energy on them and waved around. With the huge size of the wings, all the area in Asgard was covered in the red-colored AoE attack as Leo's cannon was stopped slightly. Leo saw this before he frowned as he felt that his control over his power was weaker. He's afraid to slip and destroy this planet accidentally. But these weak attacks can't hurt Great Red because Leo needs him alive. Leo decided to try something else as he was channeling his energy slowly and carefully before Venus behind him started to shine with a golden light. Great Red, who was going on a rampage because of the surrounding attacks, noticed the golden light before a giant planet appeared above everyone's head. This is the concept of Venus, manifesting in the form of a planet above the sky. Shit. Too close. Leo said as Venus reflected the light as it shot a golden beam at the Great Red before it disappeared like mist. The attack was quick and silent as the Great Red was floating there without moving before his pupil lost focus and fell like a doll that lost its stings. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. The Great Red body made a huge cloud of dust as Thor and Vidar swallowed subconsciously because it was next to them. Oh, are you guys still here? Leo appeared next to the Great Red body before he saw Thor and Vidar. Thor and Vidar felt the enormous power and magical power from Leo's body as they weren't able to move next to it. Ah, my energy is going out of control again, I should be careful with concepts like Venus, Leo said as his energy slowed down and the starry sky became slightly dim. Who are you? Thor asked the biggest question in his mind after he saw Great Red get destroyed. Me? I'm just a friendly angel, Leo pointed at his halo as Thor and Vidar almost cursed in his face. Fucking hell, you aren't friendly at all. What kind of those birdmen have that kind of power? Those were the thoughts of Vidar and Thor, but Leo raised his eyebrow before he said, well, I know I'm not friendly, but I'm working on it. Probably it'll never happen. Thor was sweating even more, as Vidar decided he'll stop thinking if this guy can read minds now. When Thor and Vidar were having their mental breakdown, Leo moved towards the Great Red before he used his wings and pulled a crimson red aura from his body. This is the concept of dreams that the Great Red can control. After gathering a small orb from the dream concept, Leo pulled it towards his necklace before fusing it with the dream concept. Dream. The necklace said with Drake voice as Leo nodded before he looked at Thor and Vidar while saying so, as a friendly angel. Advocate of gender equality, bullshit. Neat princess, stop lying, you star-dropping angel of doom. Ahem, as a friendly angel, Leo focused on the word friendly before he said, I want to thank you for your help, if you want to visit me you can look for the Cows Brigade. Neat princess, PFFFFF. Who the hell wants to visit you? Thor and Vidar shared the same thought again before Leo said, really? That's really a shame, but remember. We Cows Brigade has started the first part of the plan in the world you know. Leo grinned as his aura as the devil was giving Thor and Vidar chills before he said, we'll change. Neat princess, thank you for the great villain acting Lucifer, very cool. However, now. How about we call this a day and end this bad dream? Leo said before he put his hands around the necklace as his magical energy was rushing towards it. I think I'll call this move. Leo's necklace was glowing brightly as the stars in the sky started to become dim before he said. Daydream. Asterisk dream. Asterisk. When those words fell, the darkness swept across the world as the sun was rising from the east, which means a new day arrived before light swept everything. Everything that happened in this period was vanishing like mist before it returned to normal. THA damage in Asgard, the scar on Mars, the effect of Leo's power, everything was disappearing like it was just a dream passing by. After a moment, the light disappeared as the world returned to normal, but Leo put his hand down as he said, this cost me 60% of my magical power, I'm only suitable for destruction, hey. Thor and Vidar stared at the completely fixed Asgard before Leo said, this planet was going to be dust without your help, so count it as a payment. Now, goodbye. Leo said as his wings flashed before he turned into light and disappeared from Asgard. Sigh. Thor and Vidar felt the terrible power leaving as they breathed a sigh of relief, but Leo appeared again before he said, don't forget, Cows Brigade. That appearance almost gave Vidar a heart attack as Leo left the place again while Thor looked at his hammer, which recovered completely before he felt the balance of the world will change greatly. However, Thor almost dropped the hammer as he realized that he can't remember how Leo looks like, even if he saw him a moment ago. Thousands of magic circles appeared on the layer as Odin and the Valkyries arrived before rushing towards Thor's location, but they stopped after Great Red woke up and raised his head towards them. Meanwhile, above the roof of Leo's home in GOOOOSE town, Leo appeared with a flash of light as his wings were moving slightly with the wind. This day was exhausting, Leo said as his necklace four sides closed down before it turned into a diamond shape. Leo's halo and wings disappeared slowly and his unknown energy was slowly getting locked by the necklace as he recovered his complete control over it now. Leo's new subspecies balance breaker can act as a button to control the spell, which allows him to control it as he pleases, but the pain is unavoidable. Hiss. Leo felt his brain burning because the spell was activated for far too long with the angel accident, which made his brain hurt like hell. All that his brain was sending now are pain signals as Leo held his head before he used his mana to recover it slightly. Leo can't keep his mind of God activated all the time or his brain will burn because of the knowledge and information beyond his limits. Although, it doesn't affect him a lot as he can just activate it. However, the spell will destroy his mind if he doesn't use it carefully. Now, he can't slap planets because his level is 5.2 or something without the spell, and he can't look at the future or the past. However, he can use his current power as clairvoyance to the present. Well, I need to check how long I can last before training to control this angel power. Also this balance breaker thing, Leo said as he noticed that his balance breaker is permanent. He can't turn it off as this is the base form now, and it's keeping his spell in check, so it cannot be changed unless he did it manually. However, there are still some abilities he doesn't know about and he needs to name it as well. So, guys. This is it, thank you for watching, Leo said before he saw the messages. Advocate of gender equality, well, it was fun. Probably. Neat princess, you don't get to see Lucifer in action every day. The strongest man in the world, this was confusing, but congratulations on moving over in your life. I need to go now, this took so long. The strongest man in the world is offline. What's with the moving in my life thing? Leo's eyebrow was twitching from that message before others arrived. A hero for fun. I'm leaving. A hero for fun is offline. Saitama left a small message and went away like always, the group was already used to this action from him. Big Sister Lion, this was my first time here, and it turned out like this. Sigh. Big Sister Lion, just what'll happen in the future? Don't ask me, I turned off the spell. Leo raised his hands as the group sighed again. Big Sister Lion, yeah, right. I need a break. Big Sister Lion is offline. Bree, so, Leo. Well, let's stop with this, okay? I am fine and thank you for asking. Leo waved his hand as he indicated that he's okay. Advocate of gender equality, are you sure that the spell is off? Bree, but... Sai, look here. Leo massaged his temples before he said, it has been a long time since that happened. Okay, I got a long time to think about it. That year with my memories or the 16-year without memories and some nightmares now and then, but I already moved on and you can't expect me to cry over it all the time, right? Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said, everything has passed, even if the end was slightly painful. The group understood that Leo was referring to his existence being erased from the world as they didn't know what to say. Don't think too much about it. I'll just keep it as a memory like I always did and you can just think of it as a star passing by, leaving a trail of light before it disappears. Leo said as a small star was on his finger as he could use Lucifer powers even without the spell. Lucifer's powers now exist in the form of a gemstone as it's a natural power that doesn't need all that calculations to be used, but he needs to be in his angel form to be used to its full power. Neat princess, that's kinda cringe. Shut up. I'm Lucifer and I can say whatever I want. Leo put a serious face before he said, and it's even better if it brings you pain and suffering. Neat princess, ladies and gentlemen, Satan is here with you. Advocate of gender equality, with his flesh and wings. Oi! Leo said as he was trying to figure out a way to shoot the star in his hand through the screen. Ha ha ha. Misaka was laughing at this scene before she let out a sigh of relief as she typed in the chat room. Bree, and the bad quotes about stars. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, did you hear him? A journey towards the stars. Neat princess, ha ha ha. What kind of phrase is that? Leo took a deep breath before he extinguished the star in his hand and closed the stream. Annihilation Maker stopped the stream and got 600 points. Does this work with how many members in the chat room? Leo said before he looked at his points, but at that moment, the area around Leo lost its light as the darkness was more frightful than the Tholoth in Leo's mind. Points 600. To Aru world. Well, did you think you could take Lucifer from the world with your punna powers? I'll take my money for the delivery, Lucifer, don't mind me. DXD world. Well, I know my rules are weak and such, but this is for my mental health, my lovely rules, the conceptual chaos you caused, and fuck you. The wind was blowing Leo clothes slightly as the darkness was becoming more frightening with each moment passing by. On this day, the world knew about the supernatural before their memories were erased by Leo. The supernatural world saw Venus very closely and now there's something even more frightening in it. A new urban legend was made about the dark street because of an angry angel of doom. Harassment. Today is a beautiful day, the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the clouds were drifting. Everything was able to make this day a perfect day for relaxing and taking things slowly. People woke up like they usually do and they continued in their lives like nothing happened, but for the supernatural world, they had small problems called stars, darkness, and Venus. Yes, Venus. After noticing the abnormality in Asgard, the gods in different mythologies were trying to understand what happened, but Palkia's space powers weren't that easy to surpass without the big gods getting involved. However, all that changed after the starry sky hit the world. Thousands of stars flashing across the sky, it doesn't matter if you are in a different realm or your pantheon, the stars appeared all around the realms in all mythologies. The gods' authority, divine rights, or privileges were weakened to a degree they never saw in their lives. The whole darkness and stars were acting like a barrier between the gods and reality. Most of the gods were surprised and shocked by this turn in events as they were trying to understand what's going on in Asgard, but basically, everyone gave up after looking at the fucking Venus appearing in the sky. Even if it was just a manifestation of a concept, but the power contained in that Venus could burn this planet to ashes with everyone on it. It was like the Earth was just a rock floating in space and Venus was the actual planet. Gods and goddesses, who were associated with Venus, weren't able to even look at the planet or even try to call upon their authority. The concept of Venus in the sky was too powerful for them to try to use their power. Suddenly, the planet vanished like mist, which was like an illusion disappearing, but the starry sky and the magical power in the air told the world that Venus was real. In the end, the starry sky started to get dimmer before the sun raised and everything disappeared from the eyes of everyone. The starry sky, Venus, the magical power, the effects across the world, everything was just gone with the sun rising before the time was recovered to his usual form across the world. Dream? Yes, it was a dream, or someone was telling them and forcing even the reality to announce these events as a dream. These thoughts terrified most of the forces around the world. Biblical forces were the most affected from these turns in events. The power in the air that day clearly belonged to the Christianity side, and more shocking, it was something that reminded them of Lucifer, except it was stronger. Way stronger. The three factions were trying to communicate in public after all those years because the situation seemed more than enough for them to act. However, Michael and the angels didn't have time as they were trying to keep the system in check after it went high-wired from the god of Tuaru last message. Azazel wasn't able to even talk to his subordinate because the current events are beyond anyone's realization. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't have any time to react. He's now trying to figure out a solution about the situation and even trying to use it in his advantage to promote the peace talks. People always gather better under one flag against one threat, and Azazel wants to use this until they figure out the cause of these changes. The four Satans weren't better as Lucifer power affected them before they joined the investigation, but that didn't take long before the Norse gods announced the identity of Joker. The SSS criminal that almost destroyed Asgard, the one who dyed the sky dark, and a lot of other titles like the one who made Odin cry. The reason for Odin crying is still unknown currently, except he was looking at some ashes in Asgard while saluting them. However, everyone knows that they gave him SSS rank because there wasn't another rank higher at the moment, especially after they heard Thor and Vidar's words. Thor and Vidar, who were the witnesses for the accident, only said that they stood no chance and the Great Red was thrown around like a toy before it was defeated. Great Red defeated easily. This news wasn't simple for the world to comprehend, as some people called Thor a liar, but they know they're just lying on themselves, as the strongest being in the world was defeated by an unknown person. Greek gods had a problem with their authority as Venus played a large part in their mythology, as the gods like Aphrodite were still feeling dizzy from looking at Venus. Zeus was furious that day as he felt the heaven, sky, in his territory was taken away from him and he couldn't even move a finger to stop it. Hades was strangely quiet as the darkness that day always made him uneasy. He even felt the power of those unnecessary beings, fallen angels, devils, but it was far greater than him. Even his hell was strangely quiet that day when the darkness fell. Poseidon was the only one who wasn't greatly affected as he watched his two brothers choosing to wait before taking actions. Hindu gods weren't better and even similar to the Greek gods. Indra got mad because his heaven was replaced by the starry sky and the evil powers contained in the darkness. Shiva, the god of destruction, wasn't in the same state as Indra as he didn't care that much, but the fact of someone having the power to destroy the world with a snap still makes him slightly uneasy. Shinto gods were having the same problems, but they were less affected because the effect was in Europe and it doesn't seem like it'll come to Japan. But all the gods agreed on one point, it's that the cause of this can never be an angel or at least a normal one with two wings. However, nothing could be done now as the reason for this chaos was completely gone. Joker, or whatever his real name is, didn't leave any clue about his existence in the world after that night. Even Thor found he can't remember Joker look after a moment from his disappearance. The only left clue was Chaos Brigade, which was left by the culprit himself as it didn't give anyone much confidence. Anyone with their right mind felt this is very fishy, but they didn't have any better choice. Now, the Cows Brigade was getting all the attention from the forces in the world, and even the existence of Ophis and her fame wasn't able to stop the gods from their investigation. Honestly, if the Great Red was defeated, then what the point of being scared from Ophis if they're investigating a being stronger than her and the Great Red? Meanwhile, in an unknown location near Romania, a man was holding a glass cup before he threw it to the ground. Crack! The cup was shattered into pieces as the man was clenching his fist from anger before he said, "How dare they!" The man has the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. This man is Rezevim Levon Lucifer, who is probably the most correct form of an actual devil in this world with his evil. He usually calm and talk with a calm-mannered voice, but today something he wasn't able to comprehend happened. Great Red lost to an unknown guy. A big part of their plans and goals were defeated easily, which was a slap to Rezevim's face. However, what made him more furious is the helplessness he felt with the power in darkness, as he couldn't rebel against it and every cell in his body was afraid. This weakness angered Rezevim greatly. Rezevim doesn't care about the world as long as his dreams were fulfilled, but now there's a being stronger than the Great Red in the world, which will certainly be a problem in his journey to the other worlds. After a while, Rezevim calmed down before he said, "Where's Ophis?" The darkness around Rezevim twisted slightly before a hesitating voice was heard. "We don't know, Lord Rezevim." You don't? No. Rezevim turned towards the devil in the dark with eyes that didn't contain any emotions. Why, yeah, the devil didn't finish his words before he was obliterated by Rezevim magic attack as he turned into dust. Euclid walking away from the place, Rezevim said as a man appeared from a magic circle next to him. Yes, Rezevim Sama, a man with silver hair tied as a braid appeared from the magic circle before he did a slight bow. This man is Euclid Lucifuge, who's the right arm of Rezevim. Where's Ophis? Rezevim repeated the question before Euclid said calmly, "She disappeared suddenly after yesterday." Unlike the first time, Rezevim didn't show anger as he said, "I see. Keep me informed if anything happened. The plan needs to be changed." Understood, Rezevim Sama, Euclid said as a magic circle appeared under Rezevim before he disappeared from this place. Meanwhile, when the world was having his own mental breakdown, the culprit was chilling in his home. Leo was standing in front of the bathroom mirror as he was touching his face here and there with one expression on his face. Disgust. Why? Just why? Leo said as he didn't want to look at the person in the mirror, even if it's himself. Leo's face and appearance are still the same, but strangely he seems to be more beautiful than usual with a huge degree. As a semi-all-knowing guy, Leo can know this is the side effect of fusing with Lucifer and Venus concept. Lucifer is a beautiful angel, and this is obvious, but the combination between him and Venus wasn't that welcomed by Leo. Venus is the morning star with Lucifer powers and Leo's angel of the flaws, but it also symbolizes beauty, love, and appeal, which gave Leo a strong passive buff of charm. However, Leo's opinion about this buff was the following. "This is disgusting." Leo had a disgusted expression on his face before he sighed and waved with his hand. Leo's eyes color went back to sky blue before his charm buff was reduced until it didn't make him want to throw up. Devil or Satan is a deceiver, which his darkness can take the form of those legends and hide the truth or deceive weaker opponents. There was a lot of change in Leo's powers during this day. He found that his necklace is the fusion of the Annihilation Maker and the boosted gear. Gold experience changed by having a golden seed in his chest position. Leo's wasn't able to know what that seed meant. He has two theories, that it's either connected to him by gold experience or it's a very high conceptual thing. Anyway, with the darkness power, a crisis in Leo's life was solved because he couldn't troll the handsome guys if he was one of them. Well, he can, but it will not be that satisfying. Well, it's time to go anyway, Leo said before Venom changed and became his school uniform. Why go to school? Leo doesn't have anything better to do at the moment except going to school or send an appealing message to the world will to get him back his money, because this clearly was fraud without his knowing. Leo sent at least 34 messages with the kindest of words just to make his point clear and get back his money from those two bastards. Walking downstairs, Leo spotted his mother understairs before he said good morning. Manamai noticed Leo before she smiled and said good morning. However, she noticed something different before she said, "Did something good happen?" "Well, you can consider it a good thing." Leo stared at his mother for a moment before a slight smile appeared on his face. "Did you start to talk like your father?" Manamai sighed as Leo took his father's way in talking with a little information in his words. "No. No." Leo looked at his mother's suspicious face before he said seriously. "I need to go or I'll be late." Leo can just teleport or something to the school, but he needs to type the 35th message, harassment, to the world will. Take care Manamai waved her hand before Leo stopped his footsteps and said I maybe didn't say it at first, but I've always cherished you and father. Leo's words gave Minami a surprise as Leo rarely talks in this way, but she smiled and said this makes me happy, Leo. But don't tell me you'll start to say dad jokes like your father now. Leo had chills after he remembered those jokes before he saw his mother's smile and wondered why her comedy sense only awakened now. A wry smile appeared on his face before Leo waved his hand and left the house as he put his headphones on. Walking towards the school, Leo was listening to the music with a serious face while writing the 35th harassment to the world will. Leo's charm aura was slightly working even if Leo weakened most of it, but some people noticed him in the street and his serious look made some girls blush and wonder what he's listening to. Se no. Demo Sunnan Ja Dame. A/N, the song is Rena Circulation. The music and the expression on Leo's face were very contradictory before he saw some messages in the chat. Neat princess, is there anything to do today? Advocate of gender equality, leveling up and trying to act cool, but my debt is still very high. Nothing new. Neat princess, it's really boring. I don't have anything to do. Can't Leo destroy his world and stream it again? Advocate of gender equality, I don't know why I'm feeling angry at this message and satisfied to see this Neat suffering. Does this mean I'm finally doing something useful? Neat princess. Annihilation maker, admin sure, but first. Sign up this petition to get my money back from the world wills. It took Kazuma and Kagaya 15 seconds before they put the puzzle together and learned that Leo got trolled by the world will. Advocate of gender equality, ha 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 ha. Get wrecked. Neat princess, ha 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 ha. Goodbye to your money. Annihilation maker, admin. Annihilation maker, admin so, do you want to help or not? I already sent 35 messages and nothing came back. Advocate of gender equality, sure, sure. But can you send messages to them? Annihilation maker, admin there's an option to complain, but I'm sure it'll be taken down quickly. These words made Kazuma and Kagaya interested in what Leo wrote in those 35 messages. Neat princess, what did you write to them? Annihilation maker, admin this. Leo sent his messages before Kazuma and Kagaya's expressions became dull as they didn't understand what the hell was being written there. First message. Dear DXD and Tuaru World Will. Give me back my money you fuckers. And the list continued at that pace until it changed at the 23rd message. 23th message. Dear DXD World Will. My hand slipped and Venus is going out of its orbit. What to do? This is a goddamn threat. Kazuma and Kagaya had the same thought before they saw the next message. 24th message. Dear DXD and Tuaru World Will. Do you wanna have a bad time? Kazuma and Kagaya gave up after this message. After all, the others are just something like 7 pages of Muta, Kira's long speech, and stuff like that. However, before Leo typed something else, he stopped his footsteps as the surrounding area became grey. All the people around Leo were walking normally without noticing any anomaly, but they didn't even notice Leo now. This is one of the usages of darkness, as it makes all the people around ignore what'll happen. Even supernatural beings will forget what happened after stepping out of this domain. A little girl with long black hair down to her hips and grey eyes was standing in front of Leo as he stared at her without expression. The girl was wearing a black gothic Lolita dress, but her pointy ears and reptilian slitted pupils showed that she wasn't a normal person. Leo knows the identity of the person in front of him, as he was wondering how she found him, but he didn't care a lot as his necklace appeared and 10 RGB cannons surrounded the girl. This area of this town isn't a place where she should appear, especially in a place near his home. A/N, for those who are having a hard time imagining, you can think of Sen's Gaster blasters, but mechanical dragon heads. So. Leo's cannons were charging the rainbow color's energy before he said, do you mind telling me what you are doing here? The atmosphere was very heavy as the cannons of an angel and the infinity dragon gods were facing face to face. 134. Infinite Dragon God. People were walking in the streets normally and cars were driving in the route slowly because of a slight traffic jam. Students from different schools joined the crowds as they were going to their schools, but nobody noticed anything of what was going around them. The sky, earth, and people lost their colors in this area. Even people outside it didn't notice anything as two beings were staring at each other. A little girl with long black hair was standing in the road with an emotionless expression while 10 dragon heads cannons were aiming at her. The user of the cannons was a young man staring at the little girl with the same emotionless expression while his diamond-shaped necklace was shining slightly. The RGB cannons were charged with a concentrated light from Leo's unique energy, which he decided to call Alter Talisma, as each one of them can blow up this part of town if Leo didn't control them. Alter Talisma is weak in its density and purity when Leo isn't in his angel form, but it is easier to use as he can use it without distorting the surrounding reality. However, the little girl, who's the Infinity Dragon God Ophice, looked at the cannons while tilting her head as she seemed interested in the seven-colored light even if she saw the danger behind it. Leo saw this as his eyebrow twitched before he made the cannons open their mouths as the energy leaked a little, but he still didn't get a reaction from Ophice except it stared at his necklace while showing curiosity and annoyance in her eyes. Sigh. Leo saw his cannons that can even injure Great Red didn't get any reaction from this dragon before he made them disappear. To be honest, Leo felt he was pointing a gun at a child or something like that. He didn't sense any malice or this dragon in front of him was too naive to have malice in the first place. So, this is a pure dragon from this world, hey. Pure and naive. That big red dragon was also like this. He probably wanted to stop me from destroying the reality because I'm an entity outside of the DXD world in my angel form, Leo thought in his head before he lowered his hand and his necklace stopped shining. Ophice saw the cannons disappear, but she didn't care much as she was staring at Leo's necklace. Great Red. Ophice whispered as she sensed something familiar from the necklace. I'm not him. We only share the same color. Drake's voice appeared from the necklace before he said, it has been a while, Ophice. It has been a while, Drake. You got stronger, Ophice said as she sensed that Drake's power changed. Leo raised his eyebrow as he doesn't know a lot about his balance breaker except it changed a lot of things in the basic structure of the boosted gear and Annihilation maker. It isn't me who got stronger, it's this Longinus. But I share that power as well. Drake clarified his change because this is his pride as a dragon to rely only on his strength. The host and his Longinus share the power. Drake. Now, that you're died by the dreams. What'll your domination become as it now also turned black? What'll you become? Ophice said as she was looking at the green orb in the necklace and the dark color around it. I don't know. This guy is stronger than the original me with a large margin, so I don't know what'll happen next. But I saw a lot during these short days and I finally realized how small and pathetic my domination was. Drake's orb glowed slightly as he seemed in deep thoughts. A lot of people around me are seeking domination. I don't understand. I'm not domination. The Great Red isn't domination. Ophice answered calmly before she asked Drake, why are you changing? Will you throw your domination? What'll happen to you after that? I don't know. Drake repeated his answer before he said, but if this fool can become something like this, then my domination isn't that weak for me to give up on it. Oi! Leo said as he glared at the necklace, but he only got laughter from Drake. Ophice entered the deep thought mode as she was thinking about Drake's words, but Leo looked at her for a second before walking away. After 10 seconds, Ophice woke up before she rushed and followed Leo. What are you doing? Leo was busy with his 36th message to the world will as he noticed Ophice following him. Leo's darkness was already removed from this place, which made the people notice him and Ophice. However, Ophice's dress wasn't all that normal as she got a lot of attention, which made Leo apply the darkness cover again. Ophice tilted her head as she answered instantly, I follow you. I can see that. Leo's eyebrow twitched from this response before he said, can't you go home or somewhere else? Anywhere away from here. At least leave this area without forcing me to destroy it. Leo didn't want to fight in this place or any dragon god around it as it's a magnet for trouble. Ophice entered the deep thoughts mode again before she answered no. Oh? I know this is old, but... Leo's eyes color changed as his energy was leaking before he said, do you want to have a bad time? The area around Leo was distorted slightly because of his magical power, but Ophice didn't even flinch before she said no. I want a good time. Then stop following me. Leo's eyebrow was twitching a lot before Ophice shook her head and said no. Choose, do you want to have a bad time or stop following me? Leo didn't believe he could twitch his eyebrow to this degree before Ophice tilted her head and entered the deep thought mode. After a while, she looked at Leo with a serious gaze and said, I choose to follow you in a good time. Leo's magical energy stopped as the surrounding went back to normal before he sighed as his plan to scare this dragon went downhill very quickly. Leo walked forward again while Ophice followed him, which made him take different turns in the road, but she didn't stop as she increased her speed to walk next to him. Leo doesn't know if she's intentional or this is just a naive act, but he stared at her with blank eyes before he said, "What do you want?" He doesn't care if this dragon is cute or not. Well, the thinking state of her is cute, but this isn't a reason to ruin his day of relaxing after a full day of angels and God from Tuaru. "I need the new silence help to get the silence back," Off-Eyes said as she looked straight at Leo's eyes, which made him stop his footsteps and look at her. From the first time in this conversation, Leo looked completely serious at Off-Eyes before he said, "What did you call me?" "New silence." Off-Eyes tilted her head before she said, "Or the foolish silence." "That isn't better," Leo said with a slightly angry tone before he sighed and a clone appeared next to him. "Go in my place," Leo said as the clone teleported from this place and went to the school before he looked at Off-Eyes. "Follow me." "Forget it, you're going to do it anyway," Leo said before the surrounding area glitched as he and Off-Eyes appeared in the park of Kuaha. Using the flaws in space, Leo can use the 11th dimension to teleport from place to place with a cool glitch effect. The park was slightly empty, like usual in the morning. However, Leo didn't care as he went to a bench and sat down before Off-Eyes followed him and sat next to him. "Now, can you say hey?" Leo wanted to talk, but he saw Off-Eyes' attention was on a sweet shop in the distance before she looked at Leo. Off-Eyes stared at Leo without talking, but her goal was clear. Leo also stared at Off-Eyes and his eyes were delivering an obvious message of refusal. Both of them stared at each other for 5 minutes before Off-Eyes said, "I require cookies." "I shall not buy you cookies." Leo imitated Off-Eyes' way of talking, which made her squint her eyes at him. "I will not answer the foolish silence question." Off-Eyes tried to argue before Leo said, "Then I will leave this infinity dragon and go away." Off-Eyes blinked her eyes because she didn't expect this response before she entered the deep thought mode as she was thinking of a comeback. "Sigh, this will take forever." Leo sighed again before he pulled something that appeared from his shadow as he gave it to Off-Eyes. Here Leo gave a bag of cookies from his octopus chef to Off-Eyes as she snatched it from his hand. Leo was speechless as Off-Eyes was devouring the cookies before he thought as an infinity dragon her appetite should be infinite as well. However, Leo noticed something next to him when he wanted to ask Off-Eyes. It was the chat screen. "Advocate of gender equality, so, how did it go with your money?" "Neat princess, I don't think they'll even respond now or later." "Annihilation maker, admin, then I'll keep sending these messages until I get a response or they take this option down." "Neat princess, that's a good commitment." "Annihilation maker, admin, yeah, I've something here, so I'm leaving." "Advocate of gender equality, which thing?" "Annihilation maker, admin, nothing important, just an infinite dragon loli." "Advocate of gender equality, they." "What?" "Neat princess, picture of Off-Eyes." "Advocate of gender equality, Leo, you know the rules. Don't loot the dragon loli." "Annihilation maker, admin." "Neat princess, I'll call upon the evil gods that'll protect the loli. *FBI open up. *. Advocate of gender equality, call the FBI. We have a degenerate here. *FBI open up. Annihilation maker, admin, she's like Kaguya, her age is infinite. Neat princess, oi. Annihilation maker, admin, she's genderless and had an old man appearance in the past. Neat princess, we don't talk about that in here. You need to strengthen your beliefs, Leo. Advocate of gender equality, why do you have to destroy everything beautiful with your cruelty?" Leo was speechless by the replies before he felt something holding his sleeve. Off-Eyes was holding his sleeve while pointing at the empty bag of cookies. Leo stared at Off-Eyes blankly before he said, "Tell me first, what with the stupid nickname?" "Foolish silence is the foolish silence," Off-Eyes said calmly, which almost made Leo give her the iron fist of love to the head. This conversation reminded him of the first time meeting Drake. "Details," Leo said before he teleported the cookies bag to his hand and waved it in front of Off-Eyes. However, strangely Off-Eyes wasn't all that focused on the bag before she said, "I also want to question you." "Like Drake?" "Why the foolish silence?" "Choose to hide his silence with this form," Off-Eyes said before Leo stared at her calmly as silence filled the place. Even the sound of the surrounding birds and people was gone as Off-Eyes and Leo stared at each other while the silence was the only thing left. Off-Eyes felt something very similar and familiar for her in the human world, but she wasn't able to determine its location. However, strangely, she found the location after a moment from looking. It was like something helped her. Leo also knows what Off-Eyes was talking about because if you saw the shape of his wings in their first form or this new form, it was slightly different, but very similar to the shape of the dimensional gap. "A nice day." The silence filled the place as the infinite dragon god and the angel of doom were staring at each other. Although it's just a metaphor, the area almost became silent as the two of them didn't care about the outside world. If you ask that, then let me also ask you a question. Leo didn't answer before he looked at Offai's eyes and said, why are you infinite even if there's someone stronger than you? Great Red is stronger than Offai's, which is the reason she didn't claim back the dimensional gap until this time, but Leo can't understand how this world operates at all. After acquiring the spell, Leo can tap into some secrets of the universe, and one of them is, if someone was the embodiment of the infinite, then he/she should be at least at the limit of his/her world, even if he/she can control the degree of power. But there's no way that someone can surpass them, at least from their world. Power, speed, energy, and all other aspects of power should be infinite for you, but you're in fact quite limited, Leo said as he finally got Offai's full attention. Dreams can't block infinite because, after a certain point, they become limited and infinite continue. Leo can see Offai's powers as he sighed again at this world's wonderful power arrangement and execution. After something grows up to a certain degree, it'll have a quality change, as simple things can affect bigger things just because of pure strength. For example, Leo's flaws can only be used in the material world, but with an enormous amount of calculation, he can even find flaws in concepts such as time and reality. This also happens with someone like Saitama, as his power grows up so large that he can affect other things as well, like his talent or power control, but Leo believes that he can punch space or time if he punches hard enough or if he really wants to do it. If Offai's, who should be the infinite, can't crush some dreams just by sheer power, then Leo really has a lot of problems with this world power classification. So, why do you call yourself infinite? Leo said before he took a cookie from the bag and started eating it. Tusk appeared at this moment from Leo's necklace before it started to circle around Offai's. Offai's looked at Leo before she entered the deep thought mode as she looked at the ground before looking at the sky and Tusk. Her thinking method was interesting, that Leo didn't get bored while waiting. Leo was eating the cookie as he was thinking how delicious these are, and the fact that he still didn't send any chef to the chat group members because of everything that happened. After a while, Offai's woke up from the deep thought before she looked at Leo and said, Infinite. Oh? Then, is this your final say? Leo took another cookie before Offai's took one shamelessly from his bag. Infinite dragon. I'm infinite and born infinite, Offai's said as she devoured the cookie before Leo said, so, that's your reason? Then I also doesn't have a lot of reasons. Offai's answer that she didn't care and she's the infinite dragon no matter what happened, which didn't surprise Leo. I also did it because I want to do it and nothing more. This what makes you a person in a sense, Leo said before he looked at the sky as he could see the stars and Venus with his eyes. Stars, darkness, and flaws don't matter a lot, they exist because I want to. Like you love sweets and I don't care about other things a lot, Leo said as he gave his bag to Offai's. However, I also want to keep some things from being taken away from me, Leo said as the book of the law with a small chain appeared in his hand. Power and strength are cool, but for Leo, as long as they pass a certain line, then he'll reject them without a single thought. Memories, thoughts, ideas, and everything that defines Leo is off limits for him. He doesn't know about others' opinions about this and probably doesn't care, but this is his choice and he doesn't need to justify it. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Leo said as a blank card appeared in his hand before he looked at it. This is his prize from the gacha. Offai's tried to listen to Leo, but his words were confusing, so she decided to ignore them and eat the cookies. However, her eating time was interrupted because her eyes were hurt slightly from looking at the book of the law. Don't look at it, Leo said as he put the blank card inside the book before he closed it and said, even I get a headache when looking at it, but after this interesting talk, I was wondering. How did you find me? Leo decided to ignore all the other stupid topics and enter the real important one because he doesn't think this lowly can find him. Alter Talisma and its power to distort reality is very obvious for Leo, but now it's literally diluted and locked away by his Longinus and the spell, so how did this lowly find him? I don't know. I just found the foolish silence. Offai's raised her head and looked at Leo before she said, I want to know when the foolish silence will help. Offai's asked Leo about her request to get the dimensional gap back by beating Great Red, however, he only tilted his head before he said, I don't remember agreeing on anything. Offai's was staring at Leo without a word, but he didn't care as he said, and I already defeated the big red guy, so why do I have to do it again? All Offai's actions stopped as she stared at Leo without moving. Even the cookie in her hand stopped right in front of her mouth. I hit him with the concept of a planet and his dreams were shattered because he couldn't handle it. Leo words made Offai's recover a little before he said, but I used daydream to recover everything and he recovered with it because of dreams. Dead and alive by dreams, how ironic. Office.exe has stopped working. Office's eyes lost focus before she dropped the cookie in her hand. This world really needs to fix its loose rules. Leo started talking again, however, he noticed Office so waved his hand in front of her. But he didn't get any reaction before he said, my powers are glitching the reality again. However, you just found me. Leo sat down again as he didn't care about the out-of-service Office before he said, that's impossible because you need an equal or higher pure concept than me if you want to track me. And there's no one in this world is higher than me, pure concept. Leo was about to put a cookie in his mouth before he stopped in mid-air. Those bastards. Leo said as his eyes changed color and shape just from anger before the cookie in his hand turned into ashes. Gold experience. Killer Queen. Leo said as his 2 stands appeared behind him before he looked at the chat screen. You made me do this, Leo said with a cold voice before he, Gold experience, and Killer Queen started typing messages with an imaginable speed. MUDA. Gold experience was sending messages after screaming his battle cry, but Killer Queen only stared at him without a word as he didn't understand why. 45 messages, 67 messages, 98 messages, 162 messages, and the number is still increasing as the air is vibrating from the speed. Office still didn't recover from the shock while Leo and his stands were typing like madmen in the air. 1124 messages, 1167 messages. The air around the chat screen was vibrating from the speed before a private message arrived at Leo. DXD World will, what the fuck is your problem? DXD World will, who was fixing some stuff in his world, wasn't able to take it anymore as thousands of messages, harassments, were flying in his face. Annihilation Maker, admin, you're my problem. DXD World will, what the hell does that even mean? And can you stop spamming the chat? 1563 messages, 1601 messages, was sent before Leo remembered he was still typing, however, he looked at the message before he typed a simple message. Annihilation Maker, admin this. Leo pointed at the frozen Office as Tusk was taping her with his arm, but she didn't wake up. DXD World will, I don't see any problem, everything is okay for me. Annihilation Maker, admin 1632 messages, 1678 messages. DXD World will, okay, I did it, so what? I sensed a loli in need for help and I helped, you can't blame me. Annihilation Maker, admin. DXD World will sigh, don't you know that your actions have consequences? Leo's expression turned slightly serious as he felt the problem may be bigger than he thought. Annihilation Maker, admin, I don't know how sending a loli after me can solve problems. DXD World will, it doesn't, I just wanted to do it. Annihilation Maker, admin 1698 messages, 1723 messages. DXD World will, for fuck's sake, stop. I'm serious about the consequences. Annihilation Maker, admin, did a system user or a multiverse space reincarnation enter the world because of me? DXD World will, not, they can't enter this part of the world without something special and your little power can't even tickle my barrier. Annihilation Maker, admin, so, what happened? However, a new guest arrived with the most polite speech possible as it showed how civilized and humble he is as a world. To Aru World will, did you actually respond, boobs power, DXD? You're just a pussy. DXD World will, oi. Annihilation Maker, admin, this chat doesn't seem private at all. To Aru World will, I know and I don't care, but I read your messages. Do you think you can scare me? To Aru World will, I have more than double digits of people that can destroy existence easily and my world is being destroyed on a daily basis. Your threats will only make me stronger, mew ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin, is he okay? To Aru World will, mew ha 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 ha. DXD World will, don't worry about him, he has lost screws from the day I saw him. To Aru World will, ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh. To Aru World will, ha 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 ha. DXD World will, and he won't stop now. Okay, hear me out, the fate is the problem in my world. To Aru World will, ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin, you mean plot? Why should I care about that? And this guy won't stop. To Aru World will, ha 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 ha. DXD World will, because you're the one that destroyed it. Sigh, I can't fix the trouble you did completely with the fate going out of control. And yes, he won't stop. To Aru world will ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin fine, I'll find the flaws and fix it, as long as you leave me alone. And give me back my money. To Aru world will ha 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 ha. DXD world will if it was easy then I wouldn't even call you, bastard. You can't fix the fate because you'll just put another layer on a broken one, it needs to be fixed normally, but you keep destroying it. And your money is with the idiot, not me. To Aru world will ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin so, what to do? Can you shut up? To Aru world will ha 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 ha. I don't like where this is going. Leo had all the reasons to believe this won't be good before he saw the message. DXD world will go and follow my world plot that you destroyed, or at least move as close as possible to it. To Aru world will ha 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 ha. Leo took a deep breath before he looked at the sky, thinking if he should drop Venus and end everything. Annihilation Maker, admin you want me to follow the original plot? DXD world will yes. Annihilation Maker, admin sure. DXD world will really? Annihilation Maker, DXD no, fuck you. DXD world will. To Aru world will I told you, boobs power. You can't make anyone with his right mind to agree to your ideas. DXD world will fuck you. I'm saner than you'll ever be. To Aru world will whatever, let me show you how to make people listen. Hey, Annihilation issues kid that I took his money. Annihilation Maker, admin. To Aru world will do you wanna know how much Lucifer cost? Degree. Annihilation Maker, admin understandable, have a great day. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. To Aru world will. DXD world will ha 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 ha. This part from the world, hey. It seems that there's a long way to go. Leo quit the chat room as he learned that his money was gone. Even the world seems to be bleak as it looks like he also has a debt. Is this what Kazuma felt? Leo was staring at the clouds as he was feeling the emptiness inside of him. Off-Eyes was still in the same position as her brain wasn't able to process the information she just got. Maybe that was much stronger than I thought. Leo looked at the out-of-service Off-Eyes before he said, well, he's also weaker for now because I took some of his concepts. Leo took some of Great Red Dreams, so currently, he isn't as strong as he used to be until he recovers. With those words, the light went back to Off-Eye's eyes before she was able to move again and said going to kick, Great Red. That won't be the WI. Leo wanted to say something, but Off-Eyes gave something to Tusk before she said offer my thank to the foolish silence for his assistance. Leo saw the thing was a black snake in the shape of an infinity symbol, which is the snake of Off-Eyes that hold the infinity concept. Off-Eyes left those words before she teleported from here. Leo only stared at where she teleported before he took a cookie and ate it. Hey, partner. Drake's voice appeared from the necklace before Leo said yes, Drake. She'll lose. Drake's orb was flashing before Leo said yup. Very badly. Drake remembered that Great Red is angry after what Leo did to him. Very badly, indeed, Leo answered before he looked at the clouds in the sky. You know this would happen. Drake stared at Leo from the Longinus before Leo said this isn't my fault, I tried to warn her, but she won't listen. Drake didn't want to talk about this anymore, but Leo said hey, I was thinking. Do you want me to teach you how to deal with your rival? Drake remembers all the people that fell to the hands of this asshole before he said the only thing in his mind. Yes. At this moment, a white dragon and his host had a chill, but they didn't know where it came from. 148. The ultimate plan. In the park of Kuah town, an angel and a dragon were having a very important discussion about another dragon and a half-devil. The dragon was mostly the listener as the angel was throwing ideas and theories that made him sweat. Leo was putting an idea after an idea about Albion and Volley as Drake was sweating inside of the Longinus. Drake can swear he never saw such a demonic mind that can control people to a degree that makes them surrender without a fight. And this is the 23rd way to annoy your rival, Leo said as he looked at his necklace. Drake took a deep breath before he said I don't know what to think anymore. Well, it's your call. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said or until he came looking for us because I'm too lazy to look for him. Can't you just see him with your eyes? Drake remembered that this guy can see anything in the world as long as it's in present and isn't stronger than him. Yeah, but I don't really see the point in doing so. Leo stood up from the bench before he said he'll come by himself, so why should I waste my time? Drake wanted to say that laying down and doing nothing is also a waste of time, but Leo will probably give him a speech about how humanity evolved because they were lazy or something like that. Leo ate the cookie in his hand before he stretched his arm a little bit. After a moment, he looked at Tusk and said, "Hey, Tusk. Keep that concept with you until I figure what to do with it." Tusk nodded before it disappeared inside of Leo's necklace. The concept of infinite is strong, but not in this world, and it's more useless than the dream one. Leo is already a high-level existence and even his energy brings chaos to the world by existence only, so Offai's concept can't make him infinite or the spin perfect because of its flaws. Well, maybe it can increase his energy reserve, but nothing more. However, this doesn't seem like a cost-effective usage, so Leo is thinking of how he should use this concept. After thinking about these problems, Leo looked around to see the people in the park before he nodded. Some people were walking in the park or doing exercises before Leo felt this was enough. He gave Offai's 1 second to appear, but fortunately, she didn't come back quickly. Inside GOOOOSE Academy, Leo appeared next to his clone before the clone vanished. Nobody noticed anything as they weren't supposed and able to witness anything because of the darkness effect. Now, what to do? Leo was thinking about what he should do at this period except wandering around and maybe trying to find something interesting. He didn't have a lot to do except attend some classes and watch the Great Red and Offai's battle from here. However, he sensed something slightly interesting coming for the south side of the school before he said, "All the devils are in one place, hey." Leo was able to see Sana and a red-haired girl that he forgot her name at the old school building in the south. However, he didn't care much about them except two things. First, it seems that Saji accepted, and he's officially a devil, and there was a red-haired guy and a white-haired maid next to him. Leo looked at them with his eyes before the red-haired guy felt something, but he shook his head as he told something to the devils. After hearing the red-haired man words, the devils nodded before a magical circle appeared and they teleported. "I wonder what the big fuss about." Leo mumbled those words before Drake's voice appeared in his head. "You think Drake can bet on his name as a heavenly dragon that all the things are about this guy almost destroying the world?" "No," Leo said while Drake was too lazy to say anything else before they walked away. "Basically, there's nothing to do today, hey." "Neat," Leo said before he walked forward in the corridor. "And about the plot or something?" "First of all, he wants to say fuck the plot, and Toaru didn't say anything except putting him in debt." However, Leo didn't walk a lot before he sensed something waking up. Looking at his clothes, Leo saw 18 runes flashing around before Venom woke up. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, my lord." Leo heard Venom's voice in his head before he said, "Don't worry about it, but how did it go?" "I don't know a lot about my condition except I can use these runes and channel their power according to my understanding about them," Venom said as the runes became dim before they disappeared from Leo's clothes. "You can use the runes? This is really a surprise." Leo raised his eyebrow before his calculation started to analyze the situation. Runes are letters in a set of alphabet known as the runic alphabet. The alphabet is used in various magic spells and rituals, known as rune magic. This kind of magic is popular and common in most of the worlds related to magic, but it also differs from one world to another. Here in DXD, they had the full original 18 runes and the 24 runes that meant to be passed for humanity. However, the runes in DXD were so weak that Leo rejected them subconsciously. The runes in DXD are used to make magic equations and magic circles, which is not a perfect use for the runes, but the world rules put them like this. The runes aren't meant to be used like this, they should be written on something or in the air, as they will have different effects based on the user's knowledge, understanding, and the rune type. To be honest, the fact that the runes are only used for magic equations and magic circles is a slap to the face for the true runes and magicians. However, when Leo ascended to a higher life form, which is an angel level, the runes he got from under Yggdrasil had a change and became purer according to Toaru world rules. First, they became 24 runes because Leo was in the human level of understanding. He even used them to seal his power and overdrive the spell. But when he got his body and power back, his understanding entered the higher life form levels, so the runes changed to the original 18 runes. But Venom had a huge change because he was affected by the runes, Incursio adaptation and evolution as he transformed into something that all mages from Toaru know. "Congratulations, Venom. You have officially become a spiritual item," Leo said as Venom was confused before he received some information. Leo sent Venom the information about a spiritual item. It's a special tool that is used by magicians to aid in the use of magic. Magic in Toaru is based on the idol theory as it relates to the myth and stories in legend. It is to draw power from these legends and affect the world around you, so these spiritual items were made for this purpose. When magicians use magic in Toaru, they often use these specialized tools which correspond to the symbols and requirements for the spell in question, allowing magic to be executed more efficiently and conveniently. Venom became the same thing, as he could use runes and help Leo to use them more conveniently and efficiently. Although Venom doesn't relate to Norse mythology at all, those 18 runes on him mean he's the carrier of the knowledge, and he can change shape to work more effectively. Leo had a lot of questions about these sorts of things, but he still couldn't see a lot from the Book of the Law, so he doesn't want to hurt his head by looking at it again. Take some time and look at the runes, Leo said before Venom nodded and went back to look at the runes. Well, I guess I'll just put these in the store. Leo looked at the magic books library in the dimensional gap. The entire library that he stole is meaningless because a single rune can substitute all those magic circles and equations if it was used correctly. However, when Leo entered the chat room to put the books for sale, he was greeted with a very weird scene. DXD world will oh, come in. To Aru world will nat, no way, don't dream about it. DXD world will, but you have nothing to lose. Why don't you want to do it? To Aru world will, does your plan include a total destruction to all existence before the recreation? DXD world will, I hate you. To Aru world will oh? Is this the hate-hate relationship? You hate me and I hate myself. DXD world will. Annihilation Maker, admin, are you too this bored? Apparently, Tuaru and DXD never left the chat as they were just hanging around. Tuaru world will, yes, I'm always bored. DXD world will, I hate both of you. Annihilation Maker, admin, finally, I can use the argument of the world hate me as a fact without being edgy. But why does it sound like he gave up on life? DXD world will, do you know what you did to me? Tell me, what did you see 10 seconds ago? Annihilation Maker, admin, devils are leaving the school. Oh, wait. They aren't coming back anytime soon, right? DXD world will, yet, devils left high school. You took away my identity. DXD world will, without high school, I'll be just DXD with nothing else. Tuaru world will, the only thing left is a shitty sexual joke. DXD world will Annihilation Maker, admin, so, what happened here? Tuaru world will, he wanted my help to blackmail you into his plot, but his plan had one single problem which I didn't like. Annihilation Maker, admin, forcing me to do things against my will? Tuaru world will, nat, I don't care about you. I told him to do a total annihilation before recreating everything, but he refused. Annihilation Maker, admin, yet, that sounds more convenient than following a stupid plot. Tuaru world will, see, this guy gets it. You aren't half bad in the art of convenient plans. Annihilation Maker, admin, yet, maybe I should destroy everything as an encouragement for our lovely world. DXD world will. Tuaru world will, maybe you should immigrate to my world, we've a lot of people with the same mindset as you. Leo was typing in the chat before he teleported to the rooftop and focused on the conversation. Annihilation Maker, admin, anyway, I'll not follow the plot, or at least your plot. DXD world will, why? Isn't it easy to follow the plot? And does your heart allow you to let all that misfortune happen to those girls after you stole Drake? Annihilation Maker, admin, so, let me ask you a question. Does it have to be me? DXD world will. You have Drake. There's something fishy about this. Leo squinted his eyes at the screen before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, you know I can make a mini Drake, right? And why should I save some people just because they appeared in the plot? To be honest, I don't care about them. DXD world will, know, it need to be Drake because fate is such a fragile element of the world when it's broken, so it need to be treated carefully. Annihilation Maker, admin, I see, your wisdom is beyond my understanding. DXD world will, sigh, I'm glad we could agree on something. A grin formed on Leo's face before he typed a very simple question. Annihilation Maker, admin, about that, I want to ask a question. Can the plot be changed? DXD world will. No. Tuaru world will, yes, and it's easy if it was you and Boobs Powers world. Leo's eyebrow was twitching from the contradiction in the messages. DXD world will, really? You gonna sell me like that? Annihilation Maker, admin, I have a lot of things to say about this, but can the real wise being, Tuaru, share his wisdom with me? Tuaru world will, sure, but you need to prove to me that you deserve my knowledge. After all, you're in debt now. Leo took a deep breath before he closed his eyes and thought for a moment. All the time that Leo lived in this world was flashing in his memories while he remembered some of the original plot. After a while, Leo opened his eyes before a determined look formed on his face. DXD was surprised because this might really be a speech about his world, but all those ideas popped like a bubble. Annihilation Maker, admin before arriving in this world, I saw it on the screen as all those episodes made me doubt myself. Why the hell am I still watching this? In the end, I discovered that I'm just wasting my time because I have nothing better to do. DXD World Woloi. Annihilation Maker, admin. So, after arriving in this world, I didn't care a lot about its plot. Then I became an angel and saw how bad this world and his rules arrangement, but I still don't care about it. Leo looked at the window as he could see a lowly and giant dragon fighting in the dimensional gap. The explosions were everywhere as Off-Eyes and Great Red were bombing everything. DXD World Wool. DXD was getting more injuries in his feelings with each word from Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin. However, this is still a world that I lived in for years. I'll not give up on it and I believe it can change, so I'll. DXD World Wool. Maybe I misunderstood you. DXD was a little emotional from the last message, but that didn't last long before he was doubting life. Annihilation Maker, admin. Make it a shonen world. DXD World Wool. I hate you. Tuaru World Wool. Ha 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 ha. Wipes tears. That was beautiful. Fine, I'll help you for free. You also don't have to worry because he can't ban you like Akame ga Kill. Tuaru World Wool. Boob's power was just too lazy to fix his world, so he wanted to lower the cost by making you follow the fate because you destroyed it. Sigh. I'm still telling those worlds that destruction is very healthy and they should do it at least once. Tuaru said that the cost of repairing will be much lower if the world was destroyed at some point. If something was destroyed then it's just accelerating the plot and it can be fixed easily. DXD World Will. Do you think we are crazy like you? Annihilation Maker, admin. SHHHHH. Let me learn. Tuaru World Will. Look, you can change the plot, but make sure the main events are still in place and the ending is similar to the plot. If you do that, then everything will be okay. DXD World Will. Kmin, don't do me like this. Tuaru World Will. You lost your right in negotiation after I heard about the 12 heavenly breasts. DXD World Will. Is that actually real? Leo widened his eyes as he stared at the screen and the 12 heavenly breasts. Tuaru World Will. You need to balance the rules with mystery and power. I'll leave that to you to figure it out because you need that for the real battlefields and not every world can allow you to act freely like me, or Boob's power. Things are really complicated, hey. Leo frowned as he looked at the messages of the real battlefield. He knows there's a difference between worlds and some worlds can be strict in its rules like in, Tuaru, he can't affect the entire world like he did with DXD. Tuaru World Will. You also need something like a buffer and a glue, like karma or luck. I believe that Boob's power will throw such power randomly in his world. Karma and luck can be very similar to the plot, so using them can help the plot change without affecting the overall situation. DXD World Will. Me? I'll never do such a thing. Annihilation Maker, admin. Tell us karma. DXD World Will. Can we talk about this? Annihilation Maker, admin. Talk about what? We're helping you, but in our ways. Tuaru World Will. Yet, stop complaining. We're doing you a favor. DXD knows that the idea of Tuaru is effective and very simple to be done, but he'll never admit that the two bastards are right. Especially after he saw them planning the plot from the training arc to the tournament arc. Tuaru World Will. So, this is all. What will you do? I'll make sure it follows the plot while I'll be the villain and the big boss. Leo grinned as he had an idea about the new beast he'll make. DXD almost puked blood when he saw Leo's grin. However, more importantly, and just because I can, I'll make this shonen protagonist. Leo clenched his fist before he looked at the sky and said, a female. At this time, in Tuaru World, all the powerful beings felt the world stopped for a second. They didn't understand why, but all the rules and laws were frozen. However, this was only because the world was excited. Tuaru World Will. DXD World Will. At this moment, an angel of doom and a psychopath world will agree to do their helpful plan in the face of a sad world will. As he couldn't do anything to stop them because they are actually helping, but his mental health can't support this.
Thanks for listening.